taking shots at, bitch. I'm listening. You I'm talking to that same bitch that crashed that ball on 42. It's a shame we here today. Truth be told, it's cause of you. Couldn't control your little feelings. Look what dick is costing you. It was all good, yeah. About a week ago, shout out Bobby's murder, but this bitch really low. I was the one with the coffee with her. It was all good, yeah. But that girl don't really hurt. Never been a jealous friend, and the people really know it. If you would've kept it solid, then I would've been told it. See, I really thought I knew you, thought that you would keep it G. If you wanna talk gangster, bitch, I'm really from the street. Imagine lying to the DA saying I took some hush money. Put a muzzle on your friend, y'all acting like some crash dummies. Got my chain snatched? Damn, here you go lying. Yeah, A-list celeb, you doing too much trying. Where I get this money from? Bitch, you know I was a hustler. Way she did 1501, shoulda knew I couldn't trust. Protect black women, huh? But you sent it first to me. Damn, I thought that you was solid, now the joke's on me. Damn, I ain't wanna have to do this, but you steady shooting shots. Dad said if I spoke that a sex tape could drop. Was never supposed to be against each other. This what y'all made it. I'ma still live it up. Yeah, I know y'all really hate it. Sucking dick behind my back. Who really on their knees? You an overachiever. All you do is succeed. Claiming you a pimp, huh? But you slipping on your Mac and are you lying to your label? Do they really know what happened? Cause you know it wasn't me. I was 10 toes down whenever you had beef. It's a goddamn shame. All you had to do is clear your best friend name. All you had to do was keep it real estate the same. But you switched up on me for the money and the fame. Who shot you? I thought a bitch from Bear County said something. You an H-Town hottie though, huh? Fuck out of you and everybody face you be talking down on. Stop playing with me. And it ain't one or two of them. It's more than a few of them.
Come on, busting back by Kelsey Nicole. Come to find out, Harris, baby. Why Kelsey sound like Bad Baby on the goddamn track, baby? She definitely did not ride the track. Almost more like she took a Uber over it, you know, but not necessarily rode it, girl, okay? Let's stick to our day job as making the Stallions water girl, Kelsey, okay? Leave the rapping and stuff to Miss Megan. What's going on, Conscious Crew? How y'all doing? Hey, sweet mom for life. Hey, boo. What's going on, Alexa? Hey, everybody. So you guys already know what time it is. We day 5 of trial, honey. Before we even get into the thick of this thing, make sure you guys go ahead and subscribe, what you guys are doing, girl. Shout out to the 39.4, honey. Please thumbs up this video. Not only does it protect the algorithm, not only does it trigger up the notification system, girl, but it's just the right thing to do. But when you thumbs up the video, it means that this video is desirable, honey, and YouTube gets to go to doing what the hell it's supposed to do to get the other unsuspecting Conscious Crew members up in the building who have no idea that we live right now, because YouTube only sends out notifications to 10% of a bitch's subscriber count, girl. So you guys got to thumb up in the video. Moderators, please encourage folk to thumb up. This is super significant, okay? If there's anything you do, shit, I'd rather you even thumbs up than subscribe, hell, okay? Thumbs up the video and encourage everybody to continue to thumbs up, whether you are a bush baby or you are on the ground in the live chat, okay? Also, I want to make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging, okay? And I need you guys to, if you don't mind, pressing it just a step further, honey, okay? What it is, girl? What it is? Oh, share. Share this stream out, girl, to wherever it is you have digital community at. I don't give a damn whether I don't give a damn, girl, what type of salacious, hoish, sinful nooks and crevices of the internet you be dwelling in, child. Tell them whores to subscribe to the Kane so they can come and join the kingdom, girl. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push the hell on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen. And we could definitely make it to 40K before the year is on out, girl. We ain't nothing but 600 folk away from for 40K, girl. So we keep working, honey. Y'all keep thumbing up, sharing, girl. We keep putting in this consistent work, honey. We can definitely do it before the year is out. Okay, you guys. So you guys know that it is day 5 of the Tory Lanez trial involving the 2020 shooting of rapper Megan Thee Stallion, who has already testified, along with the surgeon that removed bullet fragments from both of her feet that night, is underway. Trial went into a 3-day frenzy after Megan's previous assistant and best friend, Kelsey, come to find out, Nicole Harris, hung the courts up by refuting everything on stand that she told prosecutors out of her mouth last September. As a result of her sudden amnesia and demand for an immunity deal, prosecutors pressed on the judge to allow the recording of her interview to be admissible into evidence, which was played before the jury today in court. Our ground troop, Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube, will be joining upon lunch to recount what has happened in court so far. So grab your seats, your Hennessy, because it's probably going to be another intense ride toward victory, or hell, in this case, a damn verdict. Welcome, Goddess Dawn Speaks. Hey, boo.
Hey, boo. Thank you so much for having me, Conscious and Conscious crew. I really appreciate you extending your platform to me. I know you're trying to reach 40K. I'm trying to reach 10. Okay.
On
So
period.
okay. So we can do this though. And
Yes.
I'm
So you
just,
already know what I need you to do then. So go ahead and tell these folks where they can find you on YouTube.
Okay. Yes, please find me at Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube. Very simple.
It's
Please.
right there,
And
you
thank
guys.
you.
It's her name right here on StreamYard. Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube. Please subscribe to my boo, honey. She done putting in this work. Her husband about to divorce her, honey. She done lost weight, child. Okay, because she done dedicated the past 5 days to Tory Lanez Trial, girl. So she ain't putting in this work. So make sure you guys subscribe. And I also posted the link to her channel on the community tab. So when you guys get done with this video, please make sure you guys go check the community wall and give my boo a click and a view and a subscription. Now you are out there, girl. You just ate an old nasty piece of ham sandwich out there in the court.
I
What?
had some clam chowder. Yeah.
Okay, some clam chowder. So what took place today in court? What's going on? Who showed up? What is the energy? What's happening?
Who showed up? Well, first I met Armand, which Wiggins. I'm a fan, so we was kikiing and chatting it up today.
Okay,
and,
so Armand was in the building today.
Yes, he was.
Come on for the influencers showing up. All the influencers, honey. The YouTubers on deck, honey. Y'all representing. I ain't mad.
Yeah. And was here bright and early, even before me. He was like the second person here. I was like, well, hey, what the hell?
Oh, y'all serious, baby. Okay.
Yeah, we serious. We serious about this. So yeah, the energy, honestly, it's a lot lighter today. I was kind of expecting that, being that it's a Friday, being that some people aren't really interested, to be honest. I don't know why, but they're not interested in the audio because they feel like she's lying anyway. I don't think the audio is a lie, though. I think the audio is the actual truth.
It's the truth.
So that's why I wanted to make sure I was here early, make sure I got my press pass and my front row seat. Check. And we can get into it.
Okay.
Yeah, you ready? All right.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we're in court. Now there is some small little details and things that they go through before the jury comes in. I will discuss that on my live tonight when I go into all the full detail, but we'll just get into the audio here since I have not that much time.
Yeah.
Okay, so they bring in, after the jury enters, they bring in the witness, which is investigator Jody Little. Little cute, mature Black woman. She comes in and swears in. Miss DA Ta questions her occupation. She says she is the senior investigator at the LA DA's office. She's been with them for 17 years. She asked her if she met with Kelsey Harris. She said yes. When? On September 17th, 2022. She gave her the address of her office where she met y'all, all of that. Who was in the room? Kathy Ta, the DA, as well as DA Alex Bott, Kelsey Harris, her husband, and 2 attorneys telephonically. The meeting began on September 17th at 11:30 p.m. and ended at about 12:58 p.m. Okay, they asked about, so this is before we get to the audio. They're just asking her, the investigator who conducted who she recorded the interview. They asked her about Kelsey Harris's demeanor. She said she was warm, friendly, cordial. She said, did she feel threatened? There was an objection, so that never got answered. They asked her how was her husband. He's very supportive, friendly, and professional. Same, pretty much the same thing. They asked her if the interview was recorded by her. She confirmed it. The transcripts were passed out to the jury and the defense, and the audio plays. All right. So in the beginning of the audio, the prosecution introduces everyone in the room. They're interviewing with, it's loud, Kelsey Harris. And they announced that, this is the interview with Kelsey Harris. They say her spouse is introduced. They asked him to spell his name. His name is Darian Smith. Y'all want me to spell his name?
Darian Smith.
Darian Smith. DARIEN SMITH, honey. Okay. So they said they're here to talk about the events back in July 2020. And, basically they just asked her, we've already heard all this, so I'm not going to go verbatim on the stuff that we know. They basically just asked her, how did you meet Megan? She went through how they met and they described their relationship. She explained, and then they asked her, what brought you to LA? She explained that they were in LA to film the WAP video. And then she said, well, let me go back. She said they were in New York first. They were supposed to go overseas, but it didn't work out. So she said they went back to LA. She said they asked, where'd y'all stay and all that. They stayed together in a house. So they asked about, so then it comes up to Kylie Jenner's situation. She said they were invited to Kylie Jenner's house from the WAP video. I guess that's where they got the invitation. And then they go back. It's kind of skipping around in the first part because they keep asking her different things. Like they asked her about meeting Tory, and we already talked about that she met him at Rock Nation brunch, all of that. And she said we flirted. And then again, Megan encouraged her to get into a relationship with him. And I find it interesting that she always says, she doesn't just say, me and Tory were in a relationship or we were getting into it. It was Megan put me up. It was kind of like she's pimping her in a sense. I don't know. But anyway. Let's see. So she says that she said she went to Texas with COVID. We know all this. Came back 2 months later. That's when they received that invite to Kylie's at the WAP music video. Meg asked her to come with her. She said it was her, Megan, EJ King. They got there around 6 or 7 p.m. Once they were there were already like 6 people there already present. Meg wanted to make nachos. We already talked about that. She said that they were all hanging outside. Then they asked who were the 6 people. And she said her 3 best friends. And then she said there was a girl and 2 guys. Corey Gamble was mentioned, Odell Beckham, and Odell Beckham's friend.
Wait, Odell Beckham was there?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And she said, because then she was like, I'm sorry, there was 9 people. And that's when she said Odell Beckham, his friend. So there were 9 people aside from them that were there. She said they were playing basketball, just having fun. Then, I guess Megan was having FOMO and fear of missing out. She came out like, and we talked about this, I think, y'all having fun without me, come on out, So she comes out, they're hanging out, having fun, having a good time, till things went left, and then of course they asked, what happened. She said she had passed out for a while. By the time I came back to my senses, she said most everybody was gone. She said it was me, Meg, Tory, Kylie, and I think she said Corey. I'm not positive on that, but I think she did say Corey. I wrote it down. She said, I don't know when Tory showed up. She said Megan FaceTimed some people to come over and Tory came. EJ was sitting on his phone. She said pretty much everybody was kind of sitting around minding their business. She said Megan was laughing like real loud and obnoxiously. She's like, she said it was off for her. Like it wasn't her normal. She said, she said Tory called her name. And Megan was like, no, I heard that. Like trying to, I guess, keep her from talking to him one-on-one. That's what it sounded like. Then she said Tory was flirting with Kylie. She said EJ said it was time to go. I went upstairs, put on my PJ set. We went through this. Me and EJ unloaded the car. I stayed outside. Quan is, and then they asked about Quan, and remember when they asked her about Quan in court? She was like, I don't know what their relationship is. Well, she said in this interview that Quan is his friend, his security. She said all roads. And she said they got in their car. She said I was on FaceTime talking to her sister. Like, girl, I can't believe I'm here. We used to watch them growing up. Talking about, obviously Kylie's house. She's starstruck. She's like, bitch, we made it. Okay. Let's see.
Hold on.
Megan's, yes.
And who was saying that? It was Megan saying that to her?
Oh, it's to her sister.
Oh.
She called her sister she FaceTimed her sister.
Kelsey. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Megan's wig was slipping, so she got up from the floor finally because she kept saying she didn't want to leave, but finally she did. She said they took the luggage from EJ's car, put it in Tory's car. Tory didn't want to get in the car. He was upset, just didn't want to get in the car. I don't know why at that time. She said she didn't know why. Let's see. Tory tells Quan to take them home. EJ just went on home. He was like, because she said he didn't want to follow him. He's just like, I'm just going to go on home. Megan was mad. She said because he stayed behind. Then because they left at this point, realized she left her slippers. We talked about this. She demanded to go back. She said when they went back, there were about 6 bodyguards. They did call the house and they then eventually let them in. She said, I stayed in the car and Quan stayed in the car. She went in. Then she said, all of a sudden, everyone's rushing out. Meg, Tory, and then she said Kylie came out, but she was standing on her front porch. And she said that Meg came out and said, Kylie said, we got to go. I think she said, got to get the fuck out, actually. I put up, got to go. So she said, we're leaving, we're driving. Meg is laughing uncontrollably. I asked her what was so funny. And Tory was like, yeah, tell her what's funny. Tell her how fake you are. Next thing you know, they're arguing. Tory was calling her bitches and hoes. She said, that was my friend. I told him, don't talk to her like that. I stepped in to defend her. Then me and Tory started arguing. He said, I'm from Canada. And she was like, maybe insinuating that they're gangsters. And she's like, I'm like, okay, and she's like, he said, nigga, I'll shoot you. And he reached towards the console, but never opened it, just made the motion. Then Megan demands for Q to pull the car over. Megan gets out. Tory gets out. This is at the bus stop on Sunset. So they're both sitting at the bus stop having a conversation. She said when they both get back in the car, they were calm. At this point,
So he reached for the console but never pulled out a gun.
Never pulled it. No, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Now I believe Tory got in when they got back in the car. I believe he got in the back and Megan got in the front at that point. I'm trying to. No, I don't have the placement, but I'll just keep reading. Tory began to apologize to me. She said, he told her, "You just a real ass nigga, and you need to know what's going on." And she said this set Meg off, and they started arguing again, and they were talking about each other's artistry. Meg said, "You just got big because of your song with Jack Harlow." And then she said, eventually they pulled over again. Meg demanded, so they pulled over again. This is the second stop. She said, we started getting out the car, her and Megan, because he was at this point, and this is from because we've heard this before. And this is where he was telling them, get them bitches and hold out my car. This is my car. So anyway, she said when they pulled over, Megan and Kelsey were getting out the car, and she said when you're getting out the car, you're looking down. So as she's getting out the car looking down, she said Tory all of a sudden is in the front passenger side. She said, I don't know how he got up there. She said my door was open and the front passenger side door was open. She said he's shooting over the right passenger door.
Okay, hold on, wait. So as Kelsey is getting out of the car, she's looking down. She gets up and finds that Tory is in the front seat.
Yes. He had basically, she said he must have hopped in the front. She's like, I don't know how he got in the front.
But he's in the front seat on the passenger side.
Right.
Okay, and then he starts shooting downward.
Right. She just said he was shooting over. At this point, she just says he was shooting over the door. The door was open.
Hanging out the window, hanging out the Oh my God.
Yeah. She was like, he must have jumped in front. She said it was very smooth because we didn't know how he got in front. She said he was shooting the gun. She said my left side was, because they were asking her, where were you? She said my left side was still at the rear passenger door. Like she had barely even got from the car at this point. But Megan was walking away She said, but by the second or third shot, she was looking at us like the deer in headlights. She had turned to look at them like, what the fuck? And mind you, remember when I told you with the 5 shots, it was like pop, 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 and then a pause, and then 2 more. I think that pause was when she was turned around to look, because she said, because it goes with what Kelsey said by the second or third shot, that she turned around and was looking, and he had paused after the 3rd shot. So he went on and kept shooting. No, so he shot. He actually emptied the clip.
Wow.
Okay, so she was looking like a dead deer in headlights. The gun, she said, was pointed down. The gun was pointing down, and then she said we kind of rushed off. She said Megan didn't say anything, and then because they asked, well, what did Megan say? She said she didn't say anything. And they said, well, where was Quan? She's like, I don't know. We were all in shock. She said after the 5 shots, we froze. We just froze. She said by the what did she say? By the time we get back, I guess at this point, it kind of skips around a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did she explain? Oh, shout out to the 1K in the chat. Please subscribe to Goddess Speaks. To Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube. Check the community wall after this, you guys. So wait a minute. So did she explain if Megan fell to the ground at this point? Because she said they rushed off. How could that be possible if Meg was shot up in her feet?
Not yet. She hasn't. She didn't. Not yet.
Okay. Not yet.
She just said we rushed off.
They rushed off. Interesting.
She said. So Tory. So then they start talking about when they got back to the car. But it's gonna go back to that. So just hang tight. Okay. So she said Tory gets in the front seat, in the front passenger seat, and she said I immediately ran to her. Okay. So the shooting happens. She said they rushed off, but at this point, Quan is telling them to get back in the car. And I'm remembering this because we've learned this in court before. So, but they didn't say this yet right here. So I'm just setting it to make it make sense. But so at this point, Megan went off to that driveway, but they got back they went to the car, and Tory just went back and got back in this car in the front passenger seat. She said she immediately ran to Megan. She said, let's see, she I can't read my little scribble right here. Oh, she said she's my best friend, and I wanted to see if she was okay. She said she was bleeding, and I ran to her. Then she said Tory came out of the vehicle at this point towards us. She said I thought he was coming to attack us, so I got in between us. So then he attacked me. She said Quan came over and picked me up like a doll, and he said they do this all the time. Like, come on, like, you know. And she said
Kelsey stood up between Tory and Meg, and he attacked her.
Yes.
Okay. And Quan
went over off the ground. Yeah, picked Kelsey up, like took her away from it, like separated.
Okay, he removed her. Okay.
Yes, he removed her and said they do this all the time, and he's telling everybody to come on, like. But Meg is hurt, obviously, and then so she said, I told them Megan is shot. She's bleeding. He hit me or slapped me. I don't know. Talking about Tory. She said Quan picked me up and was holding me. She said I decided to cause a distraction, so I got in the car in the driver's side and pulled the gear or pulled the something to make the car jerk. I think it was the gear. She said when she made the car jerk. So at this point, Megan is injured. Megan is injured. Tory, when they were fighting, Megan was right there, but when Quan came and got Kelsey, Tory was still there with Megan. He was talking to her while she was injured, bleeding. Okay, so she said at this point, Tory left Megan and Tory left Megan and Tory left Megan and came to me when she jerked the car. So he left Megan from that driveway, and he went back over to the car to Kelsey. He said
Kelsey was not that live, baby. See, now I got a whole other respect for Kelsey. But go ahead.
You're like, she actually did do something. Okay, she said that he came over to the car. He pulled her by her hair and her neck.
Hold on. Tory came over to the car.
Yes. Remember, she said she got in the front passenger seat or the driver's seat to jerk the car, to do something. Yeah. She wanted to cause a distraction.
And Quan had went back to the car, and so did Tory at this point.
No. Well, when she jerked the car, so remember Quan was holding her.
Yes.
So then, but Quan, mind you, Right. But mind you, Quan wants them to leave. So he probably went and was telling Tory and Megan to leave, and she hopped in the front driver's seat to jerk the car.
Right.
And
So
that's
she's in the
when,
front seat now, and Tory comes over to her.
yes.
It starts
And he
pulling her
pulled
hair.
her, dragged her out the car by her hair and neck. She said really hard, like really, really hard. She said almost like, and then she stopped and she said, just pulling me really, really hard. She said Tory and Tory and Quan were pulling me at this point like a tug of war, because Quan was trying to separate them, but Tory kept a grip on her. So they were pulling at her like a tug of war, like she's a rag doll. That's my words, excuse me. Okay, so she said, I said, Tory, she said, I finally asked Tory, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? And she said, that's when he let me go. Quan said to get in the car. She said, we didn't even think about calling 911. We didn't even know what to do. They asked her about her nails, and she said, yes, they were all broken off, or they were broken off. She said, I was screaming and having a panic attack. And she said Megan was calm. She said maybe it was the conversation they had in the driveway, but she said she was calm. Kelsey starts breaking down at this point, crying during the interview, and they gave her a little break and went and got her some tissue. She's like, you know, doing that kind of breathing and crying. So they brought her some tissue. Yep. Kelsey said, let's see. They asked her, you know, do you need some time or you want to just get through this? She said, just hold on, my little ear thing came out. She said,
girl, you was giving us the deets right now. God, girl, you was giving us the tea, Miss Mama. Wow,
yes,
wow,
that's
wow.
what I do. That's what we do. Okay, I'm giving it all to you. Okay, so Kelsey said, let's just go through it. Okay, so Megan said Megan, they're all in the car at this point, and Megan told her to call.
Did she ever say how they got Megan in the car or who got Megan in the car?
No, there was no detail about that at this point. And mind you, you know, we stopped at lunch, so sometimes these things kind of go back. They ask because they haven't really asked her a lot. They're letting her speak, but sometimes they'll ask her a question that takes them back, so it may come up.
Okay.
But all I have, and it could have, I don't know, because it was a lot. But it just says
they're all in the car at this point.
Yeah, they're all back in the car at this point. The shooting has happened. Meg is bleeding, and it says Meg, and she's in the back with Meg. Tori's in the front. Of course, Quan is driving. She said Megan told her to call Ferris, who was her co-manager and who's with her every day. She said they were heading home, but they made a U-turn and ended up on Sunset Boulevard. She said we didn't have a destination. So I guess they thought they were heading home until he made a U-turn and they ended up on Sunset Boulevard. She said I had a bad signal, so I couldn't call Ferris, so I texted Justin, and that's the text where she said, "Help! Tory shot Meg, 911." So then she said, let's see. She said she texted Ferris too, and she dropped him her location. She said she also sent a message to her mom and said, "Help!" And she started crying some more. She said she was hurt. She kept saying she was hurt, and they asked her, "You mean physically?" She's like, "Well, emotionally also." She said she was physically hurt, but she wasn't really feeling it at yet. But emotionally more so, you know. Yeah. She said she was scared. They were scared after everything that had just happened. So, you know, she said we're driving, and she said she made a phone. She was making calls, but nobody was picking up. So she finally called this guy that she was talking to, and she wanted him on an open line so he could hear anything that happened. You know, just have him on the phone just in case something happened. Yeah. Let's see. She said, I'm distraught at this point. Tory is demanding for her to shut up. He said, Kelsey, shut up. He's like screaming at her to shut up. Now, at this point, this is when they got ID'd by the cops while they were cruising. I don't know why this fool would get on Sunset Boulevard, a very major.
She should have called. Why the fuck she didn't call 911? She could have called 911 and kept them on an open line.
She definitely could have. Yep.
Because she clearly was afraid that something was going to pop off, which is why she wanted somebody to bear witness who was outside of all of this.
Right. Yep. So at this point, the helicopter, like, you know, here it comes. The helicopter, the cops are behind him, all of that. She said, when this is happening, Tory's begging us to please don't say anything. He said, I'm about to sign a big deal. Megan was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? But she said, but that was that as far as all that happened. Now, she said, I was confused and distraught. She said, but Megan was calm. So then they asked her, do you think maybe she was in shock? She said, I don't know. She said, the police, orders out the car. Quan was first. She was like, I've never been through anything like this. She said, the female officer cuffed me. I told her, please don't put her knee on my back. And she said she wouldn't. She said they had me on the ground. I think they brought up the fact that they said that George Floyd had just recently happened. She was like, yes. And she said, they had me. Yep. She said, they had me on the ground with my legs super wide. She's like, it's all on TMZ. Yes, yes, we did. She said, it's all on TMZ. She said Ferris arrived to the scene, but by then they were wheeling Megan off to the ambulance. And she said, I went to the jailhouse. She said, I got to the station and they put me in a room, took my pictures. She said she didn't remember being swabbed for the gunshot residue. She said she don't believe that they swabbed her, is what she said. She said, but they took us to a room.
Did she say if Quan also was taken down to a police precinct? Because I never really heard that part about Quan's involvement.
Yes. I think it might come up. I'm trying to think, because I did remember writing that it was her and Quan that went, and Tory that went to the station. But yeah, she said she never. Yeah, she said, but they took us to a room, and somebody just stood next to me with their music on. Okay, she said they took us to a room, and she said she took it from the movies, and asked for a lawyer because that's all she knew was the movies and the TVs to ask for a lawyer. So she said they were released by like 8 a.m. the next morning, and they released, she said, me and Quan together. She said Quan made a comment, money talks, to her. She said she said he said Tory was trying to protect her. I asked for what? He said, you'll find out later. She said I was in disbelief and shock. She said apparently she called somebody first. I didn't catch who she called, and they told her to call Jilly, the manager, Meg's manager. So she called Jilly's manager, and she came immediately, she said, and went to her place so she could change. She said she discarded her clothes there. Then they went to the hospital.
So Meg got two lawyers? Two managers? Because it's the one who she dropped.
It sounds like she has a day-to-day probably, because that's the one who's with Ferris. And then this one might not be. Yeah, she might just.
And what's his name again?
Jilly. It's called Jilly.
Jilly.
Yeah. So she went to her place. They changed. She discarded her clothes there. Went to the hospital. She said, I had to stay outside. She said not outside the room, but outside the hospital. She said they told me she wouldn't have visitors. She couldn't. She said she couldn't have visitors. She said, I thought that was true, because I guess at this point she realizes that wasn't true. But yeah, she said Tory had called her and apologized while she was outside the hospital. That was the last time she saw Meg. That's what she said. She said that was my best friend. We were always together. They were never separate. She said that's how we operated. I never left her side. She said, I asked to see Megan, and Desiree from Rock Nation said that Megan would be down for a while. I think they asked her, what did they mean? And she just meant, she wasn't going to be able to, she wasn't going to be able to work or do anything. So they wouldn't let me see her. Or she said they told her she couldn't have guests. She said I was alone, and I told them I should go back to Houston. But she said no sooner as she sent that text, 2 hours later, she had a flight booked. She said I left my apartment.
Who she told that to?
She texted that to probably Jilly.
Okay.
She didn't say who, but that's who she was, her team. Okay. So, yep. So she had a flight book. She said no later than 2 hours after that, she had a flight book. She said I left my apartment, so I didn't have anywhere to go. They told me I couldn't stay at the house because it wasn't safe. So she's crying here, and she said, so I have to move. She said, I just got rid of all my stuff. She said someone did come and help her get all of her stuff out of the house, and then she left. They asked her, did Tory call her? She said yes. She said Quan was whispering. So I guess Quan must have made the call. They were on the phone, but he used Quan to reach out to her.
Okay, so he called her a three-way.
Yeah, or either they were together. He handed him the phone or something, because she said when Tory got on the phone, he said, "Hey, big head."
She was still in LA at this time, or she's back in Texas?
I think she was still in LA. I don't think she got on the flight yet. But he's like, "Hey, big head." She said he wanted to arrange for her to pick up her stuff because he had the stuff from out of the car at this point. She said Quan came, asked me to come to the studio location, but I didn't feel comfortable. He asked why. She said, I don't know them. She said, I don't know y'all, like, and especially after everything that just happened, obviously.
Yeah.
So
Quan wanted her to come to the studio.
Yeah. She was like, nah. So I think she went to a hotel, and she had dropped her location to her sister just in case.
Yeah.
And she said she got out of the vehicle outside of her hotel. Okay, yeah. So they met up at her hotel. She got out the car when they met up there. He was very apologetic.
Tory was.
She said, she was like, me, him, and Meg were friends. It was just a night gone bad. And he said she attacked my artistry. That's what he told her. She attacked my artistry. Like, what'd you expect me to do? Type of, like, that's what pissed him off. She said, I told him he was wrong. I told him I was injured and Meg was in the hospital. He apologized to me. I told him he needs to apologize to her too. So I didn't know he was texting her already, because apparently he was texting her also. She probably didn't respond, I'm sure. Megan and her team were being weird. She said, I was asking what I was supposed to do. I sent a text and said, this isn't right. And then Megan finally called her and said she could get a place. She'd pay for it for a year for her. I never asked. She said, I never asked for that. It was voluntarily offered. I found out she left for New York on a jet, like the next day or something, or like a couple of days later. She said, I was confused. She said, they left me behind and they shut me out. She said, then they went back to Tory apologizing, asked what he could do for me. What can I do for you? We kind of went through this. What can I, help you invest in a business? She said that, can I help you get a lawyer? Like, what do I need a lawyer for? I don't want you to help me with anything. She's telling him that. She said that's when it was mentioned that Sean Hawley, one of his other attorneys, the one that, the entertainment attorney, she told him to word his questions to her that way. So he was prepped when he offered those things to her.
Wow.
She said, I don't know why he was offering these things. He was saying these things are over. Let's see. He was saying these things over calls and texts. And he was, has to go through. She said, they asked her, do you have the text? She said that she has to go through her old phone for the text. She said this went all the way until the charges got put on him. He was doing this, trying to reach out to her and, get her up until he got the charges. And then he stopped communicating.
So Megan he stopped communicating with her after he got charged.
Correct.
Okay.
Megan asked if she wanted her to include her in her statement that she was going to make. She said Kylie didn't want to be in the media, about the situation. And she said, I told her I would be thankful. I needed to be protected. So she said I was being threatened by, I was being threatened because there were rumors.
So she said that Meg had wanted Kelsey to join her in issuing a statement to the public at this point.
She was asking Kelsey, like, when I make a statement, my statement, do you want me to include you?
Okay, so she wanted to be included. Okay.
Yeah, and she wanted to be included. Because she felt like that would protect her, because she was starting to get threats and stuff, because she said that the rumors were going around that she was a shooter. She said, then my, okay. She said, then Megan went on Instagram and made a statement. She didn't say anything. I didn't do it. And she was looking for the post. It took her a while. And she said she read the post. Well, let's see.
Did she say what she told Megan? If you told her yes, I want you to include me, or no.
Yeah, she did. She said, I want you to include me. I'll be very thankful. And, you know, because she said she wanted to be protected. That's what she said.
Yeah.
So she was looking for the statement. It took a while for her to find the IG. Then she said the way she worded it is very important. So she was still looking for the post. They tell her to just read. So I guess they found it because she ended up reading it. It was she read it real fast, so I didn't write it down. But it was a public IG post of Megan. It wasn't the one where the green hair where she was like, Megan shot me. It was Tory shot me. It wasn't that. It was maybe the one where she had the picture of her injured foot. Okay, so then it says, when the public realized she didn't protect me, she's saying basically after this statement was made, they started attacking me even more. She said, so I made a post, and she read her statement, basically saying the one that said, I didn't shoot her. I was there though, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. She said she asked, and then Meg asked her, why did you say that? She said, that's not the way to say things. And she said, so there was, so they asked her, so there was a discord about the info coming out. And she said, yes. Or discourse. She said there was a discourse about the info coming out. She said, yes, there was discourse. And that was it before lunch. And that's that on that. And I gotta go. But
Okay, boo, get out of there. Thank you so much for this, boo. Hit us back. Good luck out there.
Love you. Bye.
That was Consciouztv. Speak shop. She got to get back into court, honey. She will be coming back. Grah. What's going on, Miss Jaguar? Right? Hey, boo. Oh my God, you guys. This shit keeps. Girl, I feel like we keep hitting a hard left, a hard right, a hard left, a hard right, bitch. I got whiplash, girl, from enduring this damn trial for the past 5 days. It's like, shit, this keep topsy turning. I'm going to go out on a limb right now and say, bitch, Kelsey told the fucking truth in that interview. You cannot make all that up. You can't make all that up. And then what she told prosecutors in the interview is consistent with the text messages that she sent to Justin, is consistent with the text messages she sent to Megan about her injuries and if she needed to go to the ER, to the urgent care to get treated because Tory had just popped off on her. It's consistent. When she got on stand yesterday and day before and was lying, okay, she was lying about telling the damn truth. Okay? My God, today I am shook right now. First of all, y'all, and I believe this. The only part that's missing for me in Kelsey's account is this whole narrative by alleged witnesses that there was a girl fight. Now, Kelsey did say she might have interpreted a bump between her and Meg as a fight. So I'm still willing to believe that there was something, maybe something happened between Meg and Kelsey. But for the most part, I believe this side of events. This sounds like exactly what the fuck happened, baby. I believe every motherfucking bit of it. I believe every bit of it, bro. Every bit of it. And you know what? A part of me has now a newfound respect for Kelsey because Kelsey was in bad bitch mode that night, baby. She was trying to. No wonder Kelsey is so mad. No wonder she's so fucking mad at fucking Megan for cutting her off because she had her back. She was trying to whoop that nigga ass for that bitch, okay? She was outside the mother. When she saw, when Meg was on the ground bleeding and Tory got out that fucking vehicle with the gun in his hand and was walking toward them aggressively, for Kelsey to stand her ass up in between him and motherfucking Megan and ready to, baby, that's bad bitch shit. I gotta take my motherfucking head off to that hole with that forehead. That is bad bitch shit, okay? She's swinging and banging on Tory. Her friend hurt on the ground, 10 toes down, baby. Pussy down. Then Quan gets out the car to apprehend Kelsey. Kelsey in, I'm about to fuck this whole motherfucking shit up mode, bitch. So he puts her back in the vehicle. She gets in the front seat. The car still crank. She starts fucking knucking and bucking on the gear, causing the goddamn hydraulics of the car to start bouncing and shit, causing all type of goddamn distractions, bitch. She was fucking determined to keep Tory ass away from her motherfucking baby. That bitch, girl, That's everything you need from a motherfucker in a distressing situation. Kelsey was showing her fucking ass. I can fucking respect all of that. I can respect all of that shit. Like, Kelsey was on straight G code. Straight G code. Man, she dropping locations. She reaching out to fucking the bodyguard. She calling everybody. She puts a nigga she talking to on an open line just so that somebody else can bear witness to what the fuck is going on. Girl, I am really shook right now. I am shook. But let me tell you something. Kelsey back is all the way up against the wall now because y'all know she signed the 1501. You know, they got Megan Thee Stallion tied up in litigations and shit. You know, they after her head. Jay Prince after Megan's motherfucking head. And Kelsey kind of tied up. You know, she from Texas, Fifth Ward, bullshit, and all of that grind. Okay, so she got a lot of fucking people pulling on her for their agendas. She got Megan, who need her to say, bitch, tell the truth. She got Tory Lanez girl, who I don't know why the fuck she would protect Tory Lanez at this point. I really don't motherfucking know. At some point, she had them soften her attitude toward his ass. Let him come to the hotel. She took his call from the jail. She received his apology, etc. Then, then, you know, this is whole $1 million shit. She confirms that, you know, she was throwing everything, girl. Money. Do you want me to invest in an eyelash business for you, bitch? You want to sell eyelashes, girl? I got you, honey. You want to sell flat tummy tea, girl, to the girls? I got you, boo. You want to sell bustier bras and shit, girl? Support titties and shit, child prosthetics, bitch. I got you, maybe. Miss Lyons, honey, was trying to secure the motherfucking bag on Kelsey's end, girl. Oh my god, y'all, I'm shook. I am fucking shook. Prosecutors played Kelsey's September interview, girl, and then shook the motherfucking wrong, girl. Oh my god, I can't take it. But this is untakeable, girl. Quan has been the middleman, the driver. I already told you guys that I did not feel like Quan was going to contribute at all. He is supposed to take the stand over the course of the next few days and all of that, girl. But because his loyalty is to Miss Lanez, we know that he probably gonna play the same bald-headed hoe antics that Kelsey did, girl. I ain't see nothing. I ain't hear nothing. I ain't see no evil. I ain't hear no evil. No nothing. Boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow. But she did say he was the middleman. He was the one that was kind of like, you know, trying to, you know, he was just the middleman, girl, okay? He was Tory's right hand nigga. Child, okay. Y'all, I'm just gonna drop the link, bitch. First come, first serve, honey. Y'all know it's gonna fill up quick. On the count of 3, bitch. I'm gonna drop this link. First come, first serve. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, bitch. I done dropped the link, Bosh. Rotate the link. Y'all come up here, girl. Get into it, y'all. I am fucking shooketh. I am shooketh right now. Oh my god, I'm shooketh. Shout out to Jaguar, right, you guys? I don't know who all in the building. Hey, Camille TV. Hey, y'all. What's going on? Oh my god, I don't know why I'm shook, y'all. I got anxiety right now. I am like shaking. This is too much. Oh my god. Okay, wait a minute. Everybody come in. Hold on. All right, child. Hey, y'all. Hold on. Everybody pushing through, girl. Side, what's going on? Hey, Reckless. Hey, everybody. Okay, so Reckless, girl, what? What is T? What you think about what Kelsey told prosecutors, bitch?
I think it's the truth. Reason being is because if you're lying, you're not gonna make everything up. But like my thing is, if you're lying, you're gonna come up with inconsistencies. The same way that we literally set up here, we dissected Megan's lies, and they were always inconsistent. And the thing is that It just so happens that when Kelsey's on the stand saying that she's lying or she lied in September, it just so happens it corroborates with Megan's story, and it also goes along with the evidence. It also explains why the urgent care, like you said, it explains her pictures of her missing her hair, her bracelet, all those other things. So I just think it's very much that she was telling the truth in September because it all matches up. No shade. That's it so far.
Okay. I
This
totally
is
motherfucking agree, bitch. Kelsey got me motherfucking shook, bitch. I might have to give that bitch a formal apology, bitch, because I've been going ham on her ass over the past 2 days, girl. But the way she got the situation set up in that interview, girl, like baby was in a whole Bruce Willis, Die Hard 3 ass energy, bitch. Baby, Kelsey was holding Megan the fuck down. Like, I be busting shots back to with that hoe. After, bitch, I done got my titties lopsided for you, bitch. I done lost my good city trends ass necklace, girl. Lay it out in the streets, girl. You know I just got a motherfucking pedicure and manicure done, girl. I laid all that shit on the line for you, hoe. I was about to drive the motherfucking car through one of these motherfuckers' mansions, girl, and you done cut me the fuck off and sent me the goddamn Texas with a goddamn EBT and housing voucher for a year, bitch. Oh yeah, fuck you too. I be mad as all motherfucking hell. Ray all day, welcome to the platform. What your thoughts is on this bombshell? Ray, can you hear me? I think you're on mute. Oh no, it's Faye. Yeah. Ray, can you hear me? Going once, going twice. All right, you guys. I gotta let folk get up in here. Miss Faye Love, what's going on? Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
Hey, Conscious. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
I just have a question. So y'all don't think they fought though, or is it just that Tory?
I'm thinking they did in the interim of one of those stops that there was a situation. Probably. You know, it might have been on the lighter end. But yeah, like in the interim.
Oh my God. Anytime I have anything planned, this is what happens.
Oh, what happened?
So I was gonna say to you too. What about this
Okay,
witness?
I'm gonna have to let you go, boo. Go ahead, Fayla.
Thank you. I was saying, what about this witness that said, like,
that he saw 2 females?
Yeah.
That's.
I think like what you were saying yesterday, I caught you live. You were saying that basically they both like kind of like denying it because they look foolish fighting over a bull.
Yes, I do think that that's the only part that
they both sticking to.
that they both are on girl code about. Yes, I think that they both on girl code when it comes to that love hustle and tussle they did. But at the end of the day, it all came together. They motherfucking assembled like the Avengers against Tory Lanez ass.
So what's not to cut you off, sorry. What is the reason for her to go up there and get immunity though? That's what's questioning me. Like I'm like, okay, you just won't just be answering the same thing you already said. It wouldn't even have went this far. She wouldn't have probably been in court this long if she had just did what she was supposed to do. So I'm confused at the immunity part.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You know,
we've been speculating
over immunity. It could be that she just feel like she helped to cover this up because she waited so long. That maybe she helped to, conceal a crime that she did witness, bear witness to. It's been speculation that maybe it was her gun that Tory discharged since there was all this thing about the gun being found next to her Louis Vuitton bag and blah blah blah.
Come on. They said that. They said EJ was the one that put all the stuff in the car and it was
all the shit in the car, right? Yeah. So then it was also that, like, did the gun belong to Megan or to Kelsey? Did the gun get transferred? Now, the thing about it, I don't know if do y'all think EJ would have transferred a gun? Because I ain't touching nobody.
I think so because Tory went straight to the gun. I'm thinking
right.
How did her hands get residue?
Yeah,
I'm waiting on. Like,
how
did it get so much on her?
But
they were fighting. They were fighting.
Yes, it was a lot of fighting and a lot of contact between her and Tory. So he pulling her by her hair, he yoking her up. Blah 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 blah. And Quan would have. And Quan would have been in the car when Tory discharged it, since Kelsey and Meg were already outside the vehicle. And remember, Quan came over to grip up Kelsey to get her from out of the middle of Tory and Megan. And then he also was in this tug of war with Tory when Tory came over to pull her out of the vehicle by her hair. Quan was trying to break up that spat too. So all of them made a whole lot of physical contact.
But that's true. But what happened was they said it was on her hands.
Well, that's only been a rumor. It hasn't been confirmed yet. But that is why the defense is trying to get Detective Stalkner back on the case. And he's supposed to be testifying on Monday because he dealt with the GSR situation and handled the gun and all of that. So he'll be able to give us the deets on that GSR shit. But according to Goddess Don Speak, she said that Kelsey don't even recall being swapped.
Right.
She don't recall even going through that process at all.
My sister works for a judge, and she's in.
One second. One last thing before I go, because I was
let's try to go in chronological order. Finish up, my love.
No, I was gonna say, because what happens when that comes about and they find out she had the most, is she gonna be considered the shooter? Like that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, if she got immunity, see, this is why she got to play her role with this immunity shit, because she got them trying to help her in the fucking situation, but she acting stupid because she panicking on stand. She panicking because she gotta be that bitch in front of Tory. Right. She already done received his apology. She done had these conversations with him and pretty much was gonna play street code. But now it's trial day, her freedom on the line. His team is throwing her under the bus. She still don't really want to give her up. She want to be true to her fucking word and not renege, because she already done act okay with him this whole time over the past 2 years. Now she gonna stand in court and look at him and say, yeah, he guilty. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So she nervous as hell. She knows she's gonna disappoint everybody. And then once again, her dude, I think his record label and shit is connected to 1501. And they after Megan on some legality shit with her contracts, some music contracts and all of that shit. So they probably expecting her to go in there and to throw Megan under the fucking bus. I think Kelsey is just in the middle. She's in the eye of the fucking storm.
Yeah, like a tug of war. Like
she's in the eye. She's in a fucking tug of war. Putting on her. It's too many fucking agendas at work. That's why she was saying yesterday that I got pressure. I feel pressured. But she wouldn't really identify where that pressure coming from. It's coming from everything. It's coming from everybody. It's all sides that she feel is pulling on her. And she's confused. She got anxiety. It's a hot motherfucking mess. And my God, today. But let me get to
okay.
Let me get to Marquez. I know you came up on the panel and set it off yesterday. I assume you're ready to get dragged around.
God, here we go.
Oh no! I can never get jagged. I can never get jagged.
Oh, okay. Well, what's going on, Marquez? Welcome to the platform. What do you think about what Kelsey divulged to prosecutors in her September interview?
That September, it's like you said, it was in September.
2 months ago.
If that's the case, then it should be very simple after that testimony that they should get a conviction. But again, for somebody that allegedly, I'd say allegedly, this person allegedly has an immunity deal. Why would you? It doesn't make sense to me. If this was going to happen, right? And if you're gonna do that interview, and the interview is out there, why would you take the immunity deal? That's where it doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
If you were going to do the interview and you knew the interview was out there, why go through all this hassle and just and show the interview? You would just let the interview happen, said Tory did it, and you would have moved on with your life and made your music. Why take the immunity deal? Why take the immunity deal? It makes no sense to me.
I'd like to speak to the immunity deal, because my sister, she works for a judge every day in court, and I asked her about the immunity deal, and my sister told me before Kelsey even got the immunity deal, she said that Kelsey would have had to tell them some information to let them know what she was going to give. She said in courts, she said, you give a proffer to see if the information that you have is worth the deal. She said, so she gave them information, and that's why they gave her immunity deal. The reason she's getting immunity is because, like all of them in the beginning, they all lied that night. Anytime you lie to an investigator, a police, that's against the law. You can't do that. Also, I think at the time, Kelsey hadn't taken the money, the bribe from Tory. I think she did that later, and that's why she decided she needed the immunity deal. But also, Presley was on your
That
channel
sounds believable.
yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Presley was on
Yeah.
your channel
Oh,
last
interesting.
night,
Yes.
and my sister said that with the immunity deal, it can be taken away, just like it's given.
Mm-hmm.
It can be taken away.
It's only
It's not
partial
something.
anyway.
Right. It's not something that's guaranteed. She said, but everything that Kelsey told them in that interview, before you get that immunity deal, they're going to check that out to make sure the evidence that they have or corroborations for other people matches what you say. They have to be able to piece together to confirm that what you're telling them is true. Kelsey wanted the immunity because she's lied several times to the police, to investigators before September. Also, now she's taking the money. So she needs
Before
that
September?
immunity deal.
You
Yeah,
said
I think
before September.
before
So,
September. Right. I
but
think
if
once
you're the
they found out,
defensive team,
one second.
all right.
I think before, when they found out that Kelsey was going to speak to the prosecution, and I think they pretty much thought that she was gonna be testifying against Tory. They also mentioned something about a meeting with Kelsey and Tory through the driver or whatever. I think a little bit before that, I think these things happen really quick. That Kelsey decided she was going to take the money. Once she decided she was going to take the money, I'm sure that her lawyers told her, before you speak on this case, you need immunity, so they can't come after you. And that's why she was given the immunity deal. Because when I first heard in court, she said she took the fifth when she got immunity. I asked my sister that. My sister said there is no fifth if you have an immunity deal. Immunity deal means you're going to come in court and tell 100% the truth. You're going to tell everything. And she even turned to the judge and said, do I have to answer that question? And the judge says, yes, you do have to answer that question. And then he told her, you need to speak to your lawyers. So they let her go speak to her lawyers. The last little piece, and then I'm done. As for how the everything transpired with Kelsey and Megan, once Rock Nation got involved, Megan has handlers, and they handled all of that. So I can understand Kelsey feeling kind of left out, because at that point, I'm sure Rock Nation told her, look, you need to cut off our communications with all these people. You need to just shut up and don't say anything. I think they were going to try to like Megan say, I think they were going to try to cover for all of them, so they all wouldn't have to get in trouble. And I think in the transition of that, Kelsey was she was kind of left out of it, and that's why she feels some type of way.
I don't
But
believe
but
that.
regardless,
I don't believe that
of
either,
I
because
that,
don't think
the
nobody don't
deal
Hold
was
believe
on,
that.
alleged
hold on,
Yeah,
before
it's a little,
wait a
September.
minute,
hold on,
wait a minute.
wait,
Last
hello,
point.
one at a time. Okay,
Last little point.
finish up, yes.
Okay. Regardless of all of that, though, Kelsey should have told the truth about Tory.
right.
This mess that she's doing on the counter is foul, no matter how you look at it. Because not only was Megan harmed and attacked and shot, you were beaten up by him too. So it makes no sense for you to get on this stand and lie for this dude that is violent and has a history of violence. I can't. I mean, Kelsey did great helping Megan. That's awesome and everything. But this mess she doing right now, letting a shooter get away, I can't with Kelsey. This shit is foul. Okay, I'm
I
done.
agree. And thank you for that, Talking Faces. C. Marie, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts.
Hey everybody. Okay, so yeah, I kind of agree with some of the things people say, but this is what I don't agree with about the handlers. If they told Megan not to talk to anyone, why wouldn't they tell her not to go on Gail King? Because that Gail King interview kind of screwed her. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? She was caught lying to the public on national TV. Like I don't think they told her not to talk to Kelsey, and if they did, she probably shouldn't listen. But I do feel like men know it's very easy to play women against ourselves, and that's what they're doing with Megan and Kelsey. Because although I think Kelsey was holding some information in that interview, the September interview, because of course, I mean nobody's going to tell the police 100% the truth. I think after that they start putting thoughts in Kelsey's head, like Megan do this, she say this about you, she talk, what I'm saying. They could have put any thoughts in her head, and now Kelsey like f her because to me, this whole immunity thing doesn't make sense because one, like someone was saying before, immunity is usually offered when you give up somebody. So she would have had to give up Tory to the prosecution for them to even offer her immunity. But now that she's on the stand, she's saying something different. It's like she's almost not afraid of perjury. And it's weird to me that they're not going after her for perjury, considering we bought you on stand, gave you immunity, and you are clearly lying. Like, how is she not under arrest for perjury? And it's just weird to me. Like, she feel like she has so much animosity or vitriol against Megan. I just feel like that somebody that got in Kelsey's head, probably her husband. Like I was saying, I think yesterday, it's funny to me how Kelsey went from a hot girl summer to now she's married with a child, somebody that's with 1501. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole thing is just kind of funny. But at the end of the day, I feel like they're throwing enough monkey wrenches in this that he's going to get off based on reasonable doubt because they don't have to prove that he didn't do it. They just have to make one or two jurors question, well, did he do it? I don't know because, Kelsey said this and this doesn't add up. That's all they need. All they need is one or two juries to have reasonable doubt and he's done. He's off. Like, but yeah, the whole
Now,
Kelsey
here's the
that
thing about, because she said that the pressure coming from the prosecution. I said yesterday that what probably made her ask for immunity as well is the fact that prosecutors told her, girl, we got enough shit here to also pin you for this crime as well. You got the
mm,
GSR on you. You found out that Tory Lanez was fucking Megan Thee Stallion.
Facts, facts.
You also have eyewitnesses from the community who said that they saw the flash from the muzzle go off closer to you than to Tory, etc. You better tell us something, or it's possible that we're gonna be prison swapping your ass with Tory Lanez. So for all we know, that might have been where the immunity came from. I'm sure they had to have that conversation with her. I'm sure they had to put her back up against the wall as well. Maybe she did have her own reasons for asking for immunity, but I'm sure that they also did their fair share in trying to secure her testimony against him, since they're the ones who picked up this case, not Megan. They are the ones who picking up this case with
you
Tory
know what,
Lanez. So
Conscious?
they are
So
invested. So they are invested in really having to solidify this.
I don't think that's what it was. I don't think they threatened her with putting it on her because think about it. They could they could try to charge her with anything. What if it was weed in the car? What if it was open bottles in the car? Like they could have been
Because
like,
all that
okay,
shit, it would have been charged
right, and that's what I'm saying. That's what
already,
they probably
and it
threatened her
wasn't.
with. They probably threatened her with like,
But why would
okay,
you do all that when you have something way more terrifying than a simple recharge and an open bottle charge like this? Girl, that's GS fucking R on your clothes. Like,
but
I
but
wouldn't even
remember
bother using any of that miscellaneous shit. I would go straight to the GSR
that,
because
but it's
here, this case is about who shot Megan.
Right.
no,
If I
it's
had
it's
to
not
have
it's
the
not
GSR all over your ass,
it's
My
is
not
sister said
enough.
they
miscellaneous
did.
when it's
They
something
threatened
that you
her.
could prove, like something that's concrete evidence. I could prove this. I don't need to take you to court for drugs in the car. But if in order for them to pin the shooting on her, and this is just my theory. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying this is what I think. I think maybe she has something on her, and that will be a more open and shut case. Like, look, we know we can get you for this for sure. There's no court, there's no nothing. You going straight to jail. The shooting thing, we might have to take you to trial. Yeah, you may win, you may not win. But it's just, I made the whole point to say this whole immunity thing is just fishy as hell to me, and it's really fishy that no matter what the reason was that they gave her immunity, that she is now on the stand. Just I don't know. I don't like it's in like I said, it's almost like she's not even afraid to go to jail for perjury. She's just like, I don't know.
Well, she
I don't
don't.
know.
Well, she didn't even know she could go, that she could
Right.
get charged until
Right.
yesterday when they told her, "Are you aware, ma'am, that you can be charged with perjury?" She didn't know, so they had to take another recess so she could talk to her lawyers.
Facts.
So
Kelsey did
she
not
didn't even know. She's
understand.
not even like aware of all the stakes here. She
And
has no idea what she's doing.
Definitely just
if Kelsey is that
winging it.
ditzy, I'm pretty sure these guys have gotten in her head and told her some stuff about Megan. Well, you know your girl said this, you know she did, and now that's why she just because remember after so this how the sequence of events, right? She had already been Megan had already been exposed for messing around with Tory before Kelsey ran to her aid once she got hurt, right? She was really that mad at her. She would have been like, I don't care if she got shot, fuck her, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like they had already hashed that out. They had already fought about it and everything. And even after that, remember, even after she found out about Tory, she still texted somebody saying like, texting Megan or someone is Megan's school saying, you know, oh, I'm hurt, you know, my anxiety, what should I do? Like they still had some form of communication. At this current state, these months later, it's like she just absolutely hates Megan with everything in her. And it's like, damn, how did you go from 20 to 100? Like, what happened in between?
She's got some help. 501. She got some
Right,
people in her ear.
1501. Yeah, and that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
1501. Yeah.
They putting bugs in this girl, and that her husband is a part of them. They telling her little things. Well, you know this girl. She once said this about you, and she did this,
Good
she did
songs.
that, and now Kelsey extra mad. She acting stupid on the stand, and she about to end up in jail. Because if I
Okay.
was
They
a
didn't.
prosecutor, go ahead.
And thank you for that. See, I want to get everybody initial thoughts, and we double back around. Ray, all day. Are you back, love?
Yeah, hey, can you hear
Can you
me?
hear me? Okay, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts
Thank
on
you.
bombshells today. I mean,
Ooh,
Kelsey was on her.
man.
She was on her Karate Kid shit. She was
Yeah,
on
but
her
now
Karate Kid shit when it came to the situation
yeah,
that
she
night.
was. But she switched up, so she, she's still on. She's still on my shit list as far as I'm concerned. However, back
Yeah.
then, yes, I'm happy to hear that she was trying to help out, her friend and employer. That's all fine and dandy. I know in the heat of the moment, sometimes we don't, sometimes we react, appropriately. Sometimes we
Are you
don't.
talking through some earbuds, boo? Because your audio sounds a
Yeah,
little. It sounds like a little feedback.
yeah. I'll take them off.
Okay. And thumbs up this video, you guys. Thumbs up. It's almost 2,000 of y'all in the building. Hit the thumbs up and the like. I will be dropping the link and letting more people come up. Oh, hold on, boo. I think we got some more. Okay.
Is that better?
Oh, that's way better. Thumbs up the
Okay.
video, you guys. I will be dropping the link again to let another round of you guys up to get into this, and make sure that you subscribe here. But go ahead, Ray.
I'm happy to hear the her so-called testimony back in September. I'm glad that they played it because it really adds credence and it gives a very clear and concise explanation as to what happened. Tory's BAN self is going down, and I hope he drops the soap. I
Ooh.
hope that he ends up looking like Little Fizz by the end of all of his term. Allegedly, let me say allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
And I am glad to hear that the judge ain't taking her BS that she's trying to pull. It sounds like she was paid off or is in cahoots with Meg, with some of Meg's enemies, whomever they are. The weapon form, but it ain't showing enough, ain't prospering. And I'm glad that it's working out in Meg's favor. I know we had a big blow according to her testimony the last couple of days. However, it seems like things are looking up, and I can't wait to hear the rest of the testimony, because Kelsey helped Meg in that interview. She tried to sway everything and put a monkey wrench. However, that didn't work. Ha ha ha. That ain't boo boo. And I'm so happy. I really am, because we all was like, oh my God, what happened? But as far as that,
I think you're feedbacking your phone, love.
okay. But
okay,
as
there you
far
go.
as that recording, that's all she needed. Thank you.
Yes, look, it's funny. It's funny how the tables turn. She got shook at the last minute, but the universe said, "Hell no!" So
hell to the no.
They so submitted that interview. It was admissible into court, and let me tell you, that is a kicker for the jury, because it's going to be a jury who's going to make this decision. And now they have Kelsey. They're able to take her eyewitness account of the violence that took place, her acknowledging who the shooter was. You have Megan, who took the stand, who also said that she saw her shooter. They have all this text message from Kelsey to the bodyguard, Kelsey to Megan. I mean, it's thick. And they haven't even gotten to the part of the trial where they're going to also be presenting surveillance and audio from I don't know whether this is door cam footage or what it is, but there's going to be all of that that's going to come into play. This thing going to get thick.
And it's also, and did you hear how Kelsey corroborated Meg, talking about Meg saw him shoot her? How she said Meg turned around and was looking, and that was that point between the third and the fourth shot. Boom.
Yep. Boom. That's it. You got two women who openly testified to this man shooting Megan. This is really, really, really fucking epic. So this is a whole different energy from yesterday's events. This is a whole different energy now. Wow. Totally agree, Ray. Thank you for that. Sweet Mom for Life. Hey, love, can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and color. Thank you for being here. Sweet Mom is another content creator, you guys. Please subscribe to Sweet Mom for Life on YouTube. Thank you for being here, sis. What are your thoughts on the shenanigans of today?
Before I give my thoughts, I just want to say thank you for allowing all of us to be up here to speak our thoughts, share our opinions. For everybody that's watching the live right now, please hit the thumbs up. Understand that when you hit the thumbs up, it doesn't cost you anything. You're just helping to share the live. And also, Consciouztv is not monetized. So if you guys are gracious enough, if you are gracious enough to hit him up on the Cash App, just for allowing us to be able to do this. And some of you are at work and you're listening to this. We wouldn't be able to do this without Consciouztv. So I want to say thank you so much for this. And
this actually got her name Sweet, y'all. Okay.
A lot of times people don't think about it like that. Consciouztv doesn't have to do this. He does not get paid off of YouTube for doing this. So anything that we can give is good. And also to the young lady that called in earlier with the information, I want to thank her, because without her information, we wouldn't be on this live right now. We wouldn't know all this. So
and that's why I want y'all to subscribe to Goddess Dawn Speaks. I listed her channel over on my community wall. So when you guys get done with this live stream, please go over there and subscribe and get into the teams.
Yes, thank you to Goddess.
She's been on the ground 5 days this week. She's been there every single day from the crack of dawn, getting into the things over there. And she's been bringing that information over here. She's also been sharing it on her own platform. So this is what happens when influencers stick together. Teamwork make the dream work. I'm with it.
Exactly. And a lot of times us being viewers, we don't know the work that it takes to do this. Yes. So
agreed.
I just wanted to say that this story can go so many ways. And with Megan and her friend, I understand Megan has done some Jezebel activities. And, Kelsey had Megan's back at one point.
Yeah.
But when Megan did not have Kelsey's back, I do believe that Kelsey decided to just say, you know what, F her. And I'm just gonna act as if I don't know what happened. But that's gonna backfire on Kelsey if she doesn't, well, obviously she didn't tell the whole truth. She doesn't remember everything that happened, which is really odd to me after she did that interview, that detailed interview. She mentioned that Tory physically abused her, pulled her hair, did this and this and that. And then all of a sudden she doesn't remember anything. I feel as if Kelsey is in fear. And I know you guys put yourself in Kelsey's shoes. Wouldn't you be in fear? You're dealing with people that are in the industry. We know that people in the industry have power. So therefore, either way, if she helps out Megan and says that Tory did what he did, she's still going to be in fear. I think that Kelsey decided that once Megan did not cover for her, or Megan didn't stick up for her when people were saying, what if it was Kelsey that did it? Kelsey said, F Megan, and that's why she's not telling the whole truth now. And
That makes sense.
yeah, like, because you feel like your friend betrayed you, so you're like, I'm not going to help you. But the thing about it is, people, this is a lesson for all of us. This is a lesson. Just because somebody does you dirty doesn't mean you got to do them dirty. You get more respect for being the better person. You get more respect, regardless of the fact, yes, she can go ahead and tell the truth, be fearful, but she could request for security or whatever it is, and they'll probably give it to her. My thing is, she had GSR residue on her, right? Now, it could have been Kelsey was under the influence, and once she found out that Megan and, her dude at the time that she was physically involved with were messing with each other, she probably was sick of it, and she knew that he had a GUN in the car. She grabbed it, and she probably, out of anger, pow Meg, and that is probably why what's his name? Daystar. That's probably why Tory ended up fighting her and pulling her hair, because, why would you do this? This is my GUN.
I agree.
And now, because we don't know who has the GUN residue on them right now, because when they did the questionnaire in the court, they did not give the woman enough time to state who had more residue on them. So what if Kelsey was
even
so
though
angry?
Tory's attorney has already put it out there before the trial that more GSR was found on Kelsey than on Tory, which is why they want Detective Stalkner asked to take that stand on Monday.
Oh, being that you just said that, Kelsey could have been so angry, and she was under the influence, that she could have done that to Meg, and Daystar, Tory, could have went and fought her for the GUN back. And he's like, yo, this is mine. Like, this is going to look like I did it. And
look,
Kelsey,
on yesterday, I completely entertained Sweet my own, because we've been digging off and we've been letting the pendulum swing. I know a lot of people here today who new to the channel don't know that in our coverage of this whole case over the past few months, that we've entertained all the alternatives. We've entertained Tory being innocent. We've entertained Kelsey being innocent. We've entertained them both being the villains. We don't entertain every scenario, but I was just saying on yesterday's live that there's enough here definitely to produce a motive for Kelsey as being the shooter. You are right. She was drunker than Dakota Brown. She was passed the fuck out at Kylie Jenner's party, like drunk boots. She did find out some extreme information while intoxicated. She would have had she would have lost all her inhibition, which is what alcohol tends to cause you to do. Is you ain't rational. All your subconscious is completely exposed. And in the extremity of finding out that Tory is fucking Meg, and according to Kelsey, this done been the third, fourth time Megan done backdoored her on a nigga. And there's all of that. There's a whole confrontation. It's possible because you got to remember, Tory been saying all I was trying to do was protect my girl. It could be possible that Kelsey went for the gun. She went for the gun. They both exited the vehicle. Maybe they got into a fight. What the witnesses claim they saw, the hair pulling, all of that shit. Maybe they strapped. Megan got her, not Megan. Kelsey got her motherfucking ass whooped. As a result of getting her ass whooped and getting whooped by a chick who fucking on the nigga she interested in, she went back to the vehicle, got a gun, shot. While she's trying to shoot the gun, Tory Lanez intervenes, trying to wrestle with her with the gun. He starts beating her ass up to get the gun out of her hands. And that's how him and her came into physical contact and had an altercation. That's how GSR would have got on the both of them. Both of their hands could have been on the motherfucking gun. Like, it's enough. When I listen to all the evidence and the witnesses and all of that, the reality is you can split this shit 50-50 down the middle. It just can go either way with Kelsey or Tory in terms of
exactly.
I agree.
But we're forgetting.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm so thank you, because I thought I couldn't say certain words. I just realized you're not monetized, so I can't say gun. But
yes,
I do believe I do believe that Kelsey could have been that angry. And you know that Tory had already admitted that I'm from Canada, I shoot people, blah blah blah. She could have seen that he had a gun and grabbed the gun and was just so pissed off at Megan for that, and you know, shot at Megan. But here's the thing. A lot of times people don't realize somebody could do something effed up to you and then act as if they didn't do it and try to help you. Like, oh, I just shot at you, but I'm over here helping you because I don't want you to know that I was the one that shot at you.
Yep.
You see how she messaged, everybody talking about Tory just shot at Megan. And but you don't remember that you sent that message out? That is so weird. So possibly it could be like this. Because a lot of times we will look at somebody's history. Tory has a terrible history. When, you know, they always say to people, believe who people show you who they are, right? We already know that Tory has sort of a syndrome. He has pride. He is very defensive when it comes to his pride being insulted, and he gets violent, okay? Now, automatically we might believe that he could have shot at Megan because of that pride, because Megan disrespected his artistry, and he's very talented, by the way. She disrespected his artistry. He could have shot at her, but at the same time, he could have threatened it, and then Kelsey could have taken the gun and shot at her based off of Kelsey's interaction with Megan, always sleeping with her men. And she did it out of anger, but right after doing it, she could have put it on to Tory. And now because it's Tory's gun, Tory is afraid that he's going to be pinned as the shooter because it was his gun. And she could get away with it. And plus, he's a man. So, like, most likely we're going to believe that the man did it and not her. And the fact that Kelsey decided to get that immunity, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes, and a lot of people are ignoring that. And a lot of people are ignoring the fact that that driver is not able to be, or found. What's going on? Did Tory pay the driver?
No. The driver has been found. He's supposed to take the stand as well. He's taking the stand to testify too in trial.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
he's going to be testifying. Corey Gamble, Kris Jenner's fiance, he's going to be taking the stand. Allegedly, Kylie herself might be taking the stand, but I know that Corey Gamble is going to take the stand, and the driver going to take the stand, and the detective who handled the gun, handled the GSR, all of that stuff, he's going to take the stand, and they're bringing another investigator back as well, who's going to be taking the stand too. So it's going to be a lot going on. I want to also say to Lethal Injection TV, who said that Tory hasn't said anybody was a shooter, that would be a blatant lie. Tory Lanez cleared Kelsey of being the shooter on social media when somebody had commented and said people are saying that Kelsey shot her. Tory Lanez said that's not true. Okay, he had cleared her, and I think that's a problem, Sweet Mouth for Life. All these people, it's like now the truth is muddy because this trial took so long to happen. This happened back in 2020. It's now 2022 going on 2023. Because this trial took so long to happen, all of them got caught up in their feelings. All of them made diss tracks. All of them said things throughout the year that might now have muddied up, the authentic events of that night. And now it's hard to backpedal because now we're kind of doing the reverse. Because now we got to make all the shit they did throughout the past 2 years, all the shit they said to each other, all the shit they said in live streams, all the shit they said on social media. We got to now backpedal through all of that to get back to what exactly took place.
That was
somebody else who said in the chat that we was just trying to hang Tory yesterday. Yeah, bitch, it's called a developing story for a reason. My perspective is going to change based upon the information that's presented. That's the way it should be. I don't have bias in information. So that's why I'm willing to change the way I see things based upon the information and the perspective and the angles and the data and how all that shit comes into play. So until there's a ruling, bitch, expect me to change it up again on Monday based upon what the hell is found, observed, seen by medical examiners, investigators, etc. Because I'm going to be pussy popping until bang, 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 bang.
Bang, bang, bang. Exactly. And at the end of the day, you have to look at it like this. It was Tory's gun. So if Kelsey was the one that shot, he's going to be guilty because it was his gun. So he could have fought her to get the gun back, pulled her hair, beat her ass up because he was pissed off that she put him in this position and he did what he did to her. And then she goes to Megan and says, he shot you. And I think that is really funny that you played that audio before your live of Kelsey's rap song saying, who shot you? She sounded real confident back then, but now all of a sudden you can't remember. Bitch, how you remember the small details, but you can't remember the major stuff? That's the question.
Yeah. We were saying that on yesterday, how you gonna pussy pop because you was on the stand for the past 2 days. You were so drunk, but baby, you knew that that Megan had a stank ass attitude. When you woke up, her demeanor was different. She was obnoxiously laughing. You knew who was still at the pool party. You knew everything about how Tory messing with Megan sexually came into the equation once y'all got back into the car. You remember everything that you experienced emotionally, everything that was relevant to you and your pain. But then everything that happened to Megan, oh, I don't remember. Oh, I didn't see. Oh, I only heard. Oh, I plead the fifth. Oh, I need immunity. Boo. Selective memory much? For sure. For sure. And that's why prosecutors got her ass because she even looked. The pussy popping antics was even obvious to the judge. That's why he permitted them. Yeah, go ahead and submit that interview because it's clear that she's lying about the truth. It's clear that now she's on some other shit. So go ahead and run that. I wasn't gonna let y'all run that initially because she switched up. But now that she's absolutely doing the most and it's clear that she's lying about the truth she told to investigators, go ahead and run her interview. We gonna
yes. I'm so happy that they did that. And the thing is, because everybody has told little white lies, they all look guilty. But I do believe that Megan didn't want to speak on her sleeping with Daystar or Tory Lanez because she was embarrassed. But I don't think that she lied other than that. As far as everything goes, if you guys look at the illustrations, the drawings throughout the court, you could see that the judge is just irritated with Kelsey. Yeah. You could see, like, he has his hand over his head, like, oh my God, Kelsey is making me.
My life. When Goddess Dawn came in here yesterday, I don't know if it was yesterday or day before, but she said that when old girl was pussy popping on the stand and she had looked to the judge and was like, I can't do this. She said the judge looked at Kelsey with a blank stare and just looked at her while allowing the defense to continue to grill her motherfucking ass. Like, he was done with Kelsey. Done.
Yes.
But it was also, Goddess Dawn said also, Kelsey and her attorney had a private meeting with the judge in his chambers too about why she wanted to plead the fifth. The defense couldn't get her to give up why she wanted to plead the fifth on those questions, but she told the judge privately with her attorney in tow why she was pleading the fifth to certain questions that were asked to her. So the judge knows something that we don't know as of yet about the nature of, those questions and why she didn't. But it's very interesting shit.
Well, they better be careful. Do you think that maybe Tory and Kelsey could be put at risk to where both of them can serve time because of this? Because at the end of the day, Kelsey is not telling the truth. Because if you could remember minor things about this incident, really minor things, but you can't remember the major ones, it speaks volumes. And again, I'm sorry for taking up so much time. I just wanted to make a point that, you guys, just because somebody does you dirty, understand, what Megan did was messed up. But at the same time, just because she did her friend dirty, that does not mean that her friend should do her dirty, as if her recollection of this entire thing just disappears. Come on now. Like, you would get way more respect if you tell the truth, Kelsey. Tell the truth. I mean, I don't know if it's too late for her to speak out, but she's going to have to reap the repercussions of her acting as if she doesn't remember anything, because the jury is just like us. They're regular people just like us, and they're viewing this as if this is a bitter friend that is just angry at Megan right now. And she's like, you know what? You didn't help me out when people were dragging me on the internet. So, bitch, I'm going to allow this shit to go this way. And maybe the case might be shut down because we're not going to be able to know who did what.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to add to that. I was telling Reckless last night that I think that Kelsey might have even made shit worse for Tory. She calling herself trying to play both sides. She don't want to do enough to incriminate Meg. She don't want to do enough to incriminate Tory, and she don't want to do enough to incriminate herself. She's trying to play all three sides, but really, by her pussy popping so hard and making it so clear that she was lying and that she actually did tell the DA, the prosecutors, the real truth, but got in court and sung a different tune, that to the jury, that can also influence them to believe, like that can make it even more real. The plight that Tory is the shooter, even more real, because look at this woman clearly trying to protect him. Clearly she's scared now. Clearly she may even be afraid that he may even come after her. Like, this now actually makes the situation worse for Tory. She inadvertently might have did that trying to actually protect him, but might have raised even more speculation about the plight that the prosecutors are trying to establish, which was that Tory Lanez pulled the trigger and shot this woman. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of that play out. I want to thank you for your talking points, Sweet Mouth for Life. You can stick around as well, because
yes, I'm here. I'm going to be I'm be in the comment section. But you guys, again, understand, he is not monetized. If you guys are gracious enough to share whatever you can through Cash App, it would be well appreciated. Or if you can't do that, at least hit the like button. That's all.
Period. Thank you so much, Sweet Mouth for Life.
Thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate
you.
you.
I appreciate you too. And make sure you guys subscribe to Sweet Mouth for Life on YouTube, because she does amazing content. Nell C, welcome to the platform. Can you hear me, love? Your thoughts on today's shocking events?
Yes, I can hear you. And oh my gosh, like, it's so, like, this is sad. Like, I don't know if not, like, this is really sad because basically what she stated was she was really basically ready to die for Megan if she stood in between the two.
She was. She put her motherfucking life on the line.
Damn.
That nigga
That's
had a
like,
whole gun in his hand.
wow.
Kelsey
That's
was
why
about
she's
that
doing this.
fucking life. She was on her fifth ward shit.
Right, right. Yeah. I mean, I can totally
That
see
explains
it
why
right
she feels
now.
so betrayed.
I do believe the story that she told was true. I
Mhm,
do believe her and Megan are staying on girl code about the first
mhm.
stop about them getting in the
Yeah.
fight.
Mhm,
Period.
mhm,
Neither
mhm.
one of them. We're not even going.
Yep.
Let's not even go down that
Right.
alley. Let's not even
Mhm.
throw that myth out. Let's not even throw that narrative out because really it's a narrative. So they both admitting taking that out or whatever. And then the second stop or whatever, that's when I think when everything just really just popped off between Tory and what's that girl name? Kelsey.
Mhm.
That's why now it makes sense why Kelsey is so mad. One, she was ready to die for you, literally. She
Yeah.
said it.
She put it on the line.
Two,
Mhm.
yes. Two, once everything stopped, Tory and Megs are the stars. So money gonna keep flowing for them.
For
There
sure.
was no money flowing for her. She lost her job. She had nowhere to stay. And when she
Even though
finally
Meg
get
did pay for her to get her apartment back and
yeah,
cover
afterwards,
for a year.
not initially. So she didn't know where that money came from. It wasn't until she kept asking her, then she was like, okay, here. So
Mhm.
it wasn't just initially. So she probably felt like, oh my God, everybody shut me out. I can't get in touch with nobody. I'm not a Hollywood star. They are.
And
They those two are Hollywood stars.
and
I don't have nowhere to
I think
go.
that because Meg was so drunk that night, I think she doesn't have a full comprehension
Right.
of the lengths that Kelsey might have went through to protect her. And because that part is a big blur to her, because like she said she didn't witness, you know, she didn't witness a lot of shit between Tory and Kelsey for obvious reasons. She's
Mm-hmm.
drunk now. She's injured. She's in a state of shock. She got her own experience happening
Mm-hmm.
to her. She's completely removed now from everything
Right.
else that's going on. So so because that's removed from her, I think that probably aided in why she was kind of seemed to be so cold toward Kelsey from Kelsey's perspective. And I want Kelsey to consider that though, that at the end of the day, Meg was shot. She experienced trauma. I do understand why Kelsey is so fucking mad. Anybody would be hurt and mad and upset and betrayed, etc. I totally get it. But but outside of like the way Meg kind of handled things initially, like Kelsey wasn't allowed into the hospital to see Meg when she came back from the police
Mm-hmm.
precinct. She immediately had a ticket booked back to Texas. She didn't even see Meg again. After this whole thing, I know that probably sent Kelsey into a state of shock because she had her own trauma experience in the situation.
Right.
And then she can't even bond with the chick who she shared that experience with, and she
Right.
lost her job, and she got to figure out her livelihood and her income. Like her whole life is now changed.
Right.
And
Exactly.
friend is all this shit. So I understand Kelsey shit fully. It's just a fucked up circumstance for both of them to have been in. It's so unfortunate. But I'm
Yeah.
continuing with this.
But and another thing after that, I don't know who said that, but I know yesterday that was me that sort of kind of brought up the 1501 thing.
Yeah.
I still think that took place though.
Yeah.
I still
I do
think
too.
afterwards that now even 1501, because she's talking to them now about what happened. They're not saying anything, but she's talking to their team about what happened. So then you got the social media, and all Kelsey is seeing was the same thing that we're seeing on social media. So now she's thinking like, oh my God, like I was really ready to die for this girl, and this girl threw me under the bus. Like she's not clearing my name. She's not. So then it's now those whispers in her head from 1501,
Mhm.
because she wasn't with them until after this whole situation made the song, did this song, both of them did. And you also have to realize that Megan is also in the whole contract thing with 1501 too. So it's not surprising that she went in there, told the truth. This was the plan all along, to sort of kind of throw a monkey wrench, go in there and tell the truth at the thing, and then come back in there, get her immunity so she won't go to jail for the big thing because they can implicate her, and then play stupid. But she didn't know about perjury, so that's where she fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the only reason why she would play. I don't know. She don't know because 1501 is telling her I don't know. And really, she's stuck in a bad situation because I do believe, like the lady said previously before, she is afraid for her life. Yeah. Everybody around her got money and ties to make you disappear and make it look like something else.
But do you think it's more so her life or more so her future and potential in the business that she wants
that part of it, yes,
so desperately?
I think it's the business part, but I also think if she didn't answer the way that they wanted her to answer,
right,
that's gonna be a problem.
Absolutely,
that's gonna be a problem. And you have to realize she just had a baby with this guy. She just, she all this other stuff. And then you think about it, if that's really her husband, if something comes up and they're investigated, he can't get on a witness stand because that's her husband.
Yeah.
Boom. That's another thing. So if she does, quote unquote, something happen to her and their team is investigated, he does not have to take the witness stand.
Yeah.
So it's a part of her life too. And Megan she don't have to deal with that part. Yes, she got to deal with what people say about her in the media, right? But she don't necessarily have to sit in it with, like Kelsey got to sit in it, because literally she is glued to the team that don't like Megan.
Yeah. And she's sitting at a lower end of the pyramid, and
there
she doesn't have as much immunity and protection as Megan does at the top of that pyramid.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. That's what I think.
And that's why I said earlier, she's in a tug of war. Kelsey is in the eye of the storm. She got a lot of agendas swarming around her. And that's why she keeps saying, I feel pressure. It's easy for her to say the prosecution is pressuring her, but I don't think that's the only variable. She just can't put a name. She can't slap an address on the rest of it because the rest of it is too close to home.
And she can't say 1501 in my husband.
She can't say 1501.
Like they're sitting right there. They dare you to say that. Of course she can't say that. So it's almost like she's trying to give them clues, like, hey, I feel pressured. I don't even think it's the prosecution that she's pressured by, maybe initially. But I really think 1501 is truly pressuring her to fumble the ball on this case. Because they're trying to do it at all costs for Megan to go down. Yeah. They want her to lose her credibility.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They want her to look like a villain in the media. And all it takes is Tory Lanez got off. Megan was
and that's it.
It was too many lies.
Yep. And that's it.
And Kelsey put herself in that situation.
Yeah.
She did put herself in that situation, but at the same time, I don't think that she fully thought that it was gonna play out this way. She thought once she got that immunity, she thought that she could sit on the stand and say, I don't know. She didn't even know what perjury was.
Right.
So absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she is in a tug of war. I will grant her.
So what should she do? If you was her right now in this situation, what would you do?
If I was her, oh Lord have mercy. Okay.
If you had done fucked up the church's money like this and you was right at this point, what would you do?
Well, see, my initial thing is I would have sung like a canary in the first place. We ain't even getting to perjury. We ain't even getting there. I don't care what. I understand her hurt, but sometimes as just being in your emotions, you react totally different than thinking rationally. Right now, I don't think she's really thinking rationally. y'all have to realize when this case comes back up, she got to relive it and relive it and relive it and relive it. After reliving it for the past 2 years. And this is when it really counts that she has to relive it. So if I was in a situation, I would have sounded like a canary in the first place. But what I will say is that I can understand her feeling like she's stuck. Like she don't know. 1501 is right here in the courtroom. So if I say something about them, they about to get me. The prosecutor in the courtroom, if I say something against them, they gonna get me. And that's literally what happened. They're going to get her.
Facts.
But she stayed loyal to 1501. That's what you can see what a loyalty is.
And Teresa
Tory
said that the
team.
CEO of that Tory Lanez and the CEO of 1501 was at a nightclub together back in April of this year.
They're friends. Y'all got to realize that. They're friends. They have been talking about this case for the last 2 years. They done already prepped Kelsey on this. I guarantee you they already prepped Kelsey on this. But I do think, like the lady said, the money exchange came after she gave her testimony too.
Right. And I want to respond to Ghostwriter, who said, it's possible that neither Kelsey or Megan or Tory fired. It was probably someone totally off the radar. That would be inconsistent with GSR being on both Tory and Megan. That would be inconsistent with Megan and Kelsey identifying Tory as the shooter. That would be inconsistent with Kelsey telling Justin, Meg's bodyguard, that Tory just shot her, had just shot Meg, etc. So we know that the shooters are either Kelsey or Tory. That's why the GSR shit is so significant and why they want to bring the detective Stogner onto the stand on Monday. So we can get some of these other like miscellaneous, voidless narratives just like out of our heads. The shooter was on deck, and the shooter is either Tory or Kelsey. Only one of them. It ain't came from nobody on the outside. Ain't no neighbor shot. White supremacy didn't pull up and start shooting at their ass. No, none of that. The shooter is either Tory or Kelsey.
Yeah.
And it's clear they knew where the gun came from because in the recording.
And the gun was also found in the vehicle.
Front
and that gun and the bullet casings were all connected to the same gun.
And Kelsey said Tory hopped in the front seat. She don't know how he did it. The reason he hopped in the front seat, because he knew the gun was under the seat in the front seat. We have to remember that too. That came out.
Oh my God, you are right.
Yes.
You're fucking right. I'm talking for every member. When Goddess Dawn came up here and she said, remember Tory reached for the console when he was threatening to shoot them initially when they was had first got into the vehicle and was arguing that he had threatened to also shoot her. But Tory was in the front seat then.
And Kelsey said she don't know. How did he get up there so fast? She said, I don't know how. The reason he got up there so fast because he knew he was about to get that gun. That's why he hopped up there so fast.
Right.
That's why he is the shooter. And why would you pull a gun? Nobody pulls a gun unless you're gonna use it. To me, there's no dispute that Tory Lanez shot Megan. Kelsey also said in that recording, she said Tory got mad when Megan brought up his career. And then I was on who was that? No Jumper on here. It was somebody said that in the courtroom when they brought that up on the stand, they could see Tory get enraged sitting in the courtroom. That man shot her. He got the gun. It wasn't in anybody's bag. That was Tory's gun. He knew where it was. That's why he hopped in the seat when Megan and Kelsey were out the car.
Out the car. And remember, y'all, there was a lot of musical chairs going on because there had been other stops prior to the final stop.
And plus, on top, remember, it actually does make sense. Remember when I had my Nicki versus Megan Thee Stallion, and I was breaking down the lyrics, and you remember it was one lyric in Megan Thee Stallion's song. It says, "I don't do something about musical chairs," and I was like, what do you think what that was about? And you was like, oh, it's probably about Kelsey them.
Period. Yep. That's true. That's right. That makes motherfucking sense. That makes sense.
And if
And remember, you guys, this gun was also green, and ironically, green is Tory Lanez's favorite color as well.
okay, that's it.
Oh,
And
you know, it's a lot of circumstantial evidence too.
but if you listen to what she said in the interview, it makes sense. And like somebody else on the panel said, it corroborates what Megan said. It just sounds logical. It makes sense. This stuff that they're throwing up, and this was the goal all along, was to mess it all up, goop it all up, and make people, I don't know what to believe. This was the goal from the very beginning. And Kelsey, I do not feel sorry for her. Nobody told her to go get with 501. I mean, 1501. Nobody told her to do that. Kelsey, it's clear she makes bad decisions because she went from one bad decision to the next bad decision. And this is over for Kelsey.
But
She
she did
cannot
that
go
on
back.
purpose because she was trying to get back at Meg. That's when she was upset with Meg too.
And I believe that. I do believe that you are 100% correct by that. But in the process, she has messed herself up. And my sister said this. She said these defense attorneys and prosecutors, she said, when you mess them over in a courtroom and make them look bad, she said they come at you with both barrels blazing. They said Kelsey just didn't know what she's in for after she did it.
And that's what she get for adhering to a bunch of other motherfuckers who didn't have to take the stand. Whether it be 1501, because at the end of the day, she's gonna be the only one to bear the consequences. And not only does she have the double barrel now of the prosecution, she also has all of the goddamn smoke from Tory's defense, who are absolutely trying to pin this on her in order to get his ass off.
Facts. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. That's exactly what they're gonna try to do. Not what's gonna happen, but what they're gonna try to do. Is to pin this on her now, because everything was released, and
it's
not omitted.
It's more to come.
So
witnesses, a testimony that the flash, had went off closer to her, etc. Now I know a lot of people saying, well, doesn't that mean that Tory Lanez is whatever? Okay, it going off closer to her. That just means that her and Tory would have been in close vicinity to this gun. Now, why she had that close vicinity, she could have been intervening. For all
that's what I believe.
She was trying to intervene. Anything in terms of why she was closer to the flash.
I did think that she was trying to intervene. I think once she saw the gun, the whole fact of Tory sleeping with, she wouldn't think about that. She was thinking about survivor mode. Oh, hell no. If she said she stood in between them,
and guess
which
what?
I know what she's talking about, to almost like cover somebody, she was willing to get shot. So I do think that she was trying to intervene, and I think that's why it actually hit the floor and not necessarily hit her anywhere else.
Right. And guess what? And Tory Lanez, he was smart. If it's true that he was begging their ass to he strategically placed that fucking gun where it was. Because it didn't go back in the console or wherever the hell it came from. Most niggas
I think he came to start to be a menace anyway. I don't even know why. This is why some menace type of dudes need to just stay from girls. From girls' night out. Like, I really think. I think that you said this yesterday. If he would have never came to the party, they would all got home safe. None of this would have happened.
None of this would have fucking happened. He came there. He did the most. It got gaslit. But look, y'all, I know a lot of y'all want Tory to be innocent. And look, even a broke clock. Look, sometimes the villain ends up as the victim too. This may be the one fucking time Tory Lanez is in fact the fucking victim. But once again, if you consider all sides and everything that's played out in this fucking case, literally it can go either fucking way. But the only fucking reason why a lot of people are yielding more toward Tory being a shooter is because, unlike Meg, Tory has a consistent pattern of violence and pathological line, not just within the situation with Megan, but also outside of it. He just wrapped up litigation with Prince from Love and Hip Hop Hollywood, from when he punched Prince in the mouth in the middle of a club.
And you got
He
to
also
realize
jumped
that
on the rapper Dax. He also tried to fight Travis Scott. He also beat the shit out of August Alsina and told y'all that he was in the motherfucking studio minding his goddamn business and didn't know what this crazy light-skinned nigga was talking about. And then the goddamn footage resurrects of him running away from the fucking altercation and high-fiving niggas on the way out. Okay, so yeah, we can clock Megan about some of the shit she chose to maybe intentionally lie about or just didn't think was any of y'all's motherfucking business, like what dick she was riding. But at the end of the day, Megan does not have the same fucking consistent pathological lying and string of violence that Tory Lanez does. I had asked some of the guys who maybe believe that Tory Lanez is innocent to hit the stream. We do have Red Clark here. He might be one of those guys. Welcome to the platform, Red Clark. Red Clark, what are your thoughts on the shenanigans of today? Can you hear me, Red Clark? I think you're on mute, sir. You got to unmute yourself, sir. If you can hear me, Red Clark. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Is it just me, or is this audio breaking up, or is it just me?
No, it's breaking. His audio's breaking.
It's breaking up. Your Boost Mobile is not Boost Mobile in Red Clark. No, it's breaking.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Can y'all hear me now?
Straight talking straight.
I'm in the country, man. My fault. But
okay, cool.
But no, like what I was saying is, I feel like the whole situation has Meg and also Kelsey has inconsistencies in their stories, and that that makes me raise my eyebrows to it, because like I think you said, like, if Tory would have not came to the party and not did the most, but from the reports, Meg told Tory to come to the party. And when Tory came to the party, he was doing his little diddy bop with Kylie. He was probably doing the most, flirting or whatever, boom, boom. AJ said that they told them to leave. They left. They left with Quan, Meg, and Kelsey was on the way to the hotel or whatever. Meg said that she left her slipper. She had to go back. Meg, you're a fucking millionaire. Like, you can buy another slipper. Oh, you really want a slipper? No, she like, damn, this leprechaun ass nigga over here just smashed me the other night, and he trying to get on her, and I'm leaving him at her crib. She came back cutting up. Meg didn't not one time say that Kylie kicked them out. In her testimony, she said that she don't remember that. But Kelsey said verbatim, she said, bitch, tell me why Kylie said we got to get the fuck. Okay, Meg, why did you leave that out of your story? Like, that's a key point of the story. So she did the most. They started arguing in the car. Okay, Tory spilled the beans of, okay, you taking up for Meg, but she been smashing me the whole time. Okay, they start arguing, boom, boom, boom. They stop the car. This is where it gets kind of iffy. This is where it's like, okay, what happened? All right, so I feel like they hopped out the car. Meg and Kelsey, it makes sense why they would be fighting. It makes sense. Like, like, it makes sense, So the GSR is on both Tory and Tory and Kelsey. For the GSR to be on both of them, that they would have to be behind the gun. So for her to be like she was trying to guard Megan or whatever, I'm not really buying that narrative. I feel like, because also too, if you remember, Kelsey, that they asked Kelsey, did Tory say he would shoot you? She said yes. And then the lawyer asked, what was the context in which that statement was made? This is when she pled the fifth. And she pled the fifth because the testimony would have incriminated herself. So maybe it was threats all the way around. Like, all right, since y'all want to play, like, I'll shoot you. And then he probably like, shit, I'll shoot you. Like, you know, like something like that. I feel like they was fighting. She grabbed a gun from the shoot Meg. He intervened. They're fighting over the gun. And that's how I think it happened. More so than, because if also he called her from jail. If a nigga just shot you and your friend and beat the fuck out of you and shot your friend, why would you answer the jail phone to collect call from him?
I'm gonna tell you why, Red Clark. Tell me what you think about this, because we gotta remember, Kelsey, in terms of Meg and Tory, is the only person who isn't a celebrity. Okay. So I think this is where the power of clout is having its influence.
Okay, talk to me.
I mean, so what you think about that? Simply, simply she answered the phone because it's clout. Like, this is a celebrity. Yeah.
Okay. Facts.
Yeah, he just did some fucked up shit, but this is a nigga with money. This is a nigga got connections. I'm working in the he in the industry. I want to sustain a long career in, etc. So yeah. Now, if this was a regular Pookie from McDonald's, I ain't answering that raggedy nigga phone number, but I'm answering the phone for clout, even though he did the most.
I can see that. Granted. So let's go into the conversation, the context of the conversation. Okay, if Tory just shot Meg or whatever, and he's like this aggressive type person, why would she tell him the hospital in which that they're at? You know, why would she be? And then he was like, I'm sorry. And people like, well, he apologized. He never.
Well, because they were trying to cover it up. They didn't want the story to get out. If you haven't noticed that yet, like Megan had been lying the whole time to the police, so it won't get out. So it's almost like they were trying to scramble for a story, so they can all say the same thing.
Yeah, and then also Kelsey was like, Meg's team is all over this, and also Rock Nation contacted Tory and told him don't make any statements. This is when it gets kind of okay. Well, like he's like, okay, I'm not gonna make any statements. So while they're telling him not to make any statements, this is when it comes out in the media like Tory shot Meg, Tory did this to Meg, and boom, boom, boom. So he's like, why they telling me not to make statements when they're bashing my name in that type of way? So what I'm saying is, I just feel like if I was a juror, I'd be like, damn, Meg, like, the Gayle King thing, like, she asked you was y'all sexually active and you lied about that. You understand saying you don't remember going back and getting into it with Kylie or doing the most at Kylie's. You're saying that you don't remember get into altercation in the car and how that went. You don't remember these things, and y'all said how Kelsey saying that she don't remember a lot of things. Meg is doing the same thing too, and let's also consider that there was a lot of alcohol consumed that night.
But we gotta remember, Red. Is one thing that Meg and Kelsey do agree on, and that's that Tory shot Meg, and that is represented in Kelsey's initial text messages to the bodyguard Justin, who she said help, Tory shot Meg. That's consistent with what she texted Meg the same day that Tory whooped my ass. He dragged me out the car. I got neck, back, and feet and elbow issues, etc. And that's consistent with. And Meg also said she turned around and saw it. And in her interview to prosecutors in September, Kelsey told prosecutors that when Tory started shooting at Megan, that Megan did look not only at Tory, but Meg looked at her as well while she was kind of frozen, in place while he was shooting at her. So you got two women who might got their own separate female shit going on in the situation, but there's evidence regarding Kelsey acknowledging Tory as the shooter, and Megan done testified and acknowledged him as the shooter.
And I saw that. I saw but they also asked her, Kelsey, why did you text that to the thing? And her thing, I was trying to protect myself. Protect yourself from what? And also they had a body cam. They played a body cam audio of Kelsey saying, "Oh my God, I'm hyperventilating." And Tory telling her like, calm down, like that, like they don't know what happened. So if Tory was the and also Kelsey say after Meg got out the car, Tory went to go consult her. You know, like she said, Tory went to go consult her. She stayed in the car the first time the car stopped. I think it was the first or the second time the car stopped. Tory went to go consult her. So I'm saying if Tory is such this aggressive guy and he beat the hell out of Kelsey after they also showed the photos of them in the precinct after when they was doing the GSR thing. If a nigga, I don't care how small a nigga is, if a nigga just beat the girl up, pulled her hair or whatever, wouldn't her hair be, messed up in the photos if this happened right after? You see what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
nah, because you got to remember, she wasn't taken. They weren't taken down necessarily for a crime, but for questioning.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to remember, Kelsey would have had time to adjust herself. She would have had time to put her hands through her hair, comb her hair in place. Of course, she wasn't going to let all this transition happen. And she moving from vehicle to the precinct, from room to room. She ain't going to go as a woman. She ain't gonna pat, and she got access to her hands. She ain't gonna do all that movement.
Would you think that that's going through her head after this?
Wait a minute. She ain't gonna transition through all that and allow her hair to be standing up on her head like a damn wild woman. As much as black women give a fuck about their hair, she gonna take her hands and comb through her hair. She gonna adjust herself as much as she can to look to whatever level of presentable she can. So I'm not surprised that some of those images she looks kind of intact. Because of course,
didn't she say
I'm a nigga, I'm gonna do the same thing. Like if I
didn't she say
if
that
I have the means to not look raggedy, I ain't gonna look raggedy.
Did she say that did she say that Tory beat her up in court?
Yeah.
Did she testify?
Not only did she say, she told prosecutors that yes, he beat her up. They have the text messages she sent to Meg acknowledging that he beat her up, and then they showed the images of her injuries in court day before yesterday. She had a bald spot in the top of her head. She had scratches and bruises all on her leg. Her arm was fucked up. And they showed all that shit on the big screen.
But who's to say Meg didn't do that? Is what I'm saying.
Okay, who's to say it? Is Kelsey who's saying Tory did it. That's who's to say it.
She told prosecution that in September. But yesterday, she said she lied to prosecution because they were hounding her.
Right.
She was like, why did you lie to prosecution? Did you lie to prosecution because you thought that they would be, off your trail? You would be off the case. And she was like, yes, like prosecution was coming to the house. She hung up on the detective, like the detective called her. She hung up in his face because she didn't want to talk to him. She just didn't want to be bothered by the whole thing. Prosecution is trying to build a case on this man and trying to get her to cooperate.
But remember, Red, the judge allowed that interview to be admissible because the courts don't even believe that Kelsey, they don't even believe her amnesia. They now believe that what she told prosecutors back in September was the truth, and what she's doing now is pussy popping for whatever reason. Maybe she's afraid for her life. Maybe she's been bribed. Maybe whatever. But by that judge allowing that interview to be admissible now, because initially he didn't, but because Kelsey maintained her pussy popping for 2 days, because they took a recess after they told her, hey, you do realize you can commit perjury, right? So then he had resumed litigation until the next day, which would have been yesterday. And then she continued to pussy pop. So it became clear to the judge, to the courts, that okay, you are literally trying to throw a monkey wrench in this shit. So what I'm gonna do is admit that interview in and allow the jury to hear all of this and to bring that into deliberation.
All right, and I got a question. All right, so we all know that she said she ain't talked to Meg since the house thing. The house, she got her a place to stay or whatever. So Meg got her a place to stay after the situation. But let's say Tory would have got her a place to stay. Wouldn't that be considered as bribery, or do you think that it would be deemed as him bribing her? Even though Meg did the same thing, but why isn't it looked at like...
And Meg is the bigger context because she was working for Meg. She had subleased her apartment to move out to LA to be a personal assistant to Meg. So it would have made sense for her boss to make provisions since her job now had been terminated. And she was sent back flying to Texas on Spirit Airlines. So I think there's more of a sensible context for why Meg had to deal with that, because Meg not only was her friend, but Meg was her employer. And she made all those provisions around her lifestyle to accommodate her job working with Meg. So it kind of was Meg's responsibility to kind of get in that and to situate things for Kelsey. But if it would have came from Tory, for sure, because there ain't no other context other than bribery for why he would have been hopscotching all over Kelsey and trying, oh, do you need help with the business? You need your rent page? You need a mortgage? You need a Lamborghini? You need a new red bottom? Do you need your hair done? Your nails done? In vitro? Like, what the fuck you need? It definitely would have looked, definitely on the, okay, clearly he's trying to play the, silencer game. Oh, I think the red is gone. Okay, a Queen intro. Welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts?
I'm gonna wait for the man with the report who did the initial reporting. I want to see if Kelsey's train of speaking is similar or fitting to what she said in September, because I'm still really confused at the play of it. I didn't at first have, I was on the fact that Tory, even though I'm a fan of Tory's, I was on the fact that I felt like Tory did it at first, but just Kelsey's demeanor, attitude, I kind of feel like she went in and sold what it took to protect herself because she did something, is my feeling. So I'm not in between Tory and Kelsey yet again. And I'm going to wait to hear how this man uploads his story, his part of it. I'm just going to need to hear some more to come to a conclusion myself. But I am also agreeing with a couple of people on the panel that I heard speak that all this confusion and footing about, and this could throw it away, and I definitely don't want that for me. I want her to get justification. I want her to get justice in this situation. So I'm hoping that more clarity come to the scene, more clarity come to the surface.
It will.
On the situation. So we just gonna stick it out with consciously giving it to us like we need
it. Period. Yes, because we ain't even hardly done. We still got Corey Gamble who got to come into the chat. We still got this investigator who apparently is on the witness list who gonna testify. We haven't heard from him in the public yet, but apparently he's integral to this. We also got Stalkner, the detective who handled the GSR, got to come into this. There's so many key players who will be, adding in to all elements of this. So we're going to get even more context from everything and everybody. So yeah, it's going to be really, really, really interesting.
And I want to hear the driver too.
Oh yeah, and the driver. Yes.
From what was being said today, he seems to have a little honorable in him.
Well, nah, like everything
he spoken, and I didn't hear all of it because I came in late. He hasn't spoken at all, and no one has seemed to even have wanted to implicate him as far as the three.
Right.
And it's the prosecution and what have you, the people who doing this here person of the charges that's bringing him in.
Yeah.
So hopefully he has.
But I don't think he's honorable though, like, because everything he did, from what Kelsey said in her interview, it was to protect. It was to protect Tory, and that's exactly what he's gonna do on the stand. Now, I mean, if Tory is in fact innocent, that's exactly what he should do. He should speak whatever the truth is. But we also know how patriarchy is. We know patriarchy stick together.
Yeah.
We know these niggas stick together. So, he ain't about to put up his bag. He ain't about to be in Kelsey predicament. So he definitely gonna side with his homeboy. I cannot. So let's say that Tory did allegedly shoot Meg. I don't think that the driver would be integral enough to say that, because if that was the case, I think he would have even been cooperating this entire time. But like you said, he's almost been the most irrelevant person in this whole thing. He's been kind of like the least on the radar and has kind of been the least involved. And from everything that Kelsey shared with the prosecutors back in September, I mean, you know, he was, you know, interested in convincing her that Tory was protecting her, and he was the middleman for Tory in terms of, you know, phone calls and conversations and all of that and blah, 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 blah. And really, I think the only reason he even broke up Kelsey and Tory in their fight that night is because it didn't need to be two Megan Thee Stallions. It was already bad enough that there was going to be a situation around him and Megan. But, you know, if he would have fucked around and really hurt Kelsey, you know, in some severe way, it was just like, nigga, there's too many L's. You know, you got to fall back. You know, like you're doing too much. But even that was for the betterment of Tory. I don't think he did that for Kelsey per se. Because not if he was the shooter, the honorable thing for the driver to have done is to have beat the hell out of Tory Lanez.
This is like
he already had shot Megan. Now he beating up on her homegirl. If he wanted to be a real man, that would have been the opportunity for his ass to take Tory Lanez down instead of Kelsey as a woman taking it upon herself to try to dismantle the threat, aka Tory Lanez. The
I see what you're saying. But the nigga with the gun is something now.
Huh?
I see what you're saying for sure. But the nigga with the gun, baby, look,
but guess what? How is it that a woman,
confrontate him? But definitely,
okay.
So
now we establishing that Kelsey had more kahunas than the nigga did. She was more of a hero, more of a man in that situation than the driver was. If she was willing to put it on the line, then how much more should the driver in his honorable, you know, his honorableness should have also put it on the line. Kelsey found it in herself, despite the fact that little nigga had a gun.
We tend to get right. They just had an accident where the security guard or something had the guy on the ground, and the girlfriend is the one that, you know, we get there in moments. We step up. I mean, I would rather take an ass whooping fight. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna get one, I'm gonna get one. You know, but hey, I'm gonna do it fight. You know, so I'm on that breed of female, so I can see what she step in. You know, get in there, and then, you know.
I mean, I get it, but I'm just saying.
But don't that also prove to you that her and Meg had not fell out so much? You know what I'm saying?
That's the only reason I joined.
I'm not so mad. I'm gonna tell you again when they got mad with each other, because Meg wouldn't outright say that Chelsea did not shoot her. She didn't clear her, is what made them tick off. You got Meg going to the hospital. You got Meg on the ground saying, you all right. But then again, like, I feel like that girl, I feel like Kelsey done played a hand a certain kind of way. That 15 on one aspect, yeah, that rings true to me too. Like that whole weight with me too. But all I'm asking is, look, this is gonna continue Monday, right?
Yep, it's gonna continue Monday. And you know, I believe that two things could be true at the same damn time. It could have been an issue the whole trip between Meg and Kelsey, and it was an issue between Tory, Kelsey, and Megan. I mean, it happens in life. Shit, we seen.
Yeah, but they both was on him, and he threw that in there. But again, I'm telling you, that ain't no
he threw that in there, and he threw that in there, and he made a bad situation worse and underestimated the level of pop off. And Megan Thee Stallion more than likely had not even had a fight with Tory prior to that moment, because we know how fragile Tory's ego is. I mean, he beat the hell out of it because he didn't even shake his hand. So what that tells me about Megan trying Tory is that they hadn't even probably had an altercation at that point. So she probably, you know, felt comfortable entertaining, arguing with his motherfucking ass in the car and dragging him and didn't think it would lead to guns busting and all of that shit because
he has the Napoleon complex, and Meg seems to have the outlook that you little nigga, you know. I can see her with that attitude, like you know.
It was ego on. It was ego on ego. If
right.
you disrespecting me, I'm disrespecting you on period. So we just.
And I didn't know your panelists. Oh, I didn't know that at all. I missed that one. That one. Who said that Tory and 1501 was in the club together?
In the club in April. Yep. All of that good jazz. And you know, for the people saying, "Oh, CTV is biased," bitch, it's my opinion, okay? And all of y'all, and everybody has one. Everybody in the chat has one. Everybody on the panel has one. It's a fucking opinion. I don't give a damn if you don't like my perspective. As a content creator, I've entertained all of the perspectives, as I've already stated to begin with. And if you're looking for an absolute, that's why. Hold on. If anybody who don't like the so-called bias, this is looking for an objective, keep your ass to the courts. Then don't bring your motherfucking ass over here, bitch. You gonna get theory, you gonna get conspiracy, you gonna get perspective, you gonna get angle, and it's gonna motherfucking change based upon what the fuck the situation is from day to motherfucking day. So you do not got to be here experiencing the motherfucking PTSD. Take your motherfucking ass on and keep your head to the articles, and don't keep your head to CTV commentary, bitch, because it's my motherfucking opinion, and it's gonna stand and stay. I don't understand what's so hard about doing that.
Real Conscious, you had cleared me. Conscious, you can hear me?
Hey, Lex.
Hey, you had cleared me the other day because I had said, let's wait for the verdict because we don't have all the facts. You said, no, we finna theorize. And I was like, I know that's right. You know, I was swinging windmilling trying to get up to this panel. I said, does Conscious not like me because I'm windmilling to get up here and I can't get up here?
You are not the only one.
I was fighting for my life.
I was like, I've never joined a panel in my whole life. Nervous as heck for anybody even hear my voice.
Yes, anxiety as hell. I need a Xanax when I come on Conscious. Yeah.
But I only have a couple things that I wanted to say. Okay. Hey. I only had a couple things that I did want to say to y'all. Look, I'm such a nerd and analytical. I wrote some notes, okay? Because I was like, no, I'm gonna forget this. Anyway. One thing that was confirmed today, Kelsey was not mad. So all of the scenarios that we're talking about, she was mad, she was angry, she would have shot, she wasn't mad. She said, this came out on the tape. She said, at first she didn't even know what he was saying. And then she said, yeah, they kind of went back and forth, she and Megan. However, their attention both went on to Tory because I guess he didn't get the reaction he thought he was going to get out of him. Again, they did have words back and forth, okay? However, at one point, he started calling them all kind of B's and W's or H's, whatever. And so she says, at that point, she turned to him and she told him, she's like, I don't care what you're talking about here. I don't care what's going on here. You're not gonna talk about you're not gonna talk to my MF friend like that. I don't care what y'all had going on. You're not gonna talk to her like that. And so they were both going at him. And she says he thought he was saying some slick stuff to Megan. But of course, everybody has heard Megan's mouth. Megan cut him down to size to the point that, and she said that's when he got enraged at that point. And so they were all arguing back and forth. So when Megan kept saying we were arguing back and forth and I had it, the only thing that turns out now that she did not tell the truth about was about her not sleeping with him and about the glass. That's it. Because according to Kelsey, the theory is about the fighting. There was no fight. She said what happened, and everybody's, well, how did she not see what went on? It was a sequence. What happened is Meg got out of the car the first time. So when she got out of the car the first time, Kelsey and Tory got into it, arguing back and forth, okay? Meg got back into the car, and then that's when the disrespectful stuff came out. Meg cut him down to size. Okay, so now he's really pissed off. She cussed. That's when Kelsey curses him. He then tells Kelsey that he would shoot her. Kelsey said at that point, again, like you all said, Fifth Ward, wherever she's from, right? She told him, well, if you're gonna shoot me, just go ahead and shoot me. Go ahead and shoot me. because because you basically you are a bitch, right? So then she says he is super mad. He tells the driver, stop, let these bitches get out, get out, get out. He tells him this, and said Meg was like, fine. Meg gets out. So she's walking away. He then jumps on Kelsey in the car. That's why Meg said she didn't see him hit her. She really didn't. She was out the car. So that was the first time. So she says now she's trying to get out the car too, because again, he's throwing them out on the side of the road. So she gets out of the car, and she says that's why she didn't hear, she heard the first shots, but she didn't hear like the first one or two shots. She said, but by the time got to the second or third shot, she looked up. She saw him in the very exact position that Meg said he was in. Said he was standing over the door and shot. He said she was shooting her. She said Meg then, after about the third shot, Meg turned around just like she said she did and looked at him, and her words were, she looked like a deer caught in the headlights. She said at that point, she was like, oh my God, what's going on here? So she jumped, he's shooting at her, and then he shot at her twice more. She got out, she ran over and jumped in front of her, because he walked over to Meg first. She said he was saying something to Meg, but she could not hear what he was saying. At that point, she jumped in the truck to distract him, because she said at that she didn't know what he was doing. So the driver is out at this point. She jumped in the driver's seat and jerked the truck to get Tory's attention off her. So then the driver grabs her and was tells her, you don't need to get in this, stay out of this. This is what they do. This what she said, what do you mean this is what they do? So she runs over, basically kind of shielding Meg. Meg is in agony on the ground at this point. So when they said, well, why didn't Meg mention anything about the driver grabbing her? Because now, remember the first time Meg didn't see, because Meg is walking away and Tory's jumping on her, right? This time the driver grabs her. Meg didn't see that because Meg is on the ground bleeding on the other side of the truck. So that's why she never saw any of this. Tory comes around on that side and the driver has her. Tory beats her up again. It grabs her by the hair and drags her. So now she's got bruises, a busted lip, and a bald spot in her head. So he then, and everybody goes, why would you get back in the car? Because he told him, he still had the gun in the hand. He told him to get your asses back in the car. So they got back in the car, wouldn't you? So then she gets back in, and everybody was like, well, what is Meg talking about? As soon as the police came, I would show up. Kelsey also mentioned in the interview that the police, she said, you all need to look at the video. You all didn't see me, the TMZ video. They had my legs spread so wide that you could see. Now the reporter said clips, but I'm quite sure she probably said clip. Okay, she said they had my legs spread so wide, and they all had guns on us. So remember, Meg said, and people were like, why wouldn't you tell people? And I kept saying, people think there were about 100, 50-11 police cars and a helicopter hovering over them. All of them had guns trained on them. So that's why Meg was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick with the devil I know, because I've been shot already, but at least it didn't kill me.
Right.
But if they find out it's a gun in this car, they're going to start shooting. So I'm trying to live. I want all of us to live. So that turns out to be true for her too. Okay. So they get all of that. Here is what Kelsey left out. And Meg has testified this, and she has said this before too, but this is why what everybody's saying, Meg wasn't a good friend, Kelsey held her down. This is the part y'all missing. When Meg was in the hospital, right? Yes, she did try to conceal whatever. Kelsey got caught, and they played these tapes in court. Kelsey got caught on jail tapes that same night, talking with Tory, filling him in, saying, Rock Nation, Meg's people, they all over this already, all over this. She then helps him round up his bail money. This is the same night. She didn't know Meg was going to find that out. She helped him the night that she is in the hospital getting surgery. She's caught on jailhouse tapes talking with him, and she helped him raise his bail money. Then the next day, she met him in that hotel and entertained that $1 million bribe. Then, all of this, Meg found out all of this. She did pay her rent up for a year, but she cut off. Okay, but she cut her off because she found out it wasn't just no, she helped the dude get out of jail that night, not that same night. The next day she entertained the bride. Meg paid her rent, paid her dust at that point. So Meg was not being a bad friend at all. She found out the girl was snaking her for money. Then Meg's friends went on live and told the rest of it at the real time. The friend said Kelsey called them and said, I guess this is probably after she got the $1 million offer, because it would make sense. Kelsey then called them and said, she's going to have to pay me. If she want me to say anything and she want me to testify, she's going to have to pay me. So I guess she was trying to get them into a bidding war, right?
I do
Who's going to give her the most. So then she was like, I'm not paying you nothing. You should want to do this. And now we understand why, because she always would cut herself off. You should want to do this. She cut it off. So what she meant was, you should want to do this. He whooped your ass. As far as it goes with her snaking her with the men and all of this, y'all got to remember this. That was at the time, it was during COVID. She had lost everybody. She didn't have anybody. She was out. She was on her own. I think we're looking at this different. I don't think we need to look at this as Meg taking her friend's men. I think we need to look at Tory preyed on her, because Kelsey at that time was all she had. Kelsey got COVID and had to go home for a couple of months. So she was by herself. Only other person she had was T. Ferris, and sometimes he was there, and sometimes I think they said he was in New York. So there would literally be times where she was by herself with nothing. She was grieving. Remember, she said they bonded over losing their mothers, right? So he, instead of everybody saying, oh, she's this whore, she's just taking her friend's man. No, she's by herself. This dude is calling himself comforting her in a time when she had absolutely nobody. She was alone, and he was coming there, in my opinion, because what she said was, the way it sounds, it was only a couple of times, right? They were close friends all along, right? Close friends. But I believe he preyed on her in her weakness when she was by herself. She crying, upset, you see what I'm saying? It's not right, but everybody knows somebody that has happened to, and it may have happened to you before, when somebody catch you when you are down, all the way down, right?
Yeah.
The reason and Kelsey said this, when she said in the car, she said, don't listen to him. He's just trying to make you mad. Don't listen to him. She said on the stand too, she said that we were just friends. She said but we were intimate a few times. My friend had a crush on him, and I didn't want him to tell her that because I didn't want to hurt my friend. I was never going to tell her that. I didn't want to hurt her. So
now, let me ask you this question. Do you think that was fair to Kelsey?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that it's fair. What I'm saying is, the picture that everybody is painting Meg like she did it maliciously and she's going after this girl's man, right? That did not happen. That's what she was saying.
I'm gonna have to combat that.
I'm saying she didn't go.
I'm gonna have to push against that a little bit.
It's wrong.
I wouldn't. Just hold on a little bit. This car.
Okay.
I am not. I could not receive that from my friend.
Oh, I understand. I probably wouldn't receive it either.
You make choices every day, and you
that was a choice you made.
Yeah, you made a choice because it's not like fucking happens accidentally. Like you don't slip onto fucking. You know, like fucking is a whole situation. If Meg felt like
it's not an excuse. It's just a reason.
Like if they were that good of a girlfriends and they checking each other titties for cancer lumps and shit, and they all close and all of that, and you know.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you. She never should have done it.
The righteous thing to do is Megan could have told Kelsey how she started to feel about Tory now that they had started spending.
I don't even think she had feelings for him like that.
No. I'm saying whatever the feelings were, because she had to be feeling something up until all these different points of intimacy.
Lonely.
She and so that's what you communicate. Like, girl, I know you back in Texas. You know, you getting over Carisha 19. Girl, I know I told you, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, I passed Tory on to you, girl, but you know, girl, like, you know, this nigga talking
You
to
are
film
right.
me. I like him or whatever. And at this, and I think she was.
I don't think she liked him like that. That's what I'm saying. She should have told.
No, I'm not even. She did if she fucking them. If you intimate with somebody, you definitely like the.
I think
like,
she was looking
that's
for
the
an
whole one
attachment and a
liking.
feeling and something. There are people that use sexual activity.
I'm just hold on.
I wanted to know. I wouldn't have invited them both to the same event.
I just want to be able to get through this.
Right.
Hold on. Hello. I want to get through this.
Yes, sir.
Meg she knows what she's feeling as she's hanging out and interacting with this man from day to day while her friend is back in Texas recouping from Carisha 19. I feel like it should have been enough of a safe situation for Meg to communicate at least to Kelsey, who she might not have felt like in one end she owed her any loyalty because they were only just talking. He had not, you know, made her a wifey. They weren't engaged. Kelsey and Tory weren't in some official relationship. After all, according to Kelsey's interview with the prosecutor, she called another nigga she had been talking to and kept him on the open line while they were in the SUV on the way back to Megan's place. So Kelsey herself was dating, you know, all around and also maintaining her own options. So I don't know. So maybe that's why Meg didn't tell her on one end. It was like, okay, girl, like, this ain't my girl's nigga. So it's whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's whatever. Just keep your mouth closed. And like, I plan on continuing to fuck you. I don't want a relationship to you, whatever. However, though, I'm going to say that if you knew me since 2012, she should told her. Not even at this level of friendship, you have to tell me something like that.
You're right.
Maybe a year. You know, we only known each other for a year or two, whatever. Maybe we only hang out friends, etc. But at this level of friendship, you guys to communicate about all these things. It was untrustworthy of Meg because she put Tory in a position to use that against her.
Sure did. She handed over her power.
And hold on. And before you continue on, I want to let Reckless slide on that a little bit too. Go ahead, Reckless.
The only reason why I'm gonna also push against that is because from what Kelsey is saying, it's not the first time that it's happened. And her mother had passed away sometime, I think like a little bit before that, or like a year or something before. So if like that's the reason why I'm not really like about that, because from what Kelsey is actually stating, that this is not the first time that this has actually happened.
But what Kelsey also did not state is, sometimes we don't want to make ourselves look bad, right? What she's not stating is, just like men talk about pass around dudes. Just like Conscious was explaining, like Conscious was just explaining that, hey, she probably Kelsey had somebody else, maybe Meg thought that he wasn't, this ain't her nigga. She ain't really, again, she was wrong.
Well, no. Wait a minute, Car. I want to buck against that too. Megan knew what it was, and that's why she wanted to keep it secret. Because if she felt that it was that casual, she would have just told Kelsey.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree with you.
That she felt the need to keep it from Kelsey tells me that Megan knew exactly
she thought the girl liked
the situation was. But earlier on, hold on, because I don't want to forget this part either. Because earlier on, when I said that Kelsey is a clout chaser, people was like, "Oh, he ain't no clout," but this is what I mean.
You're absolutely right.
Not only Kelsey is a clout chaser.
Yeah.
She's the only non-celebrity in the fucking situation. That's why she answered the phone for a nigga who had just whipped her ass.
There you go.
Yeah, she answered the phone for a nigga who had just whipped her ass and shot her homegirl. But then on top of that, she also maintained relationship to the female celebrity in her life, despite the fact that Meg has slid on her plenty of other times with other dudes. So Kelsey and It's the power of clout chasing. Clout chasing made Kelsey rationalize all of the disrespect she had gotten now at this point from Tory and had been long-term experiencing from Megan.
And here's the thing that I want to add to that. You're absolutely right. And that also could lead a person to believe that the dudes were pass arounds. You see what I'm saying? You are not acting like you're upset about any of these dudes. You are not acting like they were your dude, right? You see what I'm saying? Outside of Tory, I'm talking about what she said she had done that to her before. You still working with me. You're not mad with me. We haven't fallen out about this. You see what I'm saying? This is a pass around. If you're not gonna speak up again, the clout you want to still be in the circle or whatever. No, open your mouth. Now, don't touch this one, Meg. I like this one. Hey, this one over here, go do what you want to do. Tell me about it. If I were you, I try whatever. However, if that's how, if this is how you acting like it's nothing, then yeah, this girl is thinking it's a pass around. But the time that she does think you really like him, she don't want to hurt you. She's trying to keep it from you. You see what I'm saying? She should have done none of it. That's why you don't pass around these dudes. But one last thing, everybody's talking about GSR. You got to remember, GSR. It's like throw some flour up in your kitchen and blow it. So that's how you can imagine that GSR spreads just like that in the air. Anybody that's around is going to be on it. But also, especially if somebody has jumped on you and beat your behind 2 or 3 times. You see what I'm saying? I agree. I wouldn't want my friend violate me either, ma'am. But I think that this is what they did back and forth. They violated each other. I don't roll like that. I don't roll like that. I'm not gonna. I don't do pass arounds. But in this day and age, these folks do this kind of stuff. They do that. I would live my life because this is what happens. The lines get blurred. You gonna start liking one of the pass arounds at some point. But that and then the 1501. So now she's saying, because what she said was in that interview, she made clear she was not angry with Meg about Tory. I think that's a story that was made up afterwards because of the smear campaign. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she was mad. She taking my men. She made clear that she was mad because her words was she felt isolated. She felt like she was isolated from Megan. That she felt like they sent her back. Like you were right, Conscious. They felt like they sent her back. But Megan was in the hospital at this time. This is her people trying to take care of her or whatever. But then by the time those days started passing, remember, police came back up there and they were talking to her, right? At that point, they pull in stuff. They're pulling court records and all of that stuff, right? And so they know about she's finding out about the phone calls. She found out that she met him at the hotel, right? She found out about all of this stuff. And she was like, whoa, wait a minute. That's and she cut her off. Then she went to but Meg recently had she won a ruling and forced Jay Prince to have to sit for a deposition regarding the 1501 lawsuit that she has. Jay Prince has been livid with her ever since. And it is my understanding that after that happened, she ended up having to take a restraining order out on Jay Prince because of threats that she was getting. He has been mad, and the word has been that he is the one that has funded all of this, has funded the two bloggers. I'm not gonna call them other bloggers' names, but the male blogger and the female blogger from Houston. That he funded her for the smear campaigns. You see what I'm saying? Oh, she's a horse. She's this. Remember it was she stepped on glass. She jumped on Tory. He was small, beating him, and then he had to fight back. Then when that wore down, then it was she jumped on Kelsey, and Kelsey was defending her. Then it was the gun from he took the gun from all of that. Going through those 2 different bloggers, every time you turn around, it was a new story, a new theory. My understanding was Jay Prince was funding. Jay Prince is funding all of this. This all goes back to that lawsuit, that 1501 lawsuit, and then after that part. So now the 15 now he's still in court because he doesn't want to be attached to the case. He tried to get dropped from it. So not only did she win, he had to sit for the deposition. She won the restraining order, she also wants to keep him enjoined in that lawsuit. He's still a part of it. He's been trying to get out of it because he doesn't want to be in it.
Boom, my theory from the beginning.
So,
Okay,
so
Conscious,
the
can I
whole
go?
thing has been, all this
yes.
stuff has been that she's lying. She's been telling the truth. And if people need to stop and think, well, if she'll lie about this, she lied about glass and told the truth the same night to the police because they found her out because it was bullet wounds.
And her surgeon already took to the stand.
Exactly. And then and as far as well, she got on national television and lied about sleeping with Tory. First of all, would you want to own up on national TV to sleep with Tory?
And so what? Because Tory had lied about hold on. But who gives a fuck? Because Tory had lied. Because Tory had lied about fucking Meg all the way up until getting in the SUV that day.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
I mean, and
so exactly. So, all of that.
And he didn't even admit it until he came out with it in a fucking song or tried to explain his apology. But let me get into some of these updates.
And Drake too. Remember Drake in his
all of that.
His stuff. Drake is also connected to Jay Prince.
All of that. I want to get into these updates from Nancy Dillon on Twitter Rations. Thank you to the Street Committee sending me all this shit. She cited 2 hours ago. I'm just gonna scroll from the bottom up. Kelsey, quote, the way Tory was angling the gun, it wasn't like straight, it was like down, definitely in Meg's direction. She didn't hear him say anything. She told prosecutors during the September 14th, 2022 interview that she largely disavowed during her live testimony this week. Kelsey, quote, he's shooting over the top of the door, which is what Megan alleged, that when she looked back behind her, that Tory was dangling out of the window of the door shooting at her. He's shooting over the top of the door. He was leaning over the front passenger door, and he was shooting the gun. Meg was walking away when this happened, like Meg also said, I was walking away. But by the third or fourth shot, she was facing toward us, and I would describe it as like a deer and headlight. So she acknowledges that, yes, Meg saw her shooter. She looked back and saw them, us.
She has a lot more if you scroll down.
Good morning, day 5. Well, everything is from December 15th, and I already had went through all of that on yesterday.
No, if you scroll down, she has a whole thread.
Hold on, let me find this. Oh, she got a thread right here, actually. Good morning from day 5 of Tory Lanez trial, alleging he shot Megan Thee Stallion. Judge ruled yesterday that he'll allow full audio of Kelsey Harris's 80-minute September interview with prosecutors. This is big because he previously excluded it after prosecutors played only a small portion on Wednesday. We only heard recording of Kelsey claiming Tory threatened to shoot her inside of the SUV. We never heard her September account of allegedly seeing Tory with the gun. Prosecutors claimed that she was very detailed and said things like she wanted to speak the truth to free herself and had nothing to hide. Okay, we only heard recording of Kelsey claiming Tory threatened to shoot her inside the SUV. We never heard the September account of him allegedly. Okay, when she got on the stand, she disavowed her September statements. Threat seeing Tory with the gun, being assaulted by Tory, or Tory offering her money, favors, or lawyers. Okay, her husband Darian Smith was with her in court, sitting next to her lawyer. Prosecutor said Smith was at September interview 2. Smith is a music manager in Houston, affiliated with Carl Crawford in 1501. The label battling Megan in court over a contract she's caught on what is this? Unconscionable. Prior story on the war. Okay, yeah, let's get into this because the 1501 shit has came up a lot. Okay, so this is courtesy of Rolling Stone. And thumbs up this video if you guys are in the building. We almost at 1K likes. If you're new here, definitely subscribe. We're going to get on your nerve. We're going to make you happy. We're going to inspire you. We're going to drag you. We're going to do all that, honey. It's a whole thing over here. Megan Thee Stallion's label countersues after she claims Roos to lock her in contract. Rapper alleges 1501 Certified Entertainment is trying to recategorize her something for the hotties as less than an album, so it doesn't count against her contract quota. Megan Thee Stallion Houston-based label countersued the Savage rapper Monday, saying her Something for the Hotties doesn't qualify as an album under her contract, despite her lawsuit last month alleging it does. The label 1501 Certified Entertainment is asking the judge to issue an order in its favor and also award damages for claims that Megan has repeatedly breached her contracts. According to the countersuit, Something for the Hotties, released last October, includes freestyles available on YouTube and archival material from as far back as 2019 and only amounts to 29 minutes of new recordings featuring Megan. It claims Megan's contract dictates that she must include at least 12 new master recordings of her studio performances of previously unreleased musical compositions to get credit for an album under her contract. Megan, meanwhile, claims the only requirement for album status under her unconscionable 2018 contract is that it be not less than 45 minutes in length. Megan Thee Stallion got in a heated war of words with her Houston record label Tuesday, dropping new allegations that the company, which the rapper recently filed a lawsuit against for the second time in her career, is pulling an unlawful stunt to chain her to a contract she considers unconscionable. In a series of comments on social media, the thought shit hitmaker blasted 1501 Certified Entertainment boss Carl Crawford after he took to Instagram Tuesday morning to tout the dismissal of a 2020 legal beef with the rapper while failing to mention her Friday complaint filed in Texas state court. Friday's lawsuit obtained by Rolling Stone alleges that 1501 is attempting to recategorize Megan's 45-minute Something for the Hotties release last October as something less than an album, so it doesn't count against her contract quota with the label. 1501 new position taken months after the album's release is clearly a ruse in an effort to try to further take advantage of Megan at great expense and not in good faith, the new lawsuit states. Crawford's failure to mention the new lawsuit when gloating about older developments in the 2020 legal war was too much for Megan to ignore. Quote, "You still getting sued because you owe me money, exclamation point. I ain't never been paid from 1501 in my life," she wrote in one lengthy response Tuesday. Quote, this motherfucker got my accomplishments in that bio and ain't contributed to shit since 2018. Not studio time, not a music video, not a word of encouragement, shit, not even a flight. But you trying to eat off me and pick with me online, she write in another. Crawford and his lawyer, Stephen M. Zager, did not immediately return Rolling Stone's request for comments. In her new lawsuit, Megan claims that the only requirement listed for an album under her 2018 contract was that it be less than 45 minutes, not less than 45 minutes in length. Something for the Hotties, which is a mix of new tracks recorded in 2021 as well as previously unreleased tracks and skits, has a runtime of 45 minutes and 2 seconds. So according to the lawsuit, it more than qualifies as an album under the contract. Quote, "In every respect, Something for the Hotties constituted an album and met her minimum recording commitment for 1501 second option period under the contract," the lawsuit states. And a section of the lawsuit titled 1501's unlawful attempt to chain Megan down to 1501 for additional albums. The filing alleges that 1501 sent a letter out of the blue on January 5th of 2022, asserting that the album did not constitute an album under the parties' agreement. It adds, quote, "Given that 1501 waited more than 2 months after Megan's release of the album Something for the Hotties to take this position, it is clear that its position is frivolous and has no basis in law or fact. 1501 wants to tie Megan down to release more albums under the contract to the financial benefit of 1501, the lawsuit states. This is inconsistent with the contract terms, which are clear and unambiguous. According to Megan, seeks a declaratory judgment that, among other things, declares that her album Something for the Hotties constitutes an album under the terms of that contract. My God, today.
Yep, this whole
I
thing
want to
has been about
finish.
1501.
Let me finish getting into Miss Nancy Dillon up over here. She continues on. Jurors have just heard most of Kelsey's statement. It's intense and incredibly detailed. Kelsey carefully describes the shooting blow by blow, alleging it happened immediately after Tory ordered his driver to stop the SUV because he wanted Megan and Kelsey ejected from the vehicle. Kelsey, quote, I get out of my side, and no sooner do you know, you start hearing gunshots going off. I looked up, maybe about the second or third gunshot. You see Tory. He's now in the front seat. I guess he must have jumped over in a smooth transition, and he's leaning over the door, like Megan Thee Stallion said. He's shooting over the top of the door. He was leaning over the front passenger door, and he was shooting the gun. Megan was walking away when this happened, but by the third or fourth shot, she was facing towards us, and I would describe it as like a deer in headlights. The way Tory was angling the gun, it wasn't like straight, it was like down, definitely in her direction. She didn't hear him say anything. She told prosecutors during the September 14th, 20. Somebody got feedback in their phone. I need folk to mute. I don't know who got all this noise in the phone. Okay, thank you. Let's continue to scroll down. Boom, somebody says, nobody cares about the audio. She got on the stand and said what she said. Why didn't they pester Megan the same way they mad? Kelsey testimony is proven. Tory innocence. This case should be wrapped up by Monday. Folks need to get in line and apologize to Tory. That will definitely never motherfucking happen. So if that's what they're looking to happen, oh my god.
There's even more in Megan Conniff's. She's even said even more. She's talking about Kelsey saying that she had been receiving death threats, and then she got stopped, and then again she's reiterating that her argument, it has nothing to do about Tory. She said she wanted Megan to come out defend her, even though Megan did come out and say Tory shot her. Everybody was saying it was Kelsey. She came out and said Tory shot.
Hold on for a minute, because I think I found the other piece of thread. Let's get into this real quick.
And when you're done, Conscious, please tap me in, please, because I'm itching.
And who's this?
Let's be real.
I sure will. Megan Thee Stallion's former friend Kelsey is due back on the stand after head spinning testimony Wednesday, where she confirmed she gave a blockbuster statement to DA in September, but then waffled on key details or recanted them. To recap, Harris confirmed that she told prosecutors in September that Tory threatened to shoot her inside the SUV, but on the stand, she said it was a blur and her statement about the threat was not true. She also recanted her recorded statement that she saw Tory point the gun at Megan. Kathy Todd was flabbergasted by Harris's flip-flop, especially after granting her use immunity, meaning anything she said on stand couldn't be used against her. What happened between September and today? Todd asked if anyone with defense had contacted her. Harris said no. Todd also said in September, when you spoke with us, you gave us a lot of detailed statements about what happened, right? Harris said yes. Todd said, what happened between September and today that you forgot everything? Harris said, I told you what I'm going through. She cited anxiety, postpartum, death, and family. Ta, when you talked to us in September, you were being truthful, weren't you? Harris said some things, yes. Ta said, did you fire the weapon at Megan? Harris said no. Morning session included some rulings from Judge Hereford, testimony from the doctor who removed 4 bullet fragments from Megan Thee Stallion's feet, and the beginning of cross-examination of Kelsey Harris. Judge Wood defense can call LAPD Detective Ryan Stalger to ask why he didn't pursue Kelsey as possible shooter, but they can't bring in Stalger's recent arrest on suspicion of domestic violence. Tory's attorney tried to argue the domestic violence case, which DA declined to file, goes to credibility. Tory's lawyer, George, whatever that name is, said while he was initially told Stalger was fired, turns out he was on administrative leave instead. Judge Hereford said asking about the off-duty incident behind Stalger's arrest would be far more prejudicial. Is that prejudicial? Prejudicial than probative. Judge also said he also allowed prosecutors to bring in text Kelsey sent Megan the night of the shooting that read, should I get a scan or urgent care? My chest is hurting, my left side, back, and neck hurt, but that's from the fighting and him dragging me out of the car by my hair. So this is what I want to just segue real quick. For the people just like, oh my God, Kelsey lying on the stand about what she told prosecutors in September proves Tory is innocent. It doesn't, because what Kelsey's dumb ass failed to realize is that they have all the other evidence that support the testimony she gave to prosecutors in September, like these text messages to Megan, like the text messages to Megan's bodyguard. That's the part that Kelsey forgot. Defense tried to exclude it, calling it late discovery, but prosecutors said it was critical considering Kelsey was disavowed her September statement that Tory assaulted and pulled her hair, so they had to bring out the facts. The most important thing is that the trial is a search for the truth, DDA Bot said. Dr. Lee Haruno, chief resident of orthopedic surgery at Cedars-Sinai, walked jurors through x-rays showing the wounds to Megan's feet. He said they identified 4 metallic bullet fragments embedded in her feet, and they removed what they could during emergency surgery that night. Judge Hereford just said prosecutors can play 80-minute recording of Kelsey Harris' September interview with prosecutors. He allowed it after prosecutors said Lane's defense opened the door by impugning their integrity on cross of Harris. Jurors are set to hear it tomorrow. I think she got another thread in here somewhere too. Hold on. Is this a fucking thread? Okay. Kelsey started her testimony at Tory Lanez trial, but only after she first asserted her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination and was granted use immunity by prosecutors. Judge Hereford said he determined her concerns were legitimate. I don't care to be here today, Harris said, calling the trial a triggering situation. This is happening in the face of a million people. My name being thrown around lies. I didn't ask to be in this. Prosecutor Kathy Toss said, were the accusations about you having shot Megan? Kelsey Harris said, there were. Prosecutor said, and how do you feel about them? Harris said, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Before lunch, Kelsey testified that Tory Lanez threatened to shoot her in the SUV. Prosecutor, do you remember in September interview you mentioned he threatened to shoot you? Harris said, do I have to answer that? Judge says yes. Harris says, yes, ma'am. After Harris confirmed that she told prosecutors in September that Tory threatened to shoot her, quote, and this was in the car, correct? Ta asked, yes. Kelsey said, now in PM session, Harris is saying she can't remember some of those things I stated. They weren't accurate. Sketch artist Mona Schaffer Edwards is a legend. Here's her drawing of Kelsey on the witness stand today, shared on Instagram. Tory Lanez leaving court after day one of Kelsey testimony. His 6-year-old son has become a fixture at the trial, but he sat outside the courtroom today. And then there's Violet. And then let me see here. Good morning. Blah, 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 blah. Good morning, day 2, Tory Lanez. Okay, I think this was Megan Kim. Okay, so all of that. Lex, sound off.
Hey. Wow. So basically today, what we know today up until all the way to the beginning of this situation, it's very interesting. Because finally we heard the September 14th deposition tapes from Kelsey. Goddess was basically, well, we didn't hear it, but she was relaying what was actually said and what Kelsey said. So what I have to honestly say about that is that, oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay. What I have to honestly say about that is that Kelsey was really, I empathize with Kelsey. Kelsey, you know, hearing everything, Meg, Kelsey, you know, everything that occurred. Kelsey, honestly, I empathize with her because she genuinely was the only real friend here. In my perspective, because we're talking about our perspectives, in my perspective, what I'm hearing, Megan was not a good friend to Kelsey at all. Like I had said the previous day in the beginning on the panel, Megan was really a terrible friend. Um, the fact that I was listening to what was relayed, she basically, there was a part where it was said that Megan basically was in the car giggling and Kelsey was dumbfounded, like, why are you laughing? And Tory was like, yeah, tell her why you so fake. Like, you know, tell her, you know, why are you laughing? And that's when Megan got in an argument with Tory, obviously because Megan didn't want to tell Kelsey what she had done to Kelsey, which is sleep with her guy. So that's when they start arguing, and that argument leads to an insult. Tory, you know, being his music and his artistry being ostracized, you know, Megan saying something about Jack Harlow, that's all you're good for. And that's when, boom, the shooting happens. So it's like Megan, you know, was in the media and she literally villainized Kelsey and, you know, maligned her when when in reality Kelsey was the only real one in the situation. She was really the one that was jumping in front of Megan, ready to risk it all to help her friend, despite what she just had found out. In the video, I had saw for myself how Megan was Kelsey was concerned. Megan, are you okay? Are you okay? um Kelsey was the one that was jerking cars, trying to cause distractions and everything else to make sure that Tory's attention was off of her. Kelsey was the one that more than once, you know, Megan, it came out, has done this to her before. And if it's my penis, I don't care whether I took him serious or not. As a friend, you don't touch my penis. If that's mine, you
Amen.
don't go after that. Period. So,
Amen.
as far as all of the things that happened. Oh, and also the bruises, the domestic violence that Kelsey endured that nobody cared about, that Megan never cared to, you know, put out there. It's like, okay, Megan, 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 but Kelsey literally was protecting Megan, writing for Megan, defending Megan, put her life on the line for Megan after everything Megan did to her. And she basically had bruises and she has a heart murmur and she has emotional and physical distress. And Kelsey's still trying to go to the hospital to see Megan, and Megan pulling her celebrity card basically isolates her, sends her back like a peasant, knowing that she's there with her, so she doesn't have anywhere to go. So Kelsey is flown back to Houston unexpectedly, and she has to call Megan like, I don't have nowhere to go. And that's when Megan paid for the apartment, the rent. But Megan goes on the media and yells out, "Oh, I paid your rent. I paid your rent." But she failed to let the people know you paid the rent. That's the least you could do because you left your own friend for dead. After you sideswiped her, after she defended you the whole night, after everything that she went through, she wasn't worried about no Tory sleeping with you, none of that. You basically, what Kelsey's mad at is the betrayal, the not the sleeping part,
To
but
leaving her for dead.
it's the let me finish, ma'am. It's the disrespect that Megan showed towards Kelsey. It's the disrespect, the lack of regard to Kelsey. It's the fact that Megan basically was worried about Megan and did not give gave zero hoots about Kelsey. So now Kelsey feels like, okay, well, um you iced me out, you don't care about me, okay, so now you want me to come to the courthouse and defend you. That's like the most narcissistic thing I ever heard of. Personally, for me, I don't blame Kelsey from my perspective for not defending Megan. I wouldn't have either. The only thing I would have said to Kelsey is, if you're going to protect yourself, which you should, because nobody cared about you. Megan didn't care about you, so you have to protect yourself. So what you need to do, girl, is you need to ask your attorney, how do I play dumb legally? I don't, simply put, how do I I'm not here for the plaintiff, I'm here for Kelsey. So how do I, you know, tell what I need to tell, give the bare minimum, but not be linked for perjury as well? How do I basically simply play dumb legally? Kelsey shouldn't have gone on the stand and just did it on her own and not know how to legally do it, because your attorney will tell you what you can say, what you cannot say, uh, you know, how to accomplish the goal that Kelsey was trying to do on the stand, which is, you know, worry about herself and herself alone, which as she has every right to. She doesn't owe Megan a damn thing because Megan didn't give a fuck about her. So now I just would have, if I was Kelsey, because Conscious, I remember you said what you would have, you asked somebody what you would have done if you were in Kelsey's position. I would have asked my attorney, told my attorney everything I'm telling you. I would have said, I'm not here for the plaintiff. I'm here to make sure that I tell a story, but I want to make sure that I'm aiding myself. I'm not here for her. Please show me how to do that and not be counted as, you know, perjuring, or, you know, have it not be counted as perjury. So that's what I would have done. I would have legally covered myself. Okay, immunity. I got immunity, but now when it comes to being on the stand, I'm here for me. How can I be here for me and not be accused of perjury? So that's how I would have handled it. I don't blame Kelsey for not coming through for Megan. I don't blame it. And it's like, one more thing I wanted to say. Yes, Megan was the victim, but Kelsey was too, and no one cares about that in the public. Yes, Megan was the victim, but Megan definitely needs to be held accountable for the fact that there's a lot of things she could have done different, and that night would have been different.
I think the problem with that, Lexi, is that none of the things that Megan did are against the law. She's allowed to be a crummy friend. She's allowed
Right.
to be a sleazy boss.
Right. Okay.
She's allowed to be a tacky human being. But you know,
And
now
it's
you have what you have is some moral injuries that have occurred personally between her and a woman, and then you have a criminal situation that also transpires. My question to you is, why couldn't Kelsey just do both? Why
okay,
she
this is the thing. The same way that you say that, you know, she can be a crummy friend. Okay, you feel that's how you feel. She can be a crummy friend. It's not against the law. But also, like I said, I would have asked my attorney, how do I play legally dumb? Because it's also not my
I understand
obligation
that
to
part.
Well,
defend
why
you.
play legally dumb? He beat
Let
her.
me, I'm playing,
Is,
hold on, wait,
hold on,
ma'am.
Before you even answer that, Lex, but my question is, why can't you do both? Like, why isn't Kelsey's attitude?
Because
How
Megan
can
didn't do,
I'm not
because
here?
I'm not
Hold on,
obligated to help somebody that doesn't help me.
hold on. Hold on. I want to answer the question because there's the audience that's listening too, and I want them to hear everything.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't the plight be, I'm not here for Megan or Tory? Not necessarily not just here for Megan, because at the end of the day,
Right.
that man abused them both. That man
Right.
put hands and feet and elbows and a gun on both of them. Her girlfriend was shot by this man. She was beat by this man. She was
Right. Okay,
terrified for her
you
life
misunderstood
because
me.
of this man. She was running around trying to find every ancestor in her phone to call because Tory had her shook and hostage
Mm-hmm.
in that vehicle. She was dropping locations, etc. So I understand the personal with Megan, but we're not gonna act like Tory don't exist in her story as well. And that's why I called her a mammy yesterday, because
No, let me
you
clarify.
literally prioritize only her issue with Megan when Tory
Let me clarify.
when Tory took the situation to the next level is insane on Kelsey's part.
Let me clarify. This is the thing. Like I said, Megan is not innocent, and had Megan acted in different ways, this would have never even happened. No, what she did, what happened to her, she didn't deserve it, and absolutely not. Tory is not, you know, supposed to act that way no matter what. Like, you have to exercise self-control. Somebody insults you, you have to, you know what's right and you know what's wrong, you know what's legal, you know what's illegal. He should have never done that. But Megan also has to take accountability for her actions all these 2 years, and also her actions that happened that night that led up to that event. We all can do some shadow work, like you would mention.
But that's personal accountability. But this is a criminal. There's a criminal element to this. Oh, that's personal.
There's a criminal
all
element.
If I do my work, that's on my end. If I do my work, like all that is like. But do we not separate that from a criminal situation? Like, like
what I'm saying, well, Conscious, what I'm saying is we have to. What I'm saying is I want to make it clear. It's a criminal situation, but that criminal situation, it could have been different. It could have not been a criminal situation had all parties acted differently. Megan has to take accountability somewhere.
Because of Tory, right? No,
I'm not
because
caping
of
for
Tory.
Megan.
Hold on, because you gotta realize. I mean, if it's true, that is, Tory inserted the truth that he ended up pulling a weapon on them about. Tory Lanez inserted that truth when he tried to gag Meg. Well, he tried to gag. Yeah, he tried to gag Meg by triggering up Kelsey by telling Kelsey that I don't know why you defending Megan. That should have both y'all. But at the end of the day, it was not against the law for any of them to fuss and fight. I mean, for them to fuss in that car, it was not against the law for them to take up issue with each other over the fact that girl code been broken, trust been broken, man to woman been broken. Tory made it criminal when he chose to assert a deadly weapon in this situation allegedly and discharged that gun, and also beat on Kelsey and hold them both hostage in that vehicle.
And Conscious.
Right. So let me answer to Conscious. Okay. So I understand that. Let me just put it like this. It's definitely not, you know, like I said before, the criminal activity, all of them, Megan popping off at her mouth, Megan sleeping with the girl's dude, and a lot of things could have been different, and that whole night it wouldn't have even happened if people were more responsible. And it's not saying that Megan accountability does not mean you're blamed. Excuse me, I'm speaking, ma'am. I never interrupted you. Let me speak. So what I was saying was accountability given to Megan and to everybody does not mean you're excusing the criminal activity done. The criminal activity was definitely wrong. But what I'm saying is I can't sit up here and act like I'm going to just, not take Megan didn't have a part, or Megan did not contribute, or Megan doesn't have any work to do on herself, because she does. Now, as far as
but do
the
you
whole
also have
thing
that
you
same
said about the
smoke?
both, you said about the both.
Hold on. But the same could be true about Kelsey, who
Because she's
allowed.
excusing Kelsey going and helping him get out of jail, and
I'm trying to get to that,
I
but
got this,
nobody's letting me
and
get to it.
I promise y'all, I'm gonna let everybody respond to Lex who want to respond to Lex. But I mean, that equally, of course, can be said for Kelsey, who at this point done been violated multiple times by Meg. So where was
and she stayed around, and people were saying it was cloud chasing.
Hold on. So where is So where is Kelsey's responsibility for keeping a girl around who she couldn't trust for the sake of clout and personal gain? If Kelsey would have chose to dump Megan the second time she slid on the nigga behind her back, to your logic, Kelsey also wouldn't have never been in this predicament.
Let me answer that.
Tory Lanez would have never been in this predicament, which means that Megan would have never been in this predicament. But since they all, because I agree with your point on a personal level that a lot of shit created the Final Destination sequence, but
right.
But hold on. But at the end of the day, a crime was still committed. Yes,
okay, but let me finish.
Hold on. And I want to make this clear. When Kelsey chose to keep Megan around despite Megan sliding on niggas that she, was interested in, Kelsey never thought a day in her life that would lead to a criminal situation. When Megan decided to fuck Tory behind Kelsey's back, she never imagined in a million years that would lead to a criminal situation. But who did decide to turn it into a criminal situation was the person who allegedly shot Meg and beat on Kelsey, which was Tory.
Okay.
So
so let me just say this, Conscious.
Okay. Oh my God.
And I'll wrap it up.
Get her off.
As far as Kelsey goes, my perspective, you guys view it as cloud chasing, but from my perspective was no cloud chaser is going to jump in front of their friend and risk their life to try to stop something from happening that she perceives is going to happen. A cloud chaser is somebody that's superficial.
But yeah, how do you explain her taking a phone call and receiving his apology then, Alex? How do you? Oh, okay. So then she's super safe the whole that day, but in the same
she's
breath,
multi-layered like everybody.
Y'all, I would take I would take everybody down and talk to them one-on-one, because that would be easier than this. Please just hold your horses. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to respond to everything. Yes, Kelsey, and I love that Kelsey did all of those things. She was a complete and totally intact human being at that point. Her clout chasing did not exist. All of that shit she transcended in the moment that it really fucking counted by doing what was heroic to do. And I respect her to death for doing that, if those accounts are true. At the same time, to your argument, though, and what people are going to punch a hole in is, if you're taking clout off the table, then she did all that for her friend, but then turned around and took a phone call from Tory, received his apology, and then later met up with him in person outside of her hotel with the driver, and maintained communication with Tory all the way up until he took a charge.
Didn't Megan ice her out? Megan wasn't responding to her.
But that's Megan. But what they got to do with Kelsey?
What I'm saying is, you said that she responded to a call.
Because your argument is that she ain't chasing, she ain't cloud chasing, she ain't cloud chasing, and you bring up what she did in that moment to try to save Megan's life, but at the same time, she met up with that same abuser that had not only abused Megan, shot.
You know the nature of the conversation?
Shot her friend. She said the nature of the conversation was he was apologizing profusely, etc. And when they met up,
so did she say that he tried to bribe her? Do we have proof?
Apologetic, and he was trying to,
as he should be. So my thing is, how do you get clout chaser from her meeting up with someone? Megan's not speaking to her.
Let me just say this. And shot your homegirl. I'm not gonna
Megan is not speaking to her.
My ass and shot my homegirl. He just
but
whooped
Megan,
my
her
ass
homegirl
and
literally sent her
my
home to Houston
homegirl.
and left her for
Whooped
dead,
my
and she had
ass,
no
Lexi, and
communication
he
with
shot
her.
my homegirl in front of me. He beat me and shot my homegirl in front of me.
So where was
Megan?
Megan?
And shot her.
Where was Megan? Well,
I
she
just
did
said
all of
about
this.
Megan now.
She
This is
did all
about
of this,
Kelsey.
but Megan. But did we forget
Megan was
conscious
the
that
only
Megan
person.
sent her home?
Hold on.
Megan
Because
sent
that's
her
a good
home.
question. Hold on. Because that's a good question. And I got the perfect answer. Megan was the only person that acted like an actual victim. She cut all them niggas off. You don't see her pushing around with Tory. You don't see her
So
meeting up
basically,
with
forget
Tory
Kelsey
after the
getting
fact.
beat up.
You
She's not
don't
a
see none
victim.
of
I
that.
thought you said Kelsey was a victim.
She actually put the line of
She cut
demarcation in the
Listen to what you just said. You said she cut everybody off, but so basically, Kelsey, the victim, she's not a victim.
She's not.
So
She
it's
is
like,
a
okay,
yeah.
so basically
She's
you're
a.
saying fuck
Hold on.
Kelsey.
It's a
It's
lot
all
of
about Megan.
Kelsey.
That's what I'm
problem,
understanding.
The problem with Kelsey's plight is that Kelsey is a lot of things in this situation, and not just a victim. She's a lot of things. She is a victim in part. Her behavior after the fact is a whole nother situation.
And I think Megan is the same way. If we're going with Kelsey, I feel Megan is the same way.
Out in that truck, that situation that played out in that truck, and that violence that Tory perpetuated against her, she is a victim in all of that. Now the other shit, all the other actions after that is a whole nother narrative on Kelsey.
And honestly, Conscious, I have a question. Megan's actions after the situation, okay, you have your opinion about that. Megan's actions after the situations, coming out to the media, smearing Kelsey, saying that, oh, I paid for your rent, but failed to tell people that you literally had to do that because she called you because you left her for dead and you sent her back to Houston when she was trying to attend to you. She didn't have nowhere to go. So that's the least you could do for her.
Who was left for dead though?
She was sent home to Houston because she works for
okay,
Meg. She was sent home to Houston,
she had a flight
and she had nowhere to go, and she had to call Meg like, "Yo, I don't have nowhere to go."
She was in a hotel. She wasn't left under a underpass.
She was left for. She said she had nowhere to go.
And yes, the woman who was shot and traumatized eventually
and Kelsey was beat the fuck up
and got her apartment back and paid for a year.
That's the least she could do because she left her friend for dead. Her friend got beat up.
Man,
her friend she slept with her friend's man.
The same friend took the phone call from the nigga the same night.
She feels like, oh, okay, I'm gonna send your ass home and leave you for dead. It's okay.
The same friend took the phone call from the nigga the next day. The same friend met up with
the what is the phone? But what does that mean?
What do you mean?
What did Kelsey do?
What
incriminating thing did Kelsey do on that phone call? Like, what did she do? He apologized. Okay, so what about it?
Okay, hold on. So now it's time for the Avengers to assemble. Reckless respond to Lex.
But let me just say this, and after I promise, after that, everybody can take over. Last but not least, like I said, I feel like Kelsey, I understand and empathize with her completely. Megan was not a good friend. Kelsey, that's why she felt like, okay, I'm gonna go and I'm not gonna defend her because she didn't have my back. She left me for dead. Okay, cool. What I would have done is, like I said, I would have went to my attorney. I would have said, listen, I'm here not for the plaintiff. I want to make sure that I'm focused on me, Kelsey. So how can I, for example, go ahead and do what I have to do on the stand, but also prevent perjury, prevent any implication. I know I have to be here and I have to
tell the truth,
tell the story. I'm going to ask my attorney how to move and how to shake. That's how I would have done it, and I would have left Deuce goodbye.
But the thing is, the only way to do that is you tell the truth.
Was like, no, I'm gonna make sure
tell the truth, because my thing is no. Because my thing is this: like, you're literally sitting on the stand, literally fighting and it's funny because I was me and Conscious literally talking about this. You literally fighting your way into jail. Like, you're
I just told sir,
your way into jail.
I'm going to speak to my attorney. I'm not going.
But she already lied. She already lied on the stand. You fucked your way into jail.
I said Kelsey she never should have went on the stand without proper preparation. That's why I said I would have went to my attorney and said, how do I play dumb legally? So I won't be
my thing is
so
this, like, you talking about
put in any
being
kind of
dumb
predicament.
legally.
I'm not.
But let's be very clear. We also made it very clear as well, and let's make it very clear. We also made it very clear as well that I'm about to call it Chelsea, Miss Barbara ass. Kelsey ass has also been in touch with Tory ass.
And what's the nature? I'm saying, what's the nature? Okay, so she wasn't. Megan ices her
You're
out.
literally hooking. You're literally still in
You
chat.
believe that Kelsey went into this here without a lawyer, girl? You believe Kelsey went into this without a lawyer?
Hey, hold on. Allow a reckless who has not spoken to have his time.
Right, he's speaking. I'm asking, what's the nature of the conversation? You're saying Kelsey met up.
Yes, because he apologized. Wait, no, because look, this is the reason why context is very important. Yes, he apologized, but in the same breath, later on in that exact same situation, when court hits, they about to throw her ass in jail. Because he's talking, I'm sorry, but yeah, once we get in court, my defense attorney is gonna put you up under the bus.
I don't think you get it.
Girl, shut
what
up.
Am I not getting? She got to go to jail.
Who said for me to shut up? I heard it shut up.
Okay, hold on. So don't worry about any of that. I need
like she's about to go to jail.
Reckless.
And like I said, she's not smart for going up there not prepared. She needs to go up there prepared. Don't just go out there without.
Okay, so wait.
Hold on. Everybody shut the hell up. Ugh. Reckless, complete an entire rebuttal that doesn't involve a conversation right now with Lex, but respond to your forethought about what she said.
Okay, the thing about what she said is that even you take that into account, how can you literally go on the stand and quote unquote tell the story without committing perjury? You're gonna have to lie, and even if you're lying, you're gonna be lying to protect Tory Lanez, the same person that allegedly assaulted you, the same person that shot your friend, whether or not you guys are on terms, because at the end of the day, you sit up there trying to protect him, but in the same breath, his defense attorney is about to throw your ass up under the bus. And then on top of that, you're under immunity, which means that guess what? If you already lying on the stand, and if they catch you in a lie trying to protect him, you're going to jail. So it's not like the plan was she had immunity and she was telling the truth with all those different things.
A long time ago, I said earlier, I'm going to my attorney to ask them about me. I'm protecting myself.
I know that.
What would have protected her was her.
No, wait, y'all, wait. But
I'm not worried about it.
That's my thing. Wait, okay, so that's the key question I'm asking you. How can you do that without lying on the stand? But how can you do that without lying on the stand?
Attorney, but that's why you go to work. You're not an attorney. An attorney will teach you how to do that. You can do that. Your attorney. That's why you go to your attorney, and your attorney will tell you how to move.
How?
Your
if they already have footage,
you have to contact the attorney and figure out what they would say about that. But that's why I said I would personally consult with my attorney and ask, what do I do about me? What do I do for me, Kelsey? Okay, just how Conscious said, nobody's obligated to do anything. I'm not going to go up on the stand and do anything stupid without preparation. What I'm obligated to do is follow the law. I'm going to make sure I ask my attorney, what do I have to do to make sure I'm within the law and worry about me?
No,
I'm not going to be stupid like Kelsey.
And to be within the law, as Reckless has been saying, I've been backstage for an hour or two.
Excuse me, hold on.
Hold on. Hey, allow me to run this show. Reckless, are you I want you to complete.
I just want to make one more thing. But my thing is this: if they already have evidence of her giving her testimony, and with the testimony, the testimony is so long to the point it's like, okay, the same way we find inconsistencies with Megan and her lies, we will find inconsistency with I'm about to say Tory, with Kelsey's long testimony and finding inconsistencies. But so far with that testimony in September, they have most definitely went along with all of the evidence, with her going to urgent care, possibly with Megan's foot, her turning around, the GSR because they was tussling and fighting. All of those things actually paint a much better picture of what actually happened. So with that being said, what can she do to be able to not commit perjury, but at the same time answer the questions without actually telling the truth? There's no possible way. You have to tell the truth. There is a
possible way. You feel that way.
If they already have evidence of that way.
Like I said, before you even hit the stand, like I said, this is what Kelsey should have done. As a professional, I know this. Before she even hit that stand, if she knew she was going to come in there and do whatever, before she did that, she should have consulted with an attorney as to how to move. She already put herself in a messed up position because she went up there and she started speaking, blah, 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 blah. And now it's like they pull up the tapes and it's like, girl, you are contradicting yourself. So she screwed up there. She screwed up. What I'm saying is, for me, before I even hit the stand, I would have already prepared myself. I would already know what the hell it is that's going on, what I'm going to say, what am I going to do. I would have had my attorney thoroughly prepare me for the stand.
When you have
She
the
messed
truth.
up when she didn't pay for her own
You don't have
lawyer.
to prepare. Hello. You don't have to prepare your. Tell the truth. It don't need no preparation.
You do need to prepare yourself to go to the stand.
Hello. I'm not finished.
No shade.
Tell the truth. Megan fucked on my nigga. I confronted her ass in the SUV. We had a titty bump outside the car and tussled a few times. We got back in the motherfucking vehicle. She continued to pop off with Tory. They engaged in the altercation. Meg got fed up, left the vehicle. I left with her because I was over it too. He jumped to the front seat, started shooting. I mean, this is very easy. You can have all of that. There's not a one over the other. Just tell the fucking truth. It's not it ain't a left or right. Just tell it all.
Okay, that's what you want her to do. And I'm telling you, you said Conscious, you said we could come in here with our own perspectives, right?
And then you don't need to be vetted by your lawyers. You got immunity now. So just tell the truth.
No, okay, but Conscious, you said we could come in with our own perspectives, right?
And at the end of the day, you didn't pull the trigger according to you. So you don't got to worry about this. Tell the truth.
So that's what you would do. From my perspective, what I would do personally as a person, I'm not going up there caping for nobody. I'm going to be worried about myself. Like I said, for me personally, everyone has their own opinion. I'm going to go to my attorney and I'm going to explain everything, my position, and I'm going to have my attorney help me to propel my position. I'm here, attorney, for myself. I'm not here for plaintiff or defendant. Okay, but you would tell the truth. That's you. But for me, I'm going to tell the truth as well. But I'm going to do it in such a way where I am protecting myself. I'm not helping this one, that one. I'm worried about me. So the attorney, being a professional, he'll teach me how to do that. That's what I would do. Kelsey's not obligated to go to the court and help me out.
Hopefully,
she's not obligated.
Okay, all right. As I let you, we understand exactly what you would have did. Now I can even take hearing that again. Okay, so it's clear that according to Lex,
she would end up in jail.
Kelsey should have asked her attorneys how to legally. Yeah, I mean, how to just legally lie, even though there wasn't no reason to lie, because the this case is about Tory. Hold on,
when it's legal, it's not a lie. Legally play dumb in court. Legally, meaning I'm giving you.
It's a legal lie. It's still a lie. It's a legal lie.
No, I'm disclosing. He's telling me what to answer to, what not to answer to.
Lawyers do this all the fucking time. They bend the law. They manipulate it. They do all of that. You can still use all of that language, lie, manipulation, even when it's legal, because that's what lawyers do. They get paid to learn the law so they can manipulate it to defend their clients with. So all of that language is still appropriate, even legally. Legally lie. Yes. Legally manipulate.
Okay, well, you call it that, but I don't see it as that. That's what I would do.
But like, it's the thing that you say you never would have been helping nobody, but the truth would have helped somebody. Like, it's either Megan or Tory. But that's the point that we're saying. Tell the truth.
Who kept Kelsey from opening up her mouth? She had access to her social medias. She's not a star, so she wasn't. So if she wanted to take to Instagram and just tell everything that happened, she had opportunity to defend her fucking self. She had 2 years to say whatever, but all she chose to say was to make diss tracks about how much of a hoe Megan Thee Stallion is, and the only thing she chose to say when she went live is how much of a hoe Megan Thee Stallion is. It was nobody's right to necessarily defend her. At the end of the day, that's why I said Kelsey lacked emotional intelligence. You cannot allow your personal fight with somebody to take up this much room on the table. Yes, I understand that my neighbor who saw a crime committed against me in my front yard may not like me because me and him don't get along. We're constantly at odds. We constantly argue over the property, etc. But if that motherfucker sees somebody hurt me, run me over, shoot me, beat me, break into my house, rob my house, I don't expect him to sit back and tell himself that I'm not going to tell the authorities what happened because I personally don't like CTV. That is emotionally stupid, and a person is wrong as hell morally for allowing their personal feelings to take up that much space in a situation where somebody ended up objectively hurt and objectively violated.
They were both hurt.
And then
They
and
were
then on
both
top of
happy.
that,
And
like
it's like
like
if they want to figure it out, play the
and then
tapes.
make
You don't
matters
need
worse,
me.
and that's what I'm talking about. Megan
Play the
hurt.
tapes. Aren't they playing the tapes?
Lex,
Yes,
Tory,
Conscious. I'm saying, aren't they playing the
Megan.
tapes?
Hello. Megan hurt Kelsey's feelings.
No, she
Tory,
betrayed. No, she was a shitty friend. All across the board, and
you are not
neglected
going.
her physically.
Sis, I gotta mute you. If you interrupt the king one more time, baby, you got to go. Okay, I'm trying to work with you, but I'm not about to be doing this much on my own panel. I don't want to do this much on my own panel. I shouldn't have to hoop and holler through nobody, and I'm not going to. Kelsey, Tory hurt. Megan hurt Kelsey's feelings. Tory hurt Kelsey's body.
Amen.
She has a two-part situation here. She is allowing her personal situation with with Megan, to completely trump what is also her situation with Tory. And that's the weird part about what Lexi is what Lex is saying, is that you're acting like Kelsey is only there on behalf of Megan when this nigga whipped her ass as well. So this is equally her situation with Tory. But the only reason why it's not is because she's putting more emotional stake in what Megan did to her, and she's maintaining her clout chasing ass spirit in this situation because she know her situation with Megan's clout is officially over. But she knows that her clout situation and connection to Tory still can lead to potential impossibility. So even what got her ass pussy popping on the stand is her being interested in the hopefulness of what she may can recover by staying connected to Tory Lanez ass. The clout, it's the clout of it all. She don't care now to throw Megan under the bus because Megan done made it clear in her actions that the door is closed. The door is closed. The door is closed. So she can go all out with Megan if she want to. But that clout still got her ass pussy popping on the stand because it doesn't have to be quite over right now between her and Tory. And if he walks and she helps him to throw this fucking case, who knows what the potential reward of that is? Because now he a free man. Gag order is up. He can put Kelsey ass in music videos. He can help he could do what he need to do for her. Holding on to the potential of her self-gain. That's weird when Kelsey equally was a victim at the hands of Tory Lanez too. So her on the stand ain't just about her needing to defend Kelsey. Bitch, defend your fucking self. You got a whole bald spot on the top of your crown, hoe, because of what this nigga did to you. You got a fucked up ass arm, scratches all over your fucking body, trauma all in your goddamn soul as a result of what this goddamn Enter the Rainbow ass leprechaun allegedly did to you, according to your text messages, according to your interview with prosecutors, according to what you confessed to Megan Thee Stallion. That's according to you, boo, not according to us, according to you, boo. You. This situation is just as much about you and Tory as it is about Megan and Tory. And I wouldn't give a damn if Kelsey wanted to have both of them, boo. Throw both of their ass under the bus in the court. That bitch a hoe and fuck that man, and that motherfucking nigga shot her ass. Free your charge, bitch. I'm going home. Fuck you. All y'all eat my ass. I'm done. That's Kelsey's plight. Go ahead, Reckless.
It's like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to have to say it. I believe she was in mammy mode. No shade. Because it's like, you're literally, and the thing about it is that to be completely honest, in my personal opinion, it seems like the prosecution was trying to help her more than the fucking defense, because the prosecution did say, okay, if you tell us we'll give you immunity, and you just don't lie on the stand, which she didn't know, which is perjury. And then the defense attorneys was like, the first night Kelsey shot Megan. That's basically what they're saying. what they said. So if that's the case, why do you think they're trying to help you? Like, I'm trying to understand that. And then someone else said in the comments, if you think Kelsey ain't wrong, then you must not think Shankula's friends who know the truth but covered it up aren't wrong either. Megan could have easily been in her shoes if the bullet went somewhere else. So how can we understand one situation and then we don't understand this one? Because the thing is, you're covering it up. You know the truth, and you're saying it's not you. Then who else is going to be? And Tory is saying it's not you. Who else is going to be? Like, and then on top of that, like me and Conscious said on the phone, you're literally about to fight your way into jail while he walks away. That's dumb as hell. And that's a mammy. No shade. That's it.
Can I speak to well, I guess she's gone now, but I think from my understanding what y'all getting at is the fact that she kind of fought her way in jail because yeah, she was not trying to help either or, but if she would have just went in there and told the truth, she would have helped herself more because there's not I didn't lie. This is what happened. So that would alleviate her from any type of jail time. But like I said, there could be that other piece where 1501 is in her ear. I do not believe it's just Tory Lanez himself. I do believe that this also has something to do with takedown made by any cause with 1501. They are extremely mad because they lost a lot of money with Megan.
Yeah, it's a lot of hands. It's a lot of hands.
They lost a lot of money with Megan.
It's a lot of hands in us. I don't want to keep going over the same shit at this point because it's exhausting. But yes, it's a whole lot of variables at work in the situation. What I do want to clear up, since a lot of us don't know shit about GSR, because this whole thing that GSR was found on Kelsey as well. So let's get into the experts. This is Analytical Science Journals.1 library, blah, 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 blah. Gunshot residue is produced when a firearm is... Hold on, somebody got... Hold on, I think it's to Miranda. Okay. Gunshot residue is produced when a firearm is discharged and is routinely used in the forensic reconstruction of incidents involving firearms. SEM-EDX with automatic detection and analyst software was used to investigate the extent of GSR's secondary transfer following the discharge of a firearm. A series of experiments which mimic real-world scenarios was set up to explore these under-researched mechanisms. The findings demonstrate that relatively large amounts of GSR can be transferred to an individual immediately after the discharge of the firearm through contact with the hands of the shooter or handling the gun. While varying between runs, over 100 particles were transferred via a handshake in one instance, and it was found that even very large particles were transferred from the shooter to the second individual via a handshake. The findings have implications for forensic investigations, including highlighting the need to sample from individuals who might have been involved in transfers and underscoring the importance of achieving accurate particle counts using the SEM-EDX method. Most importantly, the findings suggest that the presence of GSR, especially in small quantities, may not always indicate that a person discharged a firearm, and that the possibility for misidentification of the shooter exists, as does the potential to distinguish shooters from those who have acquired GSR through secondary transfer. Further experiments exploring automatic SEM-EDX are suggested, which will add to our understanding of GSR transfer evidence, blah, blah, blah. So here it is, you see. If there was an entire fucking physical confrontation between Kelsey and Tory, she spoke about him hitting her, punching her, grabbing her, yoking her up, dragging her ass out of the car. She also spoke about how his driver had one arm of her and Tory had the other arm of her. This is how she would have got as much GSR on her as she did, and why her and Tory have it. Okay, that's just one of the other possible alternatives. She could have also had her hand on the fucking gun. The article also says that you can come into contact with GSR if you come into contact with the object that discharged that GSR. Okay, so dashboards, windows, side of the vehicles, etc., seats, boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow. And no, it hasn't actually been confirmed that GSR was detected on her hands. The attorneys just stated that more GSR was on Kelsey than on Tory. So what, and you got to remember, this is lawyers. Lawyers are meant to sway all type of shit. Sway all type of shit. So the truth is, Tory could actually have the majority of the GSR that will identify the shooter on his actual hands, while she had GSR all over herself, maybe even with the exemption of her hands, but had it largely on her body, which is why his attorney said she had more, but didn't say had on her hands, that she just had a lot of GSR found on her persons. But once again, all that is about to be straightened out as well once Detective Stalkner, who administered the GSR test, take the stand on Monday. He's going to help to get to the bottom line of the bottom line of the bottom line. The attorneys never said on her hands. They just said that she had a lot more GSR on her than on Tory. So that GSR situation is going to be interesting, and lawyers are like rappers. They use wordplay, okay? You got to pay attention to the language that lawyers use. They know exactly what the fuck they're saying and what they're implying in order to cause doubt or suspicion, or to yield or to create a certain attitude or perspective about a thing. Okay, now I read all the articles. I ain't never heard not one said more on her hands. I did see all of the information about more on her in general, not necessarily on her hands. And if anybody can approve it, my email is consciouztv@gmail.com, because every time I ask y'all to run the facts, y'all never can. Every time I ask y'all to cite y'all sources, y'all never can. When I tell y'all to run the links, y'all motherfucking can't. But y'all are getting here with a bunch of fucking narratives and declare her hands. So send me the hands. Email me at consciouztv@gmail.com, where it says she had more GSR on her hands. Drop it in my inbox on Consciouztv on Instagram, where it says more GSR on her hands. On her hands. I'm ready. I'm willing. I issued the same motherfucking exercise yesterday, and I have received nothing as of yet. So for all the millions of folk in the chat who has the GSR, I ain't talking about what come out of another bitch mouth on YouTube. I'm talking about send me, because what y'all are reciting is information from another YouTuber who is citing alleged private information divulged to them. That ain't the receipt. Show me the receipt. Don't show me what the fuck another fucking influencer said. I can't verify, fact check what the fuck another motherfucker claim told them who team they connected to. That is pure hearsay. Hearsay. Run me the motherfucking Carfax and email me where are the legit articles where it says that GSR was found on Kelsey's hands. Consciouztv@gmail.com. Consciouztv with a Z on Instagram. Okay, I want to welcome Miranda to the chat and Queen Lady at TV, as well as Pink Clover. Pink Clover, welcome, boo. Your thoughts on today's shenanigans?
I want to say I love your show. I'm a new fan. This is Queen Lady at LA, California. How y'all doing, everybody? All the panel, the whole panel, and Maz and chat.
Say it again, boo. I'm sorry.
I
Hello.
want to say I love your show, and I'm a new fan of the show, a new sub,
Oh,
and
thank
it's a
you.
lot of information to intake. Because the first lady, I don't know her name, but the first lady that was speaking, I was with the hair rack. I was agreeing with her, and then the other lady came and it kind of changed the story. But then, Conscious, when you spoke, it all made a lot of sense. But I want to say one thing: we don't. I believe for a fact that Kelsey was not only a victim, clout chaser, and opportunist. This is why I live by morals and not money. And I work with all the celebrities in Hollywood. You feel me? But this is why morals go a long way, because people would do anything over clout and the bag. Number two, I think that it's possible that once Meg, I don't know if she thought or originally lied that she had glass in her foot, that's when everybody was like, okay, we can go ahead and make up different stories, but they didn't know it would backfire later. You see what I'm saying? Number three, I don't think nobody brought up that maybe it's possible that Kelsey has been getting threatened or bullied or bribed, because that's a fact. That happens in real life with intimidation. People will hurt you, bully you, do all kind of shit to you. So we don't know if she made a deal with the devil and took some money on the side. And it's just tricky, you know?
She is. She said she is. She said that. She said they were threatening her. She's still receiving them.
Okay, Conscious. This is misbehaving. I just wanted to say thank you for hosting this show, and you know I love your channel. I'm a big supporter.
Thank you. Thank you.
You were right. The thing about the clout chasing thing and what people are not understanding, Kelsey would not have had access to the men that she has access to when she was with friends with Megan. Without her being friends with Megan, she would have never had access to a Tory Lanez. She would have never had any access to 1501 niggas. You know what I'm saying? So the clout chasing is very real. And I do believe when Megan got shot and she was afraid, I believe management told her, cut everybody off. Don't say nothing. You be quiet until we figure out we can make sure that you don't lose any of these endorsements and stuff like that. And I believe she was not able to talk to her friend the way that she wanted to. And instead of Kelsey just saying, okay, hold up, let me just wait a minute and wait to hear from my friend, she immediately, okay, the first person that was available to hand her some money, hand her a check, that's who she started chilling with. Because there's no way a man gonna beat my ass and then call me and tell me to call somebody to get him out of jail. I would not have answered the phone for him whether he
And not only
apologized or
beat your
not.
ass, but shot your girlfriend in front of you.
Right. And so I do not understand mammies like Lexi that get up here and are okay with that shit. Like it's crazy to me. And I hope she don't have any daughters, because if you guys listen to the women that are pro Tory on this situation and teach your daughters accordingly. There are some wicked, evil women in this world. And if you cross them over some dick, they will let you hang out to dry, because they are dick munchers and dick hoggers. And you have to beware of sluts like that, because that's how they move. Anyways, this man shot this girl, and I hope he is found guilty, and I hope he is put in prison, and then I hope he is extradited the fuck away from this country, because if he is not found guilty, he is going to do something else worse to somebody else, because every time he hurts somebody, he's becoming increasingly more aggressive and more aggressive, and our country needs to protect us from him. He is not an American citizen. He needs to get the hell on.
Amen to that.
I want to know what.
Hey, Conscious.
And innovation. And
Conscious,
innovation.
there's been an update on Twitter on Dennis Byron's page in regards to the defense expert not finding Tory's DNA on the gun, but they did find a woman's DNA on the gun.
He wiped it clean.
See, that changes the story.
Oh,
again,
wow.
y'all.
He could have wiped it clean. I don't know. It's on Dennis Byron page, Conscious, so you can read it and we can further discuss into it.
Okay, let me pull this up real quick. Dennis Byron on Twitter.
Yes, it is DENNIS. Byron, BYRON.
I'm pulling him up now, and I'm about to share the screen. Okay, I think we got Forever. I ain't even gonna fuck up her last name. Hey, Forever. I'm gonna read this article, and then I'm gonna read this Twitter situation. Then I'm gonna let all of y'all sound off as well. Let me see here. Dennis Byron Twitter page. All right, so here we go. Dennis Byron. Okay, So, courtesy of Dennis Byron on Twitter, prosecutors have not rested their case. However, because the defense witness had a scheduling issue, judge allowed them to call their expert witness early. This is a contrast to the prosecutor's DNA expert who testified earlier that Tory's DNA was inconclusive. Defense witness has conducted over 3,500 DNA tests, while prosecutors' expert has done barely half that many DNA tests. Tory's defense attorney has called their first expert witness, Mark Taylor, who is a DNA expert who testified that Tory's DNA was not found on the firearm. However, they did find a woman's DNA on the gun, but then he updated, so this is a contrast. Okay, so this expert who's done 3,500 testifies that Tory's DNA was found on the gun. But like somebody said, isn't it very much so possible that Tory, I mean, being a smarty pants, I mean, who would not wipe their fucking fingerprints from a gun? I mean, you know, somebody might have been dumb enough to not do that, but somebody might have been smart enough to also do that. So,
Conscious, how do they wipe
That's
it without
true.
wiping hers? Like, how you wipe? If you wiping it clean, you gonna wipe off everybody.
because you know what I think? Because if you keep in mind that at this point, Meg and all of them are back in the car, they're all on code. They don't want, you know, police to get involved. Tory, of course, being smart. I mean, he used to criminality, so he knows how this goes. I mean, he's probably the biggest expert on how to get away with every goddamn thing out of all of them involved. He's the one who stays in consistent goddamn trouble and try to cover his ass. So he definitely would have been in, you know, let me protect my ass mode. So he wipes the gun. But now that they're all back in the car, the gun is now not in the console, but it's underneath the seat. And maybe old girl comes into contact with it, because at this point she's saying they done the U-turn, they shucking and driving through the city, that shit sliding out of place and all of that. They can hear the police sirens in the background, so maybe she touched it a few times to try to put it back in place to conceal it at this point, because once again they're now all on code. They now trying to get out of the situation. They don't want the police involved, so you know now they all in the escape plan. I'm just saying that this is plausible.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Okay, what if it's like this, y'all? Because it's like 4 different scenarios. What if Tory begs Kelsey, like, look, you know, he don't want to get deported. He got the bag. Go ahead and be framed, and I'll pay you a couple mil. Is that a possibility or what?
Hold on, what you say?
No.
Yeah.
If she did it, she's a piss poor mother because she just had a baby.
No, but I'm saying, like, he has money. People, in other words, she probably didn't have no record, and you know, he probably like bribed her. Look, I'll pay you the millions if you could take this case, so he won't be deported. Is that a big possibility or what?
But
I
she's
mean,
not.
people do
She's
shit
not
every
taking
day.
the case. She's not taking the case. She's vehemently stating that she has not shot that gun. That she did not shoot the gun, and she would never shoot that gun. So if she was going to take the case, she's not doing a very good job of that right now.
But what I'm saying is, it's been 2 years, right? What if that was the plan or the deal, and then she got caught up in court with too many lies? You see, even like with the song she made with the Who Shot You, if you know damn well you didn't shoot nobody, why in the hell would you make a song like that to incriminate yourself?
But it's
right?
in the lyrics. In the lyrics of Who Shot You, she say, I didn't shoot you. I didn't pull the trigger.
She sure did.
In the song.
Yeah, I have to go back because it's been so long. But
yeah,
I
and
don't know.
even if she wouldn't have been able to get caught up in court until this week.
And they're saying she just took the money. They said that she didn't. She. They said she was really telling the truth before, that for whatever reason she didn't get the money. But between
You want to
September
know what I
and
think
now,
happened though?
she took it.
You want to know what I think happened though? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Because I've been sitting back here waiting for like 4 hours. I'm like, let me be
Are you
patient.
Amina?
But god damn.
Thank you
What's
for,
up, y'all?
thank
What's
you for
up,
your
Conscious?
patience. I mean,
I was
hey,
trying to be
boo.
so respectful when that Lex girl
I
got on
appreciate
there.
it. Maybe these panels be wearing me out. It be so much going on.
Look, I'm telling you, I got a headache. When that Lex girl got up there, I was like, bitch, shut the fuck. She sound crazy. I'm like, get her up off here. I was thinking you was gonna drop her ass like
Oh my
2
God.
hours ago. But anyway, this is what I'm thinking, y'all. Y'all follow me, man. Follow me. Just listen. Okay, so what if this was the plan all along to use Kelsey as a scapegoat? Like,
I think it was.
That's the reason why she got the immunity deal, because like y'all said, she's in cahoots with 1501. Y'all know they in cahoots with Tory. What if they all came together, came up with this plan? Like, okay, this is what we gonna do. You know, we're gonna get you this immunity deal. We're gonna pin everything on you. And since you got this immunity deal, they can't touch you. And we're gonna get Tory off. What if it's something like that?
She don't have total immunity. She does not have total immunity. And
she thought she was gonna get it though.
Before she started talking, that not only does she not have total immunity, but that immunity does not cover perjury. So even if she was gonna get up on the stand and lie, her immunity was not gonna cover that. And
okay, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, okay, the perjury part, that's something else she's just finding out right now. But what if the plan was to always paint her as a shooter just to get Tory off, is what I'm saying.
I think you're right, but here's the thing. I think she thought she was in on all of it. But I think that was their plan all along. We're gonna stick this on her, and if she got to do the time, she's gonna do the time. But I think she thought she was in on all of it. I don't think she realized until this week, like the lady just said. I don't think she realized just until this week when she got on that stand.
Right there.
That oh my God, they're trying to send me to jail for this.
And what so they really put her on the stand thinking that she was gonna win. But if she backed out of it, she was going to screw herself in a situation, and that's exactly what happened.
She didn't realize until she started opening her mouth, and that prosecutor was standing in front of her, that she messed up. She thought that everybody else knew. Everybody else knew.
Absolutely.
But she thought she was in on something too. She got this money. They're going to do whatever. But then when she get up there, she realizes, I'm screwed either way. Because
and then you also have to realize the people that's paying for her representation is 1501.
And so she said on that tape, that she was getting death threats. And her family, she said her family too.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's why it makes sense too.
That's why
it makes sense too. That she got on there, she threw the monkey wrench. But then when she upset the judge and the prosecution, it's fair game. It's on.
So that's why I was saying about who's paying for the lawyer, and like the sis just said, the other party 1500 is. So at the end of the day, do they all get in trouble for the whole conspiracy thing?
No, because they're not going to be able to prove it. I don't think they're going to be able to prove it because it didn't come from Tory. It came from 1501.
Doesn't matter. I'm gonna this is what that's my bread and butter. I'm an accountant.
Okay, go ahead.
Forensic accounting is that's the study of that. That's where you trace funds, you trace money, you trace sources, you trace all of that. A very good forensic accountant. It's not going to take much because whoever paid it, that's too much cash to not have a paper trail. There's going to be a bank. There's going to be something. They're not just going to look at her. They're going to look at her name and everyone that's associated with her. And
but she's married. She's married to somebody from 1501. That's her husband.
Exactly.
So they're not going to look at it like it's weird.
They
could just say, "Oh, my husband paid for it for me."
That doesn't matter because if you don't have,
that don't matter. If you matter, if they want to trace something and spend time on tracing, they can trace. Look, I've been watching forensic files for 25 years, 20 years.
You are right. What's going to happen is they're going to look at her at that time, not at this time because they say she has businesses and all of that now. But at that time that she was at, they were going to look at the flow of money. What is the regular flow of money in and out of her account? How much money does she usually make? How much revenue do they see going in and out of that account?
And then that could have been another setup too, sis, of her getting married to the person.
That's what I was saying.
That's not going to matter. But that's not going to matter.
But
that's not going to matter either because you still have to have proof of a legal source for that income. You have to prove that money was from a legal source, whether you inherited it, whether you earned it, whether you won it. You still have to prove, because if her accounts don't show that type of activity over a period of time, if she doesn't have employment that garners her, or she doesn't have an annuity that pays her once, something, if there's not a regular flow of that type of level. And then even let's say she don't, that's how kingpins is talk. Let's say she doesn't put it in the bank. Let's say she keeps it all under her mattress, okay? How did you pay for this house? How did you pay for this car? How did you pay for this private school?
My
Show
husband.
me. It doesn't. Okay, then I need to see how your husband earned it. It just doesn't stop there. You have every piece of money you have has a trail to it. And if she can't prove that this money was legitimately earned or legitimately inherited some way, they're going to continue to trace it to find out where it came from. And then they're going to look at the associations that that source of that money has.
Okay, so
I
at
get
the
what
end
you're
of the day,
saying.
it's messed up regardless, y'all. At the end of the day, she's a
Mm-hmm.
victim, she's a clout chaser, she's an opportunist, and
Opportunist
she.
for sure.
But hold on, at the same time, she's still being framed. So she didn't got
Mm-hmm.
she
She
didn't
messed
been
herself
to
up.
hellfire. You know. No, but I'm not just talking about mess. Well, yeah, from the beginning, because you're not teach you not to be a fucking clout chaser. But what I'm saying is that out of all that, regardless of her being a clout chaser and a opportunist, is does she deserve being fucking framed?
Nobody
And no,
deserves that.
I have
Exactly.
something for that. I have an answer for that. So here's the thing, right? So we can't say that Kelsey didn't know that she was being framed until she got on the stand, because this case is heavily profiled. The
Mm-hmm.
defense's statements and opening statements was made very public to everybody day one. So everybody knew day one that they were pinning this on Kelsey. Kelsey knew before she got on the stand that this was going to be swung towards her way. What I
Exactly.
think happened is there was a young lady that was on the show yesterday that brought to light that the original start date for the trial was supposed to be in September.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey's interview was done in September.
Mm-hmm.
There's a process that goes on between attorneys called discovery, where they have to share each other's case. They have to share each other's evidence. They have to share each other's
Mm-hmm.
basically their strategy and what they plan to do. This is just a regular part of it. At that point that discovery is happening and that they're releasing this interview, I believe that the defense attorneys, that's when they got the extension. That's when they pushed the trial back. I believe that at this time, this is when Tory and 1501 came together and sat Kelsey down and say, listen, we need you to be ride or die for this.
Mm-hmm.
If you all you have to do, and see what she was not expecting was for that tape to come out. They had already gotten that tape to be dismissed from evidence before this started. They were the only reason it got used is because the
They
defense
messed up.
opened it up. The defense opened up that scope for them to be able to add that into evidence. That was not supposed to be evidence. I believe the defense got wind of the evidence, and that 1501 and Tory sat her down and said, listen, you've been a real one. You the only real one.
Mm-hmm.
Meg is fake. Look what she did to you. You don't even have to take the fall for it. All you got to do is say you don't know. Because if you don't know and I don't know, and we can both tell them that Meg was drunk, then it's not her word against our word because she's drunk. So it's really just nobody knows. Well, if they can't pin it on either one of us conclusively, then you get Tory to get to walk free and go home to his son. When your husband goes to court against Meg in this 1501 case he has with Meg, he gets to use this case and her credibility for this case and his case, and you guys get to
Mm-hmm.
save the family business. You get to save your husband, and you get to walk away with the hush money, while on top of that you get to punish the girl that hurt you, because now her
Get your lick
credibility
back.
and her
That's
career
exactly what
goes
happened.
down the drain. So
That's
all you got to
exactly
do,
what
no
I've
matter
been saying
what
this
you hear,
entire
no matter
time.
what anybody says, no matter what you hear on the internet, no matter what you hear the defense say, your job is to go up there and just say, I don't know. Because if they can't do anything conclusive, then you get to win everything. And she took her stupid ass up there and did it,
Mm-hmm.
and they pushed it too far and got that damn tape released, and they wasn't supposed to have that tape released. They expected for that tape to remain suppressed.
And actually, you know what else ended up happening? You're absolutely right,
When
100%
when
right.
she doubled down, that's when they were pissed because they warned her before. They
Yep.
warned her.
No, when she got up there, no, when I say she didn't realize until this week, this is what I mean. Because absolutely, what you said is 110% right. What
Yep.
I'm saying is she expected transactional immunity, which is total.
Mm-hmm.
Because her
She
lawyer
definitely
went
did
in
that.
there. He went in there. That's the first thing he said. We want transactional immunity, and he thought he had it. He had no idea that they were going to fight him on it. And he thought, he had no idea that they would win. So not only did they fight him, that's what I'm saying. Her eyes got open then. Oh my God, this was the linchpin. I had to get transactional immunity for all the rest of this stuff to work. And when that came in, that meant she was going to have to start answering some of the questions, because with transactional, you can't plead the fifth on everything. The judge gets to decide what you get to plead the fifth on. And
the judge is deciding that now, and
Mhm.
you're only pleading the fifth on the grounds that it will incriminate you. You
exactly.
can't plead the fifth on something that's incriminating somebody else because they told you to say, I don't know. And this is where she's messing up for Tory and making Tory look bad, because she's only pleading the fifth for things that will incriminate Tory. She remembers everything about the night, down to the exact phrase that Megan said when she was running out the door after being so drunk that she was asleep by the pool. She remembers everything that Megan said, and nothing that Tory said, and nothing that Tory did. You're making Tory look bad.
And the other thing that she didn't realize.
Hold on, because I gotta wrap up soon. I want us to get back also to this whole DNA situation. So if the DNA expert is saying that Tory's DNA wasn't found, but a female's. But see, that was interesting too. What female? Because it was also said that the respondent officers mishandled the evidence at the scene as well. That officers were grabbing the gun, etc. That everything about this situation was sloppy as fuck. So we don't even know if the female DNA even belongs to Kelsey, because Kelsey also reported that female officers also responded to the scene. So this could be the fingerprint.
She's the one who
hold on, y'all. Let me complete a sentence. This could be the fingerprints or the DNA of a female investigator, of Kelsey, of etc. So we don't know who the alleged female fingerprint actually belongs to. I was also going to say too, because you can't wipe your fingerprints off of a gun. At best, you can smudge them, but you can't wipe them off just by like using like your shirt or a towel or some shit to wipe your fingerprints clean of a gun. Like you can use white vinegar. There has to be some type of a chemical that you would use aside from just trying to physically or manually wipe the gun clean. But what if, because this is just a theory, because I'm thinking, I have to consider Tory Lanez's pathology of violence. He is somebody who attempts to be slick. He is somebody who attempts to be premeditated, just like when he walked through that club and beat the hell out of Prince from Love and Hip Hop. Just like when he beat the hell out of motherfucking August Alsina, etc. And then him coming up with this clever fucking this clever colorism scheme he did on a set of his music video, etc. Very interesting shit. So I'm going to say, what if Tory Lanez, because they were at a pool party, he went to a pool party, and he either more than likely left with a towel or came there with towels in tow. Or
it was towels in the car. They testified to that.
Now, can I complete my thought before it gets hijacked? Can I do that?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So there would have been extra clothes, shirts, whatever the case may be, cloths, rags, towels, possibly in the vehicle. So if Tory Lanez is as smart as I think he is, because once again, he's a known bad boy, when he grabbed that gun, he could have grabbed that gun with a rag when he initially shot it. He could have grabbed that gun with some piece of cloth when he shot it, which is why his DNA ain't on that motherfucking gun, and the only fingerprints that is on there are everybody else, possibly Kelsey, who, once again, the gun was put back under the seat instead of in the console where Kelsey alleged that he was reaching for when he was threatening her initially to shoot her ass. So if there was U-turning and all of this shit, that, of course, that gun was slipping and sliding with all the ass in the vehicle out of place. She probably reached down to put it back in place to hide it, put it next to her bag, whatever the case may be. Wasn't thinking in the moment about how, oh my God, bitch, like you're touching the gun, like, or once again, it could be one of the officers and all of that. But I'm just saying that Tory is not an idiot. Tory is, and he's gotten away with a lot of shit he's done. He a lot of shit he's done. He still has an ex who's coming to social media saying, bitch, he abused me, violated, terrorized my motherfucking ass as well. He was physically abusive to me, emotionally abusive to me. So you have both women and men who Tory's violence toward is well fucking documented, and the man has gotten off. The man has gotten off per such a motherfucking way, Shan. So if he's a calculated strategist and he thinks on his motherfucking feet and he knows what the situation is, it's possible that he wasn't stupid enough to actually grab that gun with his naked bare motherfucking hand. And you gotta remember, this happened in the middle of the night. Megan saw him shooting. She didn't necessarily see all the details of the shooting. She didn't see what was on his hand when it was allegedly hanging outside of a fucking window. And Kelsey was on the whole other side of the goddamn car when he was doing the shooting. So neither one of them actually saw what he shot this gun with. They didn't see what he had on his hands, etc. Now, he's probably going to walk. We already done determined that it's too hijacked, it's too fucking muddied up. You know, they cannot create the level of certainty necessary in this situation. But then once again, stranger things have happened. That jury might come back, bitch, guilty as charged, and then it's gonna be a hot fucking mess on these streets. But I'm just saying to that. But does anybody want to speak to the DNA situation and his DNA allegedly not being found on this gun? It wasn't found on the magazine, and his prints allegedly weren't found on the actual weapon.
So is it possible that Kelsey Is it possible that Kelsey could have hid the gun?
I was saying that she probably came into contact with it when she was in the back seat with it, because it was under the seat at that point. So and then she claims that they was making all type of U-turns and shit. She thought they was going home. Then a big ass U-turn was hit, and they was going on towards Sunset Boulevard away from Megan's house. So in all of that movement, that gun could have slid out of place, and she could have reached down to slide it back in place and accidentally came into contact with the fucking gun. But also it was said that the gun was mishandled as well by investigators, which is why the DNA was so inconclusive, because it was too much DNA on the goddamn gun.
I think it was more likely for the female officer to put her prints on it, because like you said, they just came from a pool party, and that is not like, I'm just being real with you. Like, I know people that wipe their prints off a gun. I feel like, bam, they had them wet towels with that chlorine on it in the car from the pool party. He grabbed it, he wiped the gun off. The police was, doing their investigation. They grabbed it, put their fingerprints on it. That's why it was only that one single print that came from a female on the gun, which more than likely is the female officer. That's what I'm thinking. That's my opinion.
I want to know how long
that's
after
crazy.
she got
Hold
shot.
on. Wait. I'm sorry. Because like, it's just unbelievable for him to wipe off all those prints and it just be one little print left on there. I felt like that came from, one of the officers.
And it might not have even came from one of the officers. Like, this gun had to be transferred back to the precinct. A lot of other people back at the precinct could have mishandled the weapon. After all, once again, the entire investigation is fucked up. There are investigators who didn't handle documenting the interviews properly, etc. Because Megan told them she stepped on glass initially. The scene wasn't even properly vetted in and of it fucking self, like the vehicle, etc. So there's like a lot of shit that got overlooked in this whole thing from top to fucking.
Oh, my bad, Conscious. I just read down in the comments. They talking about it wasn't a print. If I said it was a print, they said it's female DNA. So it could have been like what, blood, something? I don't know.
No, touch DNA. Anything you touch is gonna have DNA on it.
Yeah, because they down in the comments talking about something. Oh, they said female DNA, man. Why y'all?
They also talking about a magical rag too, but I guess they didn't listen to the testimony.
Man, y'all
that
watch
said that there were towels in the back
wanna
wrapped around Meg's leg. They had towels in the car from there, and they used them to stop her wound.
Okay,
too.
so
there were towels all in the car.
So there were towels and wraps, and then so it's within reason that when he shot that when he shot that gun with a towel. That he picked up that gun with something else in between his hands and the trigger. So that
he could have even had gloves. We don't know what was in his car. He could have even had a pair of gloves. We don't know that, you know.
I mean, I highly doubt he put on gloves, but if it was
I'm
towels, that
just
was enough.
saying.
That was enough. If it wasn't any need for him to put on a whole glove, if there was towels and rags and shirts available for him to just put a barrier between his hand and the trigger.
Conscious, I'm sorry. I'm over here picturing Tory Lanez with a towel wrapped around the gun like this, bitch.
And I can't.
But there really were towels in the car, though. There really were. That came
Because,
out of testimony.
like, and once again, like, this was a pool party. Like, he was going to a pool party. He was invited to a pool party. He left from a pool party. So, you know, he probably took towels with them. They were wet with chlorine, And after all, they were kicked out. So I don't need, and then he didn't even want to go. So I don't even know if Kylie even gave Tory time to fucking change. She threw his ass a towel. Megan came back with his ass, get the fuck out, nigga. Y'all niggas got to go. And then boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow. But
laughing. All he
I
had
want to know. I want to know how long was it after Megan lied about the glass that they found out it was really a bullet shot? Because that makes a lot of sense. Was it a week
it was
later?
on that
A
same
day?
night. It was on the same night that she
Same
went to
night
the
while she
hospital.
was in the hospital.
So in other
As they
words,
were pulling out the
I
fragments
feel
from
like
her foot.
so in other words, by her lying initially, it kind of messed up the entire story. It gave them leeway to make up lies. Like, okay, well, she said this, so no, they didn't shoot her. So no, we didn't shoot her. In other words, so that's where she messed up for lying from the jump. You feel me?
She
And
did
leaving out
say
all
that.
the parts.
She admitted that her issue was she lied even though he shot her. She was in a very heavy racially charged climate between the African American community and police.
No, I know
Seeing
that. I'm not
helicopters.
just. No, I know that already, sis. I'm not saying she wasn't, because anybody would be scared. I'm from Watts, South Central by Compton. So, but what I am saying is that gave them a leeway. Like, okay, she's not credible. She already lied. So let's smear her name, frame whoever, and that's why Tory kind of like did all this album stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly
I don't think that's. I think they treated it more like domestic violence. So they're, at that point, they're not looking to lie on nobody. They're looking to find the perpetrator, and they're looking to provide safety for the victim.
I want to explain something to Miss Design and to everybody who's confused. Like Design says he shot it with a towel, and Megan didn't see the towel, but Megan testified on Tuesday that her neck was turned and she saw him shoot it. Okay, so see, this is what my brain does that maybe a lot of people doesn't. It tries to keep everything intact. Megan is drunk. Megan exits the SUV. Her and Kelsey in tow exit the vehicle. It is 4:30 at night. She wouldn't see those type of details. The SUV is black, as you can see from the TMZ footage. So they're in a black SUV, dead in the middle of the night. It's 4 a.m. This ain't broad daylight. So she's not going to see a minuscule detail like a rag in between him and the gun. She will see his ass hanging out of the vehicle. I mean, she gonna see the person. She also says he said something that also identified that it was him hanging out of the vehicle. And then she heard the rounds and saw the shots. But she would not have seen something as tiny in that moment, as fast as that moment went by, like a rag that he might have been holding the gun with in his hand. Remember, this is 4:30 in the AMs, not the PMs. This is a black SUV. She's drunk, already raggedy from getting into goddamn fights and shit and stress and all of this. She looks back, all she sees is Tory, and she hear pops. She might not have saw all of that in the moment. That would be something very easy to overlook. And Kelsey didn't see it because she was on the other side of the vehicle. So she only heard well, eventually she also saw him too, pointing the gun downward, etc. And she was largely on the other side of the vehicle. So she was looking through the vehicle to where he was and what the fuck he was doing. So I don't think most people probably would have caught that under the circumstances if that was the case. Okay, so y'all need to go watch that TMZ footage and see how dark it was that night. This folk was on the side of a fucking mountain, like in a whole fucking valley. Like it was like middle of the fucking night. This is a black fucking XUV. This is not a well lit area that they were in. They all drunk and stupid on top of that. So there's going to be all type of shit that's blocked out, even probably major parts of the night that are blocked out from their memory. But certainly something like the way what he had in his hand when he was holding the gun is just a tiny fucking detail that I don't think she would have been cognitive enough to even testify to.
I wouldn't
So
even be
okay, so
addressing
I
her.
want to ask this question because I can't figure this part out. If they both have residue in their hands, do they both have
Yeah, a
guns?
drunk person, yeah, like a design. But have you ever been inebriated? It is partial sight. Inebriated people or high ass people can recount aspects of their experience. Yes, that's common. A drunk person doesn't necessarily imagine the whole entire fucking world, but
And
somewhere
trauma sobers you up.
but somewhere between reality and some other drunken shit is the world. Okay, yes. Let's apply some common sense here, Bill.
Man,
I want to ask
Chardell,
this
man,
question,
shut your ass
Conscious.
up
I
in
want
these
to ask a quick
comments.
question, Conscious.
Huh?
I want to ask a quick question.
Uh-huh.
So, okay, if they both have residue on their hands, Tory and Kelsey, right? Is it still possible since is it possible that they have to force the bodyguard to talk and he can actually lie on Kelsey and allegedly and say she did
Of
it and
course
frame
he can.
it and that's it?
Of course he can lie because the investigators don't know what the fuck the truth is. They don't know what the truth is according to the witnesses, especially if there's a lack of physical evidence to even corroborate. You know, so I mean, any of them can get up there and pussy pop just like he do. I don't think the driver gonna be useful. I think he just gonna get up there and do what Kelsey did. I ain't see nothing. I ain't hear nothing. I don't know what happened. I was it's all a blur to me. You know, I'm in counseling. I'm traumatized. I mean, you know, my brain blocked it out. I had a CAT scan, see what happened. Like, you know, so I don't think the driver gonna be in the you
But it's more than likely Kelsey can be framed in this shit if we all look closely. Because if they asked him, that's how he eat. You feel me? He eat off of Tory. So this is just a tricky situation, you know?
I thought he was in the wind
On
though.
Conscience, you
something
remember
really quickly?
when Kelsey mama and sister were online?
No, I don't even know that happened.
Yeah, they kind of went at Meg too, and Kelsey came back with like at the beginning of it. I'm not sure where in the timeline she feeling, but Kelsey made a statement like, "Oh, the truth gonna be told," as if she had something against Meg.
She do.
Like she had something that was gonna blow it out the water against Meg.
She do.
Can I say something? Can I say something really quickly? We're kind of far away from the point that I wanted to make, because you guys are talking about DNA when I first came on. What I wanted to ask is okay, so Kelsey is married to the man that works at the record company. She's married to this person, right? And she was messing around with Tory in the past. She was sleeping with him, right? Or crushing on him or something along those lines, right? Does anybody think, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, does anybody think that this whole relationship with the girl, with Kelsey and this gentleman, was just completely calculated, and he impregnated her and is married to her strictly for the sole purpose of what's happening right now?
Yeah, hell
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's literally all I wanted to say. I'm at the laundry. I can't stay on the phone, but it's just like I truly believe that as these events are unfolding, that this was a calculated plot. I think that Tory Lanez would do anything that he could possibly do to get himself out of the situation, and I find it very, very suspect that the gentleman and Tory were partying earlier on in the year together. That's a girl. That's somebody who maybe had sex with your wife. Okay, and you guys are cool like that. I just find that to be
he came along after, but you correct. You correct.
No, he came along after,
I
but
put that on Kelsey. I don't put it on Tory.
Who knows if they intentionally had that guy hit her up and like flirt with her? Because remember, the girl doesn't really have anything going on. She doesn't have money like that. So anyone who's involved in that record label that has any type of any clout or anything like that would be appealing to her. So it'd be very easy to just throw him onto her and push them into a relationship with each other, knowing that if they get married, if ish hits the fan, then there's a marriage situation is only but so far he can go to testify against her or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's just something to think about.
Okay, so you know what?
Okay. You guys take care. Okay, dear. All right.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you, love. Okay.
Okay, dear. Bye-bye.
See, and this is why. So this is the verbiage. This is very interesting. Experts say Tory Lanez DNA was not found on the gun magazine, and also DNA on the gun was inconclusive. Okay, so that doesn't mean Tory prints are not on the gun. It just means that the prints on the gun are inconclusive. And once again, that's because the gun was touched by multiple people. So the DNA is convoluted because multiple people came into contact with the gun.
And
But a
most people that
woman's
have
DNA,
illegal
but a woman's DNA was present. Okay, so what that means we don't know. Whether that is a Megan's blood or whatever the case may be, or somebody's sweat, or we don't even know what that means and who the woman is. So we can't even automatically go to Kelsey, and we don't even really know what that means that a woman's DNA was present. But the DNA on the gun was inconclusive. That does not mean that his DNA wasn't on the gun. It's just inconclusive because there's multiple DNAs on that gun. Okay, let's make it make sense. Also, my girl, Sweet Jane, that's exactly why I had pondered over the whole he grabbed the towel and shot the gun with, because not only does Tory Lanez knew, like, I mean, he's a bad boy. He's smart. But on top of that, if he shot the gun, he would have also known that that gun was unregistered, which is exactly why he would have shot it with a towel, etc.
Which is why he loaded that magazine with gloves on, and that's why he doesn't have any DNA on the magazine, because he loaded that magazine completely separate of actually climbing into that car.
Right.
He already knows better.
Exactly. And it also and that's what's so important about Tory Lanez's history and pathology of violence, is that it helps you to understand his psychology. As somebody who's willing to get in trouble, he's also equally interested in not being accountable for that trouble. So he's always going to think about the solution to the problems he's willing to get in. So us talking about his documented abuse against men, etc., other celebrities, etc., all of that helps you to understand the way that this nigga's mind work. And clearly, he's going to attempt to be as smart and strategic as he fucking can. And yes, you're right about that. There's a lot of plausible explanations for why his so-called prints his prints DNA is not on the gun, or it can't be concluded that it is because so many other DNAs are. So we don't know whether his DNA is or ain't on the gun. It's just inconclusive. Okay, inconclusive means undetermined. We can't determine whether it is or not. So either his DNA is on the gun or it's not on the gun. But if it ain't on the gun, simple explanation: this nigga knew he had an unregistered gun. He fucking loaded it in a very intelligent motherfucking way, and he shot that bitch in a way that wouldn't incriminate his ass, aka shot it with a rag or a fucking towel, etc. It be's what it be. Like, niggas do this. The rest of the slide also says that Tory Lanez leaving today after jurors heard recording of Kelsey. Defense called the DNA expert out of order. He agreed with LAPD that DNA on gun was inconclusive as to Tory, but said would have expected conclusive for someone who fired 5 times. We are done for the day after hearing the DNA experts who say Tory's DNA was not on the gun magazine. It can't be concluded that his DNA, that part, wasn't on the gun. That cannot be concluded. So it doesn't mean that his DNA isn't on the gun. It just can't be concluded that it is. But it can't be said that it was either. Okay, thank you. But I got to go, you guys. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. I can't be here all day like I was yesterday. It's been a long day. I thank you all for coming. We will resume all of this shit on Monday when court resumes. I forgot who the fuck they're supposed to be bringing in on Monday. I think it's going to be Detective Stalkner, who actually handled the GSR and the gun and all of that shit. So that shit going to be epic. I already know. If you guys are subscribed, please be subscribed, okay? Because you don't want to miss this shit, honey. We do this. We're going to get all up into these folk business until the goddamn end, child.
Can I say one last thing and then I'm done?
Yes, of course you can. Thank you all for being here, all my wonderful panelists. I love you all. God is Dawn Speaks TV. Thank you for the tea, honey. Y'all subscribe to her over on YouTube Orations. Yes, Logic.
Here's the thing. I'm just going to make this very clear to all the women that are, I guess, biasly taking up for Tory, which is cool. I have no problem with that. It's just that because he's always been in trouble, is that when he or if he ever gets in trouble again, and just so happens to either be you, or just so happens to be a celebrity that you like, or just so happens to be somebody else, I want you guys to keep that same energy. Because Chardell, no shade, you talking about, yeah, he gonna walk. But my thing is this: if it just so happens to be you, and I'm gonna remember your name. So if it happens to you, to let you know, I will purposely be the one saying, I think she lying. That's just no shade. But that's it. And I got something else to tell you once you get off live.
Okay, cool. I know that Jaguar Wright was in the comments, you guys. If you guys went in the same circles of Jaguar, told her I responded to her on Instagram. She had messaged me on Instagram, like what, a month or two ago, and I had responded back to her, but she never got back with me. But I did know that she was in the chat and she left a comment telling me to get in contact with her. So I will definitely reach back out to Jaguar. But Jag, if you're still in the building or your fans still in the building, y'all tell Jag I did message her back on Instagram as well. But I'll message her again too. Thank you for being here, Handy Dandy, handsome co-host. Stay backstage for me. And make sure you guys hit that motherfucking Cash App, PayPal, girl. We're working, honey. We got y'all the tea straight from the motherfucking courthouse, girl. Stop playing on the platform. Shout out to all the new subbies. We're at 39.5. I just came onto this live stream speaking that it's possible that we reach 40K by the end of the fucking month, and it looked like we're going to do just that, honey. We're only literally 500 away for 40 fucking K. Share the platform, tell everybody about it. You don't have to agree here. You can be passionate. You can double down in your bullshit. You can do all of that, honey. It's all love at the end of the day. And we still love Lex. Lex was here getting dragged yesterday. She got here today and got dragged. Lex, know what it gives. We love her, honey. Okay. We have them folk, the Miss Barbaras and the Lex of the platform, the quacks of the platform, honey. You know, this is an all-inclusive platform. You can have your opinion, but you will be challenged, and it's just fine, okay? We do the challenging, we do the arguing, we don't care. We're all a big family at the end of the day. So I love everybody. I love you guys. I'll definitely see you with more coverage regarding this trial on Monday, and we might get into some things over the weekend as well, because it's a lot of other shit going on in the world. God bless Megan and Kelsey and Tory. Whatever the truth is, may it come to full light in this trial, which it probably won't. But at the end of the day, child, justice gonna prevail, girl. Whether it's karmic justice or whether it's court justice, but karma will prevail. Whoever pulled the trigger on this woman, you gonna get yours. That's just on period. The universe has been maintaining Meg's success out in this world, honey. She getting to the bag. So she's already been rewarded and covered. But whoever pulled this trigger, may everything you touch in life become flaccid, including your own dick and clitoris. In the name of the Black Holy Ghost. On that note, I'm out, bitch. Bye.